Hello everyone, welcome to Robotic Process Automation Full Course by Intellipaat. RPA is one of the hottest sectors in the IT industry, and this is not a vague statement. World's top venture capitalists like Sequela Capital, Capital G, and Axel Partners have invested almost $8.74 billion by 2024 in startups like UiPath. According to Deloitte's research, 73% organizations have realized the power of intelligent automation and are moving towards adopting it. But is RPA related to physical robots? Well, the answer is no. RPA is all about software-end bots. They focus on taking care of tedious activities such as writing mass emails, payroll processing, insurance claims, etc. On Naukri.com, there are 40,000 plus RPA-related jobs available. And this is just in India. In the United States, there are more than 50,000 plus jobs available. If we talk about salaries, Glassdoor reports that in India, you can expect a salary between 6 lakh rupees to 37 lakh rupees. Whereas in the United States, you can earn between 70,000 US dollars to 200,000 US dollars. Companies are always on the lookout for skilled RPA developers who have mastery over UiPath and can create automation bots. And to exactly help you master these tools and get you into RPA domain, we bring you a free robotic process automation course. This RPA UiPath tutorial for beginners has been taught by top industry experts from companies like UiPath, Automation Anywhere, IBM, etc. and aims at making you job ready. But before we get started with this course, make sure to hit the subscribe button and click on the bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel to never miss out on any update from us. Now, let me take you guys through the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session on a very friendly note by covering Introduction to RPA. After that, we'll look into UiPath tool for RPA. After that, we'll talk about important components of UiPath, user interface automation, recording with UiPath, programming activities using data table, etc. Once done with these fundamental concepts, we'll talk about workflow and Citrix manipulation, UiPath coding and debugging, screen scraping with UiPath, as well as automate and orchestrate the task using UiPath. Once done with these tasks, we'll create a scalable queue management system, as well as towards the end, we'll look into RPA interview questions that are most commonly asked in top MNCs hiring RPA developers. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without wasting any time, let's dive into the session.
What is RPA? RPA, or Robotic Process Automation, is a software technology that emulates the actions of humans for mundane tasks that include digital interaction. RPA creates, deploys, and maintains the robots that will interact with the applications and information sources. Although there might be a slight confusion between AI and RPA, but rest assured, they pretty much work hand in hand. The only difference being RPA has a rule-based logic system and AI develops the logic through unstructured inputs. Apart from this, bringing RPA and AI together can bring revolutionary changes that work towards a robotic workforce with more AI-enabled human-like capabilities. According to a report, RPA revenues across the world has grown from $271 million in 2016 to $2.5 billion in 2020. This is a very significant increase, since the 2.5 billion mark wasn't even forecasted until after 2021. With the applications ranging from customer service, sales, marketing, payroll, onboarding, analytics, storage, etc., RPA is going to grow exponentially from here. The benefits of using RPA in any organization leads to several benefits, including increased efficiency that in turn saves a lot of cost to the company. With a consistent workflow, RPA also enhances productivity. Needless to say, RPA resonates with consistency since it's not relying on human interaction. The consistency in turn helps reach the goals faster than anticipated. Since it is better equipped for customer service, RPA creates an efficient customer service experience for the end user. The automation achieved from RPA helps in producing insights for analytics as well. In the near future, according to the surveys, RPA will move towards AI-enabled use cases because the RPA complements the technology, adding more to its efficiency. We will also see a sharp rise in organizations adapting RPA because it will get more affordable and will replace ERP in the near future. The adaptation of intelligent RPA will become more prominent with time to come. The RPA will not just revolutionize the user experience, it will also help improve the employee experience along with the trend where we will see the elimination of paperwork with the use of RPA. Professionals all around the world across all industries must keep themselves updated with the RPA technology. And a recent survey shows a growth of RPA generated revenue to be close to $35 billion in 2023. This only brings all the claims to a conclusion where RPA is going to be deal in the future and change the world. That's it for RPA.
First, what is RPA means? And human action. Process means a sequence of steps that lead to some meaningful activity that we call as a process. And the automation means a task which happen automatically without any human intervention that we call as an automation. If I club all the three words together, I get a beautiful derivation like stating that RPA is an So Nina, there are some misconceptions that RPA means it can be a walking kind of a robot or a humanoid and all. So this RPA is not at all, it's not at all that. RPA is not at all a walking or talking kind of a robot or humanoid. And this RPA is not a warehouse kind of a robot. And this RPA is not an like a human replacement kind of a things and all. So there are some misconceptions as that I'm clearing it here. Now, what robots are bots, the bots which we're gonna build can do. See, the bots which we're gonna build is a software robots. These are software robots which will sit on your machine, on your laptops, on your personal computer. So what you know it can do? If you want, it can log in into some application, it can move the files and folders, it can rewrite the databases, it can scrape the data from the web, it can connect to some system APIs, it can extract the content from the document, PDF, Excels, and all. It can open the email attachments, it can do some calculation, mathematical calculations for you, and all. Now, apart from this, these are the benefits what industries are getting out of this RPA. See, implementation of this RPA, they are increasing this execution speed, enhanced in accuracy, improved in the compliance, all the rules and regulation within the industries, what they have, it is following that. It is reducing the cost of process execution, easier scaling, and all. See, these are the benefits what people are getting out of it. See, I'm talking entirely about RPA, not any specific tool. RPA is something like a domain. In that domain, we have multiple tools. So right now I'm talking about the domain. By adoption of this domain, what are the benefits they are getting? And this use cases of this RPA in variants of industries, like in the education, they can implement this RPA on the enrollment process, attendance bot, and all. In the supply chain, in the IT, in the HR, payroll, onboarding and offboarding, in the operations, order creation, update, and all. In the accounting, specifically on the finance, it's really an important one. In the accounting, accounts, reports, reconciliation, and all. Client services, address change or scheduling the appointments, and all. These are some of the use cases which can bot do it, rather than we as a human be involved in this. Now, as I said, right, this RPA is a domain. In that domain, we have multiple tools. So you can think this RPA is something like a classroom, which in classroom we'll be having so many students, right? Similarly, in this RPA domain as well, we have many products available. As you can see on the screen, like there are multiple products over here. See, you can see something as an IBM, Nintex, and NICE, EdgeWork, Pegasystem, Automation Anywhere, Blue Prisms, and all. Now, in this, which is the best? See, many CEOs, C-level people, that means CEO, CFO, and all in an IT company, they're going to take up a decision by looking at such a kind of a graph. So, what is this graph and who going to give us? This graph is presented by one of the global advisory, which is of Forrester Wave. Forrester Wave are the people. Every year, what they're going to do is they're going to take each domain, they're going to list out all the available products in the market, and they're gonna do a core level testing, like what is this feature and how it is being useful by the like the customers and the people who are using this. They're going to take the review, and they're going to analyze the roadmap, what they have and how they are performing and all. By considering this, all of this factor, every year they're going to release a graph as a graph which you are seeing on the screen. So this graph they're going to consume, and they're going to take up a decision. Now how they're going to take up a decision? By looking at this graph. See, as the name itself says, Forrester wave. So that's the reason you have something called as a wave kind of a pattern. Now, each wave has been categorized into a different things. See, first is of leaders, strong performers, contenders, and the challengers. Leaders are the ones who are doing best in the market, who are solving all the customer needs, and who have a proper strategy and the roadmap, and who gonna have a great number of use cases and solving all the customer needs and all. So those are the ones are fall under leader quadrants. Next, strong performers. Strong performers are the ones who are doing best in the market, but not to the great as a leaders. So they fall under strong performer category. Contenders are the ones who are doing best in the market, but they are very restricted to some use cases. For example, we have so many use cases like in different industries like finance, education, IT, HR, and all. So similarly, this contenders, that tools, whatever you see over there, those are the ones, they'll be specific. They're going to work for only specific use cases. For example, in HR, they can only work. They cannot be used in finance in that way. So only a specific industry keeping in the mind, they're going to design this. So those are the ones falls under contenders. Even they're going to do automation and all of those, but they are very restricted to some environments. Last, the challengers. Right now, we don't have any. If we have any, challenges are the ones who have introduced recently to the market and who have a strong strategy and becoming a leader in the future. Those are the ones falls under challenges. Right now, we don't have any. Now, as soon as by seeing this, like our focus will be completely on the leader quadrants, because we want the best in the market. So leaders. In the leaders, we have many tools. We have some Picard system, Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, and all. So in this, which is the best? For this, we're going to see the scale. See here, stronger the current offering, stronger the strategy, and the bigger in the circle, the market presence is greater. By considering all this factor, there is one tool which is doing best, which is of UiPath. As you can see over here, UiPath has a stronger strategy and stronger current offerings, and the market presence is really, really great. You can see the circle. The bigger the circle, the market presence is greater. So, as you can see, the UiPath is leading with all the things. Not only on this Forrester wave, there are many other global advisor firms as well in the market. As you can see, the Gartner, Forrester, IDC, Everest. Even there on their website, you can go and search it. You can see they have rated UiPath as the best tool in the market.
This is a robot, and this is a robot. Robots take the tasks that can be performed by people and make them more reliable and efficient through automation. UiPath makes software robots, and through Robotic Process Automation, or RPA, people can use these robots to be more productive, more engaging, more human. Let's walk through a quick use case to see a software robot in action. The UiPath Assistant sits on an employee's desktop and is loaded with automations to improve personal productivity, create departmental efficiency, as well as streamline company-wide operations. In this example, I'm a wealth manager, and I'm preparing my weekly portfolio updates for my customers. When it's time to perform my customer prospecting, a reminder pops up and prompts me to start my IPO filing outreach. This is a process that checks recently filed S1s and extracts officers and directors using machine learning. The process begins by asking me to select the date range for the S1s that should be pulled. In this example, the robot works in parallel to me using picture-in-picture. a feature that provides the UiPath Assistant with a perfect copy of my desktop, allowing me to continue my work uninterrupted. While I continue working on my updates, I can watch the attended automation run, or I can minimize it. Once the companies are identified, my UiPath Assistant notifies me and gives me options on how I would like to review and connect with prospects. Because I selected manual review, UiPath Assistant launches the UiPath Validation Station, so I can see and confirm the exact entries from the S1. Remember, I may only have one shot at this introduction. In the final step, the process has checked to see if the extracted contacts exist in Salesforce and Marketo and gives me the option to choose who I want to reach out to. It has also created draft emails for me to review and confirm. I can also see the newly created contacts in Salesforce and Marketo. Our automations are industry agnostic. Whether you're automating a process for individual consumption or enterprise-wide usage, UiPath has you covered. Visit us at uipath.com to learn more.
As you saw, like UiPath is a platform which prepares a software kind of a robot, and you saw a small use case like how they did the automation and how the bot worked and all. See, that is the way how the UiPath robots are, and that's the way how it's gonna run. By keeping that in mind, let me introduce you to this UiPath. UiPath was founded in the year 2005 by Romanian people, Daniel Danis and Mauritius Strikat. These are the two people who founded UiPath. And if you consider this UiPath as a complete cake, I can slice it into three different parts. One is of Studio, Orchestrator, and the robots. Studio, UiPath Studio, that is the place where we as a developer gonna build an automation. See, in UiPath, everything is just drag and drop. There is no necessary for you guys to write some coding kind of a things and all. Here, everything is just drag and drop. So Studio is the place where we as a developer gonna build an automation. Next, Orchestrator. Orchestrator, this is the place where you manage your robotic workforce. Like you're gonna deal with the robots and how it is performing and how the things are happening. So based on that, you're gonna monitor what exactly your bot is doing, where exactly it is executing, and to manage some of your workflows, some assets and all. So this is something like a central processing unit where you can manage the things. And robots are the ones who these are the agents who gonna do an automation for you. Whatever the workflow we're gonna build, if we assign that workflow to robot, the robot will go to some specific machine, it will complete the task and it will come back. Those are the robots. Here we have two types of robots. One is attended robot and another one is unattended robot. Attended robots means attended robots are the ones who gonna do the automation, but it will work parallel with human. That means, for example, if you have 10 steps to be automated, first 5 steps, it can be done by the bot. 6th step, it cannot be done by the bot. It should be handled by human only. In that case, the human will do the 6th step. 7th to 10th step, the bot will handle. See here, bot and human, both are working in hand. So this is attended robot. Unattended robot means as soon as we trigger from the orchestrator, the bot will go over there. It's gonna complete the task and it's gonna come back. That is unattended robot. Now, these are the benefits what you get out of UiPath. See, it is more accurate, productivity rate is really high, and competence thing, it follows all the rules and regulation. It is one of the consistent kind of a technology. Yeah, see, it is one of the consistent technology, and see here, no coding is required. In this coding, it's not at all required. Next, it is one of the cost-cutting technology. Reliability, it never takes any sick leave, casual leave, or anything. It works 24/7, and it reduces the burden on IT. See, these are the additional benefits which you get out of UiPath. And these are the capabilities what UiPath can do. See here, it can do all the RPA tasks. That means a normal automation kind of a things. It can move the file, copy, paste, email, read, write database, capture task, log into some application. It can do regularly as the RPA tool. But additionally, UiPath have got some additional AI capabilities as well. It can understand the document. It can classify the emails. It can extract the semi-structured data or unstructured data, like a chatbots, speech to text conversion. It has a capability and much more. Beyond this, there are many AI capabilities which is available in UiPath. So there are a lot of things when I compare with the other platform in the market. And these are the UiPath integration which offers. See, there are multiple tools in the market which offers some variants of kind of an features. For example, there are some AI tools in the market. For example, Data Robot, as you can see over here, Lark AI and Element AI and all. So that capability, if you want to implement in UiPath, you can do it. Not only this tool, whatever the tool available in the market, you can easily integrate that with UiPath. I have just bought a popularized tool in the market on the screen. Apart from that, there are multiple which you can adopt it. In terms of AI or machine learning, in the miscellaneous, architecture, digitalization, process mining, security, natural language, process case management, whatever you name it, you can bring all of this integration, its technology onto this UiPath, and you can build up your use cases. Because UiPath has been a technology partner with these people. Now, let me guide you how to install this UiPath. Now, UiPath offers a community edition, a free for everyone for a lifetime. For a lifetime, it is free. What and all it offers? It offers UiPath Studio, it offers UiPath Orchestrator, and it offers two different kinds of robots which you can use for building an automation. See, these are the things which UiPath will offer for a lifetime. By just creating one account, you'll get all of this. Beyond this, there are multiple things which they are offering, which we will see that. If this is your first time, then what you can do is, as soon as you go to cloud.uipath.com, there it's gonna ask you to sign up. I recommend you guys to please go ahead and sign up, fill in your details, and just hit sign in. So it will create one environment for you, specifically for you, and it's gonna add the required license, and it asks for some organization name and all. Just give the required things. As soon as you give that, this is the screen what you'll be seeing. See, this is the place where you can access your orchestrator, and this is the place where you have the robots and all. And if you want a studio, see here, design your workflow easily. Here you have a studio which you can download it and all. For now, let me just hit download. Let me just hit save. See, it's just easy. Like it's just an MSI file which is going to be downloaded, and it's an easy couple of clicks to download it. As soon as you open up, once it downloads, as soon as you open up, this is the screen what you're going to get. I would recommend you guys to click on this and hit I accept and install. As soon as you install, like it's going to take some time to install. It will open some browser and things and all. So just hit continue in the browser, and once you do all of this, then the setup will be completed. As soon as you do that, below you have something called as a launch UiPath Studio, right? Just hit that. As soon as you hit that, this as a screen. Or else, sometimes what happens is you're going to get a sign in kind of a screen. Just go ahead and hit sign in. And as soon as you hit sign in, this is the kind of a screen which you will see. So by this, the installation is completed, UiPath Studio. Now, let me quickly talk about some of the use cases. You might have heard about some company called GE, General Electric. So they have deployed around 162 bots in one sector. In only one sector, they have deployed around 162 robots. With that, they have got around 150 million plus in the increased in productivity. Look at the number, 150 million plus. And the implementation time is $28.3 million. The benefits what they got. By this robots, they are getting huge number of benefits. See, this is what people are getting out of this platform. And you might have heard about KPMG. This KPMG, they have automated only 45% of the effort has been automated with the 85% of maximum accuracy. With this, they are saving around 54,000 of man hours. Look at the number. 54,000 of man hours has been saved annually. So that is the way how people are benefiting out of that platform. That's the reason many people have started implementation of UiPath on their sectors. Because of that, we have a huge number of openings in the market. As you can see over here, like if I see the job trend, how it is happening in the market, I can see more number of openings on RPA when I compare with the other ones, like the data science or any other developers or others. If I consider all the things, I can see more number of openings in RPA when I compare with the other ones. You just go to any job portal and just type for RPA. You see an n number of openings over there. You're gonna get n number of openings and open positions which is available when you compare with others. So this is how the job trend is. And in terms of certification, UiPath offers 2 levels of certification. Don't worry about this. This is for business analysts. Don't worry about this. Consider only these two for RPA developers. One is associate and another one is advanced. These are the 2 levels of certification which UiPath offers. And our course, our Intellipaat course is it's completely concentrated on the advanced level training. See, the concepts and all what we have been listed out is all the advanced. If you complete the advanced, at the end, you'll be capable enough to take the certification of associate or this advanced. You can take both together. And also there is no prerequisite that you should complete first associate, then go for advanced. There is no prerequisite as that. You can directly jump onto this advanced one as well. So both the possibilities are there. You can choose anyone and you can go. These are the 2 levels of certification which UiPath offers from their end. And if you add it, this will gonna be an added benefits for your profile. And if you want to see what is the curriculum and what and all the things they are offering, see, this is the pricing thing. For associate, it's $150, and for advanced, it is over $200. Don't worry about this business analyst one. And if you want to see the exam details, like what and all the topics and all, as I said, our complete course has been designed based on this advanced certification itself. And these are the topics what we'll be covering, all the things. Beyond this, we're going to see some more other topics as well. But at the end of the session, you will be capable enough to take this advanced certification if you practice all the assignments and follow the sessions, what you guys gonna attend. So this is the thing what I have. For this, to understand these variables, I'm sure you guys have came across this variable as a concept in any of your educationary or in any of the coding kind of things. So whatever in your mind, just drop it, just keep it aside and understand here what exactly the variable is. This variable is a container which can hold multiple data of a same data type. To understand this, let me give you one scenario. What that scenario is, think you come to your home in the evening, and when you go to your room, you see many things lying on the floor. You see some of the toys will be lying there, and you see some of the stationary items which will be lying there, and you see some of the gadgets which is lying there. So your mom asks you to just clean up the rooms or just keep it tidy. So what you're going to do, you have 3 different boxes. One is of a toys box, gadgets box, and stationery box. So what you're going to do, you're going to pick up all the toys and you're going to put it up into the dedicated toys box. You're going to pick up all the gadgets, you're going to put it up into the dedicated gadgets box. You're going to pick up all the stationery items and you're going to put it up into the stationery box. See here, what you did, you took multiple items, but that multiple item is of a same category. That means you took multiple toys, you put it up into the toys box only, not on the gadgets or not on the other things. So you have put it up into the appropriate things. That's what the variable says. Variable are something like a container which can hold multiple data, but it should be of the same data type. So what do you mean by data type? Data type means it's a derivation of stating what kind of a data inside is. See, if you say as integer, that means you can store only numbers. If you say as string, you can store only the string. If you say as images, you can store only the images. You cannot store anything. There are multiple data types in UiPath. There are large variants of data types. Some of those are, the first is integer, as I highlighted, you can store. It can contain the whole number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all. You can store that numbers over there. And string, it can contain the string like hello world, hello UiPath, whatever the word kind of a thing, you can store it if you say it as data type as string. And similarly, Boolean means you can store two values, whether it is of a true or false. Next, array. Array means you can store multiple data of the same data type. And date and time, you can store the date and time variables and all. And apart from all of this, we have one specialized kind of a data type, which is of generic. Now, what is the generic and what it's going to do? For this, let me give you another example. Let's suppose you have two workflows, workflow A and workflow B. Now, how you have designed is the output of workflow A, you're giving input to workflow B. The output of workflow A, you're giving to input workflow B. Now, the output of workflow A is string. So you have said for workflow B as, hey, you're going to receive some string value from workflow A. Take that and process it. So you have coded it and you have put it up into the production. It is running perfectly fine. But after some days, it will start failing. When you monitor it, you will come to know that workflow A, you have designed, it has to generate a string. But now it is generating an integer value rather than string. Because of that, it was failing. Now, what you're going to do? You're going to redesign. You're going to change the data type to integer. You will say that workflow B, hey, you will get an integer from workflow A, take it and process it. And again, after some time, it will start failing. But now the workflow A started to generate a Boolean value, true or false. See, one option is you can change it and you can close this. But this is happening again and again. The two in the production, it should not happen in this way. So there should be some permanent solution. For that, for such a kind of a use case, we're going to come across something called as a generic variable data type. If you set it as generic in a workflow B, irrespective of the data type, whether workflow A started to generate an integer, workflow A started to generate the integer, Boolean, string, whatever it might generate, the workflow B will take it and it will start processing. So that is what the generic type is, generic variable type. This is the unique thing which is available in UiPath. Now let's do some hands-on on this variable concept. So as soon as you open the studio, this is the thing, right? What you're gonna see here, you can open some projects if it is already available, and these are the recent projects which you have built. And here you can create a new projects over here, and there are some ready-made templates from UiPath. You can take that and you can start building this, you start using it. So these are some of the things what you have on the first page, first start screen. Next, tools. In the tools, there are some additional applications which are available within UiPath Studio, which you can use it to build an automation, which we're going to use over the sessions, over the course, like for building the selector, for handling the Excel automations and all. So these are some of the application which is attached within UiPath Studio. And apart from that, you have something called as in UiPath extension. These are the extension which is available within UiPath. Like if you want to do an automation on the web browser or anything, see, you should be having that appropriate extension. Right now I'm using Edge and the Chrome browser. So if I open my Edge browser, you can see UiPath. This is UiPath browser automation. If I have this extension, then only the bot can do an automation on the browser. If not, no. So by default, while installing UiPath Studio, it will install the extension. If it is not there, you can come over here and you can install it. So these are the 3 different browsers which it supports, and these are the extension which is available here. And apart from that, if you're working on some Java application, you can use Java plugin and Silverlight. It's a there are some application which is based out of this Silverlight as a now platform. So on that, if you want,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does RPA stands for? Option A, Robotic Performance Automation. Option B, Robotic Process Automation. Option C, Real-Time Process Automation. And option D, Remote Process Automation. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
to do an automation, you can use this extension on the Citrix environment if you want to do, or RDP, like a multiple machine. If you want to do an automation, you can use this plugin and all, which we're going to all see. I'm just giving you an intro now. That's it. These are the places you can see and consume the things. So these are the available extension. This is the extension page where you can access the things. And apart from that, you have some of the plugins which is available. Right now, like plugins means like what are the things is like when you guys are working as a team, like you can build some small workflows and you can build another small workflows. Like if 2 people are working on the same projects, you need some code repository, right? Where you can do a version controlling of your tool. See that kind of a version controlling you can easily do. UiPath offers a direct integrations to GitHub, TFS, SVN. These are the version controlling tools which are available in the market. You can make use of it. You can do that integration and you can make use of it. So right now I predominantly use this GitHub. So I have enabled only Git. If you have any other things, you can enable appropriate ones. So right now I have enabled only the Git one. Next, in the templates, as I said, right, in the start itself, you have some predefined templates here. So if you want any specific templates, like here, you get a large varieties of options here. You can look into that template section. And since we have enabled that plugins, right, GitHub, TFS, SVN, I have enabled only Git. See, that's the reason. When I'm working with a team, I can do a code repository, like I can do a version controlling on the code by having this integration. See, I can push and pull the code and all. This is Git integration. And here in the general settings, you can do some settings changes. You can change the theme to the light or dark mode, or you can change the location where it has to save and all. So, and manage sources. These are the packages where the bot will extract it and all. Don't worry about this. There's nothing much to look into the settings, only on the general and only on look into the locations. So apart from that, rest on we'll discuss as you move on with the things. Next, in the help section, you can refer the documentation of the product documentation, the community forum, and the help center, and you can see what is the license portion you're using and what is the company policies and all. There are multiple other options which are available. Now, let me just go and hit the start and let us start building an automation. So in the start, here in the new project, here you have something called as a process. Just go ahead and click on this process. As soon as you click on that, here it asks for the name. Just give the appropriate name for your workflows. Right now, what we are doing, What concepts we are seeing? We are seeing about the variables, arguments, and arrays, right? Let's give the appropriate name. I will say as variable, argument, and array. It's a short form which I have given. So it will be totally dependent on your use cases. You can give appropriate things and you can do it. See, previously, some of the other time I have given variables underscore arguments and all. See, if I give it in this way, it will be more precise for me. Whenever I want to look into the workflow, if I see in this way, I will understand what is the exact use cases I have built over there. So I would recommend you give the appropriate kind of a naming for your project. So what I will do is I will just give the name as variables, argument, and array. Next location, this is the place where the bot will store all of your code. And it asks for you to give the appropriate description, the project, the automation which you're gonna do. For that, it is asking you to give the appropriate description. What is this description? If you see the other workflows which I have built earlier, I can see demo workflow. How do I understand? Okay, what is this? And what is the workflow I have built? See here, test one, testing process. I don't know what it is. Variable underscore arguments and variable and argument demo. If I see that, okay, variable and argument demo, I have did something. I will understand it. See, demo dispatcher, dispatcher process, orchestrator demo, blank process. If it is this case, then I'm not able to understand what exactly the process I have built. If I would have given the appropriate description, then it would be easy for me to understand, okay, this is the process which I have built. I want this process to be remodified, something as such, right? So you have to give appropriate description for your project. See, these are the best practices which I'm highlighting now. You can start listing out at one side. So in the description, I'm going to just give the description as automation demo on variable, argument, and array. So this is the description. Next, compatibility. Here, if I hit this drop down, I can see three different things: Windows, cross-platform, and Windows legacy. What are this? And as you can see here, creation of new Windows legacy projects will be phased out in the near future. That means this option, what you are seeing, Windows legacy, in the further release, this option you will not at all get it. It will be faded out. They're going to remove it. Now, what exactly this are? When you choose this as Windows, then previously I'm talking about, when you choose as Windows, what can do is it can run the automation on Windows operating system. Windows operating system means like Windows Server. That is the core. That is a core operating system. That is the actual Windows operating systems. Windows Server 2016, 2018, Server 2020. So many things we have, right? Server variants. Those are the ones. On those, if you want to run an automation, we were choosing Windows. And Windows legacy. Legacy means like this Windows 7, Windows XP, Windows 10, Windows 11. This falls under Windows legacy because these operating systems are the ones which is modified ones, not the actual operating systems. So modified ones. So that's the reason we were choosing Windows legacy if you want to run an automation on those. And cross-platform. Sometimes we want to run an automation on different operating systems like iOS and Linux, Ubuntu, and there are multiple other operating systems as well. Like on that, if you want to run, we were using cross-platform. But now what they are doing is they are merging Windows legacy and Windows together, and they're going to keep only these two options, Windows and cross-platform. So Windows legacy will be ruled out. They're going to merge this with the Windows. Now let us choose the Windows and let us go ahead. Next, language. See, UiPath is completely built on .NET framework. This completely built on .NET framework, even though it's a just drag and drop kind of an automation, what we're going to do within UiPath. But here and there, we're going to use some of the expressions. I would say expressions, not a code. It's an expression which we're going to use that we can decide whether we want to use a .NET code or C hash. C hash kind of an expression. Since the complete platform is built on VB.NET, Visual Basic is .NET, let me choose the VB itself and let me hit create. If you are familiar, if you know about C hash, if you want to build the expression with the C hash, you can go ahead and use the C hash. Since the platform from the core, it is built on .NET, so I just picked up the .NET and I'm going to show you guys. See, as soon as I choose that and if I hit create, the bot is taking some time to load. It is creating a platform for you. It is creating an environment. It is creating a space to build an automation for you. Now, if I hit open main workflow, see, it opened up main workflow. See, this is the area where we could build an automation. And for you guys as well, when you open up your studio, you will be also seeing the same screen, but you will see some additional open windows like this, left and right side, both the things you're gonna see. Right now, even for me, the same case. Right now, I have just pinned up everything over here. See here you have a pin. I have just pinned up everything on the left and the right side. For you guys, everything will be opened up initially. If you want, you can pin it up. And like you have multiple variants of options. If I start explaining, it will be huge burden on you. So don't worry. Like I'll just highlight a couple of those, which will rest all we'll see as we go with the flow. See here, new as a place where you can create a new sequence, flowchart, and all. These are the two different options what you have, where you can choose it. And here you can save your workflows. This is the save button. And here you have a run button. Whatever the automation you're gonna build, if you want to run it, if you hit this play button, the bot will start and it will start doing an automation, running the automation. And next you have something called as a debug tab. Here you have multiple debug tools option, which we're gonna see in detail. I have a complete 3 hours of session for discussing about the debug. So don't worry, we'll discuss. But as we move on with the course, from the first itself, I will start showcasing what are some of these options I'm going to be using, and I will be highlighting what are this option, how it's going to do, and so this is the quiet heads up. Look at the new save run button, and here you have a publish option, which will publish your code to the orchestrator. So these are the options. Now, let's not dig in detail. Let's concentrate on doing an automation. And usually, guys, whatever the training I take, the sessions. So to keep more interactive, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take up a use case and I'm going to build an automation. At the end, we're going to be solving the use case as well as we'll understand the concepts very well. So I usually follow this as an approach. Just look into it. If you're feeling, okay, this is okay, right? We can follow that, or else we'll try some other approach. Now, what is a use case to understand about this variable concept is, as soon as I run the workflow, the bot should ask me a question, like stating that, please enter your name. As soon as my bot asks me a question to enter the name, as soon as I give my name, the bot should give me an output, like stating that so-and-so name is from India. If I give my name, it should say Kantish is from India. It should print in the output panel. It's a simple use case. This is what my bot has to do. That it should ask me a question. Please enter your name. As soon as I enter my name, it should print in the output panel like stating that Kantish is from India. That's it. Let's see how we can do it. For that, we have something called as an activity panel. For you guys, it would be somewhere at the bottom here. So just see activity panel. Here, just type input. See, input dialog. This is the activity. Drag and drop. See, in UiPath, everything is just drag and drop, right? See, I've just dragged and dropped. Now here, I'm going to give the dialog title as name and the label as please enter your name. And if I hit this play button, just see what happens. See, name pop up. And if you observe, how did I give? I gave it in double quotes. In UiPath, all the static value, which will not change. Those things we should give in double quotes. All the string values means only characters. The characters, if you're giving, it should be enclosed in double quotes. That's what I have given here. See, double quotes name. Double quotes, please enter your name. See, name is coming here. Please enter your name is coming here. If I type my name over here, and if I hit OK, see, the workflow is done. See, this is what, this activity, what it is doing, it is giving us a pop-up and it is asking us a question. And as soon as we give some input, it is closing because next activity, we don't have anything as of now. So these are the two things which we have given. Right now, just click on this and click on properties. For properties also, you'll be having somewhere at the bottom. Click on that. Still, we haven't configured anything. We are just giving input. The bot is not storing that input anywhere. It is just completing that activity. That's it. We saw what this activity gonna do. That's it. Now we need to configure how it has to store and how it has to move and on. See, these are the properties which are available for this activity. Click on this activity and click on properties. You will see this option. First is common property, display name. You can change the display name of your activity. Always, I would recommend rename your activities. Right now, the name is input dialog, right? Change it to the appropriate one based on your need. Let me keep this input dialog and I will say as hyphen name pop-up. See, now you are understanding, okay, this is open input dialog and you are building the automation. But after some couple of months, when you open the same workflow, it should not be a surprise for you. Okay, what does this activity gonna do and all. So if you would have renamed the activities appropriately, by looking at that thing itself, you will understand, okay, what is this activity is doing and all. So right now I have just changed the display name as that. See here, here. Next, input section. See here, first option is password. If I enable this and if I run the workflow, look at it, what happens. See, it asks for the name. If I type my name, see here, whatever the name, whatever the characters I type, it is being masked. See, this kind of a behavior you can encounter. Let me give you another use case scenario. Suppose you and your friend who's sitting next to each other and you want to log in into any social media account. You're gonna go to the browser, you're gonna type your username, whatever the username you're gonna type. Your friend who's sitting next to you, even he can see that. But when you're typing in the password, character by character, it has been masked like this. That means it's a sensitive character, sensitive information. It cannot be seen by others. So that's the reason it will be masked. The same behavior is here. If you want that kind of a behavior over here, you can enable that property. If not, you can disable it. After you type, if you want to show the password, if you hit it, see, you can show and you can hit OK. Now, in the properties, you understood what is this password is and how it's going to work. Let me disable it. I no longer require that. Label, what is the label here we have given? That the same thing came up. And the title, whatever we have given, The same thing have came up here. Now, here it asks for me the options. Here, let me type something and let me explain what is that. Okay, just give me a minute. So I will type one value as Kantish, UiPath, and robot. Let me just hit run. See here, previously I was getting an area to enter something, but now the bot is asking me to choose between this. Whether you want to choose Kantish, UiPath, robot, choose the appropriate ones based on your requirement. See, if you want to give such a kind of an option for the human to select it, you can do that as well. See, here you have something called as an options. And if I enhance this, see, this is the way how you can give the option. This we call as an array, which we'll talk about in some time. But this is the way how you're going to give the array value. See here, you're enclosed in flower brackets and each value within double quotes, Kantesh, comma, another double quotes, comma, another value. See, if you give it in this way, you saw how you got an output. This of an array value, which you can give it. Right now, let me just remove that. And here I have something called as a next. This is what all about the option. Next, I have something called as an option string, right? Let me give one. Let me type something as my name over here, Kantish. See, option string, I have given my name. Let it be as it is. I will explain what is this option and how it is going to reflect. But right now, I'm keeping this option on hold. I will explain this. I'm just keeping it on hold. So just remember, option string I have given as Kantish. This one I'm keeping it on hold. Next title you saw. Next, miscellaneous. Here you have a private as an option. If I enable it, look at it, look at the name, private, it came automatically. If I disable it, it will go. Enable, disable. What is this? In UiPath, whatever the activities, whatever the workflow we're gonna run, each and every activity is logged. See here, if I hit debug and if I hit open logs, which is being consumed by many people in the organization. So they should not come to know that robot is doing this so that they can misuse it. In that case, what we're going to do is we're going to enable this activity and we're going to mark it as private. If I hit private, this activity will not at all be logged in the logs so that the people will not come to know about it. If I enable this, it will not be logged. If I disable it, it will be logged. For now, let me just disable it. So this kind of an option you can see on all the activities in UiPath where you can log it or not based on your requirement. Next. So these are the things what you have in the options. Now, when you are running the workflow and you're giving some data, right? Where exactly the bot is storing the data, at which point it is storing, and on what location it is storing, we should give some place for the bot to store it, right? So let's create that space. As I said, the concept variable. Variable is a container which can hold the data. See, that kind of a container we have to give the bot. If your friend is giving you some 100 chocolates, even you should be having some container to hold that 100 chocolates, right? So that kind of a container you need to help the bot. Now, let me show you the ways of creating variable. There are 3 ways of creating variable. First is through variable panel. Here you can see somewhere variables. Hit that. See, it asks for you create variable. Hit it. It asks for the name. Let me give the name as variable panel. This is the name of my container variable. See, variable panel. I created it. See, as soon as I create a variable, it asks for me what is the variable type. By default, it is of a string. If I want to change to an integer, boolean type of data, which I want to store, I can do it. See here. Apart from that, if you want to browse for the type, I can do that as well. That is what variable type option. Next, the scope. Even this section, I'll keep it on hold and I will explain what is that scope section is. So totally two things I kept it on hold now. One is option string and another one is the scope. These are the two things which I kept on hold. Next, default section. By default, this container should hold some value. For example, UiPath. If it wants to hold UiPath as a value in this variable, you can give it in this way. So this is the way how you can store some value to your variable in default by giving the value. So this is one way of creating variable from variable panel. Now, let me show you another way of creating variable. See, this is designer panel. Let's create a variable over here. Let me click at this place and let me hit Control K, K for kingdom, Control K. As soon as you hit that, see here, you will get one option as set var. Just give the name as designer panel. See, if you go to the variable panel, now you can see another variable which is of designer panel. We created a variable from designer panel by using a shortcut key Control K. To remember easily, you can remember my name. My name is Kantesh. So starts with a K. So Control K. It will be easier for you guys. This is the way how you can create a variable from the designer panel. Now let me show you another way of creating variables. Let me open the properties of this and let me create over here. See, let me hit Control K. Same Control K. And I'll say yes, property panel. See, I created variable property panel. I created this variable from the property pane. So that's the reason property panel. If I see the variables, I can see another one, which is a property panel. These are the three things what we have: variable panel, designer panel, and property panel. These are the three ways how you can create a variable. Now, by having this knowledge in mind, let us ask the bot to store the value, whatever the human we gonna give. Let us ask the bot to store the value in a variable called name. See, whatever the output, see here, output result, whatever we as a human we gonna give the value, that it has to store in a variable called name. And after this, what bot should do? It should write that value in the output panel, right? See, for that we have something called as write line activity. If you hover on that, you can see display the specific data or a text in the output panel. See, that is what the use case what we wanted, right? We wanted to print the message in the output panel. Let's drag and drop below this. See, sequence activity, one after the other, sequential, one after the other. Now, what my bot has to do, it has to type name plus in the double quotes, I would say is from India. See, it's done. This is what was my use case. I wanted my bot to print my name and it should say is from India, which is it is doing. Now let me run this workflow and check it out. As soon as I trigger my workflow, see, I got my pop-up and you can see by default, I can see my name over there. How? Because of the option string. See here, option string, I have given my name, right? So that's the reason by default, it is getting my name here. If I want to change, I have the complete freedom to change it. See here, I can change it to UiPath. Or else, if I want my name to be there by default, I can use that same thing and I can hit OK. See, as soon as I hit OK, the workflow got ended. And if I see my output panel below variables, I have output panel. If I hit that, see here, Kantish is from India. See, this is what the use case is, what I wanted, which I got it now. See, I printed my value in the output panel. Now, let me extend this workflow a bit more. What I will do is, in the activities, I have something called as a sequence activity, right? So let me just drag and drop this sequence over here. See, drag and drop a sequence block here. And assign activity, right? Drag and drop it inside sequence. Now, what did I do? See, this first container, as soon as I create the workflow, I got main sequence, right? This sequence means whatever the activity you're gonna put, it will be one below the other. That is what the sequence block is. See, this is what the sequence block. So similar kind of a sequence block I have invoked after input dialog box. Another sequence block I called it, and inside it I drag and drop one assign activity. One assign activity I have just drag and drop it here. So what is this assign activity going to do is, let me create one container from the designer panel. I will say as Control K and I will say as country. Now I'll give the value as India. See, this variable is equal to this value, something as such. This variable is equal to this value. I'm just assigning this value to this variable. That is what assign value is. Right now, this container will be empty by default. Now I'm putting up this value into this variable. That's it. That is what this assign activity is doing. And you understood what is the sequence and you understood what is this assign. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this India over here. I'm going to use a plus operator again, and I will see as country. And if you have observed previously as well, like here, name is a variable, right? And another string value, static string value, I have given it double quotes. And since I want to join two different category of a data together, I'm using a plus operator. See here, in the double quotes means, as I said earlier, it's a static value. If it is of a variable means, this of a dynamic value. When I run, if I give Kantish, Kantish will come in. If I give UiPath, UiPath will come in. If I give your name will come in. So this is dynamic value. To join both static and dynamic together, we're going to use a plus operator. Name is from where? The country variable I can use. Since I want to use another dynamic variable, use a plus operator and type as country. Oh, it is throwing an error. If I just hover on that, it says as country is not declared. It is not. It is saying that you haven't created a country variable at all. No, I did. See here, this is of a country. Like here, country variable in the variable panel. See here, country variable is here now. Why it is saying as not declared? If I see hover further, it says as it may be inaccessible due to the protection level. What exactly it's happening is, if you observe, see here, right now you don't have country variable. If I click this sequence, I can see country variable. If I click outside sequence, I don't see country. See, country is there, not there. Is there, not there. What is happening? See, this country variable has got a scope to be visible only within sequence. Only within this box, this country variable is there. Out of this box, country variable is not there. See, to solve our error, what we can do is we can just drag and drop it. See, within this box, country variable is there, right? So I just drag and dropped it. See, my issue is resolved. Sometimes I don't want my activities to go inside that sequence. In that case, what to do? In that case, change the scope. See, click on the sequence. Anyways, within this box, country variable is there, right? See here, scope. I kept it on hold, right? See, if I hit this drop down, I can see till where your variable to be visible? It is asking me a question. Right now it is available till sequence. Beyond it, I want, right? Beyond it, that is till main sequence, I want this to be visible. See, if I change it to main sequence, the error is gone. That means this country variable right now it is visible till outermost container. This is the outermost container. Main sequence is the outermost block. Till there, I made that variable to be visible. So that's the reason I was able to use it in this write line activity. That is what the scope is. You can decide till where your variable can be visible. And another thing, this is the drawback what we have under variable. See, this is the outermost container. This is the last point till where I can make variable to be visible. This is the last point. Till here, I can make my variable to be visible. Till this point, I can make my variable to be visible. Beyond this, that means if I want to pass this value of variable to some other workflow, to some other project, some other automation workflow, in that case, I cannot use variables. See, that is the drawback what we have under variables. Beyond this, if I want to use it, I cannot use it. That is the drawback we have under variables. And I can make the variables to be visible till the outermost container, not beyond it. Now, if I run this workflow, let us see the output. See, that's the default condition should be, if I hit OK, see, done. Let us see the output panel. See, Kantish is from India. You got it. So this is the way how you can store the value in a variable and you can extract it. So this is what all about a variables. Any questions, guys, over here? Let's move on with the next concept, which is of arguments. In this arguments, we will see how we can overcome from the drawback what we saw in the variables. The variables was very restricted. It was visible till the outermost container. Now we'll try to pass the data from one workflow to the another workflow by using a concept called arguments. Arguments, I would say it is exactly the same as variable. There is no difference between these two. Variables can be used within the scope, whereas the arguments, it can use to pass the data between the workflow. That's the only difference what we have. Arguments are used to pass between the workflows. Variables is used to pass within the workflow. And between variables and arguments, we have another small difference. In arguments, we have something called as a direction, which decides how the data is flowing, whether the data is flowing in, out, or if you want to disable the argument property. In means the data is flowing from one workflow to inside this workflow, inside this workflow. If you set it as out, then the data is pushing out. You're pushing out the data from workflow A to workflow B. You're pushing out. If you say it as in out, then the data might be flowing in and out, both in out. And if you set it as property, then it will be in a disabled state. That argument will be in a disabled state. That's it. Later, you can enable it and you can use it, but it will be in a disabled state. And let me create a new sequence. See, design, new sequence. I will say as argument and I will hit create. See, create it. Now, what's my use cases? Anyways, I have here, what's my use cases? I want to take, anyways, when I run this, it is asking me the question. I'm giving the name, right? That name, I want to pass from main workflow to the argument. See, I want to pass that value from this workflow to this. And here I want to print a message like stating that Kantesh is an RPA developer. I want to print a message over here. I want to take the data from main to the argument. Let us see how we can do. To understand this concept, like the arguments, just follow this 4 simple steps. First step is create an workflow to which you want to get the data. See, this is the workflow in which I want to get the data. This is the workflow in which I want to get the data. This is the workflow. Now, create a workflow over here in which I want to get the workflow, and here invoke the workflow which you wanted. See, to understand this argument concept, first we created a workflow into which I want to get the data. Next, the second step is go back to the workflow from where you want to get the data. See, I created a workflow to which I want to get the data. And second step is go back to the workflow from where you want to get the data. And here create an argument. So the second step is I came back to the workflow from where I want to get the data and create an argument. How to create an argument? Next to variables. I have arguments, right? Let me click on that. And here, let me hit create argument. Here, let me give the name. Let me give the name as name arg. See, I created an argument. Now let us see the difference between the variables and arguments. See, in argument, I have name section. See, this is the argument, name section I have. In variables, even here I have a name section. In arguments, I have argument type. In variables, even I have variable type. In arguments, I have a default section. In variables, even here I have a default section. Whereas in argument, I have a direction. In variables, you have a scope. This decides till where the data will be visible. In arguments, this decides how the data will be flowing in out. See here, if I hit this drop down, in out, or property. Property is disabled, which I have highlighted. Now, what I want to do, I want to pass the data from main to the argument, right? From main to the argument. So I want to push the data from main to argument. I want to push out the data. So if I hit this drop down direction, I want to choose out. I want to push out the data from main to the argument. So based on the best practices, the argument naming convention, it should always start with the direction first. Direction is out underscore. You can give any name based on your requirement. This is the best practice what you follow well by giving the name of the argument. Why? Because right now you have around 3, 4, 5 and arguments 6 kind of a container. Like let me just drag the assign activity, for example. And if I hit space here, I can see 6 different variables and the arguments. If suppose if I didn't give the out, then even this looks same as variable. Right now you have only 6, but in the future you'll be having 50, 60 or 100. In that, how can you differentiate between which is variable and which is argument if you haven't given direction? So if you give the direction, you'll understand easily, okay, this is argument and this is variable. See, variable, we are not giving any kind of a direction over there. Why? Because we don't have a direction. But where this has a direction, and this is the best practice. Best practice in UiPath is nothing but which will ease in your task, that we call as a best practice. Which will ease in your task. See, in this case itself, it is easing my task by, if I give the direction, I can easily find out which is argument and which is variable. That is how it is. So that's the reason we recommend to give the direction as the first while creating arguments, which I did. I given out. So the argument type, let it be as a string. So this is the second step. Second step, what we did? We came back to the workflow from where I want to get the data. We created an argument. And third step is need to make use of this argument in the current workflow and save it. Make use of this argument. Make use of this argument in this workflow. Make use of that argument in this workflow. Why? Because when you run your workflow at the end of this, see, when I ran the workflow, the bot came at this point, right? At this point, name is a variable, country is a variable. It was holding a value. How it was holding? Because above I have configured it. The output of input dialog, store it into this. The output of this, like this India value, store it into this. So that's the reason it had value, it printed. But whereas argument, I haven't used anywhere. That means it will hold no value. That means null value. It will not hold any value at all. In that case, what data I can pass over here into the arguments? No data means how can I pass no data to this? So that's the reason I'm saying that make use of that argument in the current workflow so that it can hold some data. So let's make use of that argument in this current workflow. How shall we do? Let me just drag simply and assign activity, and I will say out name argument is equal to variable. See here what I'm doing. Name variable is holding the word Kantish, right? Which is coming from input dialog box. That value I'm just copying. I'm not moving. I'm just copying that value from name variable to out name argument. I'm just copying this value to this. That's it. Copying this value to this. So that at the end of this workflow, this will hold some or the other value. That is the third step. Make use of that argument in the current workflow and save it. Don't forget to save it. See here, save button you have, and you can see name, you have a star. Star means this workflow is not yet saved. If you hit save, that star will go. If I hit save, see, the star is gone. That means whatever the changes you did, till now, it is being saved. So that is what the third step is. Third step, you made use of that argument in the current workflow and saved it. Fourth step is go back to the argument workflow and here invoke this main workflow. How to invoke this workflow? Go to the activities and here just type as invoke workflow. See here, invoke workflow, drag and drop. And here you have a folder button. Just click on this folder. As soon as you click on this is the place where you have saved all the files regarding this project. Here you have a main workflow below arguments. From this, you want to get the data, right? So just click on this and hit open. See, as soon as you hit it, import arguments. If you hit it, see, someone is already ready to give you some value. See, out argument, it is ready to give you some value. See, this is the way how you can invoke your workflow. Another easiest way is just hit the project tab. And here, from this, you want to get the data, right? Just drag and drop. See, even this is the exact same way. This is the traditional method, which we're going to use from the activity panel. And this is the quick and easiest way, which you can do it. Now, let me hit import arguments and you can see one argument which is ready to give us some value. So similarly, as I said earlier, if your friend is giving around 100 chocolates to you, but he cannot give the container, he can give you the chocolates, then even you should be having some container to hold that 100 chocolates, right? Similarly, one argument, it is ready to give you the data, but even you should be having some container to store the data. So let's create a container. So container means I can create a variable or argument. Since there is no necessary for me For creating an argument now, I will create a variable. So how to create a variable? Just click over here, hit Control K, which I have used earlier. K for kingdom. Control K, and I will say yes, name, value. If I hit OK, see, right now I have one variable which is of name value. Now this is holding the name which is coming from the name, which is coming from the main workflow. So what I'm going to do is I will open the activity panel now and I will print that in the output panel. What I'm going to print? I'm going to print name value plus, because dynamic value that is, and let me give the static value, is an RPA developer. Okay, right line we guys have already seen, right? Let's use something as message box. Let me drag and drop the message box activity. Even this message box is same as right line, but it is a bit different. Let me show you. So I'm using message box. Name value is an RPA developer. Now see star, let me hit save and let me close this and let me trigger the workflow. Yeah, see, it's asking the name. Please enter your name. I'll see as Kantesh by default. If I hit OK, see, I got a message box. Message box. See here, message box. Kantesh is an RPA developer, which I got it. See, that means the data came from the main workflow to the argument, and here it printed the value. That is the way how the argument is working. Now let's see in detail how it has been working. Let me go to the debug pane, and here I have something called a step into activity, right? Let me hit that. See, when I hit step into, the bot will go step by step. If I hit step in again, see, the bot is navigating to the next step. Here, main workflow, the bot is executing this. And you can see my variable name value right now, it is holding null value. That means it is not holding any value right now, which is the thing we have created, and it's in the message box. It's not holding any value. Just see what happens as soon as I hit step in. If I hit step in, see, the bot opened up main workflow. Why it opened up my main workflow? Because it has to get data from main, right? So if it has to get data from main, it has to execute that main workflow. Something like sub-program. In a coding, if you build some program, and in that, if you're calling some libraries and all in the background, that means you will be having some programs, sub-programs. You're going to execute that sub-program, it will get you the value, right? Same as this. See, it's going to execute the main workflow, it will get you the data, and it will pass it down to arguments. If I hit step in, see, input dialog box. Right now, out name argument, it's null. And that name variable, even that is null. If I hit step in, it asks for the name. If I hit OK, see here, name is holding my name. If I hit step in, country has been initialized with value India. If I hit step in, see, out argument is null, right? If I hit step in, you see, now the out name argument is holding the copy of name variable. See, the same value came over here. And if I hit step in, it printed the value in the output panel. See, this is the output panel. Kantesh is from India. It printed. And if I hit step in, see, the bot went back from main workflow to the argument. And here, previously you saw name value was holding null value, but now it is holding Kantesh. That means the bot got the data from this to this. If I hit step in, next is the message box. If I hit step in again, see, Kantesh is an RPA developer. If I hit OK and if I hit continue, the bot is stopped. See, this is the way how the data is passing from one workflow to the other workflow, how it is executing, how it is passing and all. So this is what about the arguments. Okay, now that is being said, let me just move on with our next concept, which is of arrays. It's a small one. So after this, we'll jump on to our another Zoom meeting. So in the meantime, let me just, I have already created an array. And here, let us start discussing about the arrays. For this, let me first create a variable of array. Let me create a variable and I will say as arrays.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary goal of implementing RPA in business processes? Option A, increasing manual workload. Option B, adding complexity to tasks. Option C, enhancing human decision making. And option D, automating repetitive tasks to improve efficiency. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
And here arrays means like we are storing more than one value. Till now, we were storing only single value like UiPath, Kantesh, and all 2 variables. Now we will give more number of values like UiPath, orchestrator, robots, multiple values. We will try to store multiple values. That's what the definition of variable, right? Variable is a container which can hold multiple value of a same data type. So till now we were saying storing single value. Now we will store to hold multiple value. So how to configure it? See, in below, we have to change the variable type from string to the array of string. How to do that? Hit this drop down. Here you have array. Hit that array. And here again, it asks for what type of a data, what kind of a multiple data you're trying to store. I want to store multiple string value. See, again, drop down string. If I hit OK, look at the way how it is. String brackets. Now let me store the value over here. Let me show you how to give it. Let me open the notepad. And here in the flower brackets, RPA, I will give always, comma, right choice. See, this is the way how we give the values of the array. See, RPA is a word and always is a word, right is a word, and choice is a word. Multiple values we are giving into this. See, previously also we were giving is from India, that thing, but all the things were in single quote, double quotes. All the things were in double quotes. That means I cannot access single value easily. See, in this, if I want always, I can get it. Only always. If I want choice, I can easily get it. But whereas in the previous strings, I was giving that entire thing in a single, in a double quotes, a single value. That means, see, is from India. Even though I have multiple words, but this of a static. I cannot access word by word. If I want only from only India, I cannot get it. Whereas string, I can array of string, I can get it. See, this is string, single value. This is string of array. That means multiple value. Now, let us try to print this value in the output panel. Let me drag this message box on the canvas. And here I will see as arrays. I want to print this. If I hit run button, the workflow started. Oh, see here, it is printing string dot string array. If I hover on this, See here, that's for the same value it is printing. It is printing the type, variable type, but not the value. Because suppose, let's assume in your bag, you have multiple books and your teacher asks you to give book. So when she asks to give book, how will you know like which book she is looking for? You'll be in a confusion state, right? This the same way. Here, the bot is having multiple value. I'm asking the bot to give value. In this case, the bot didn't know what to give. So it just said as, hey, I'm a string of an array. So ask me which value you want. Based on that, I can give it. So in that way, we have to ask. So how to ask in that way? If that's the case, then usually the arrays we should point by the index. See, RPA is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. These are the positions for the values. Now, if I want the value as always, I would give 2. So array of 2 if I give, and if I run, oh, it gave me right. But I wanted always. It gave me right. That means in UiPath, index will always starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, and 3. It's no longer 1, 2, 3. In UiPath, the index of accessing the value will always starts from 0. So if that's the case, if I want always, I should give 1, not 2. Let me hit OK. And let me go over here and let me see as 1. If I hit run, see, I got always. Now, similarly, if I want all the values together, I will say as array value of 0 plus array value of 1, array value of 2, and array value of 3. If I run it now, see, I got all things RPA, always right choice. It's easy. See, this is the way how you can access the data in an array. Now we will see whether we can add a new value to the array or not, add or delete the values. For that, what I will do is I will drag the assign activity and I will say as array of till 3 we have the data, right? I will say as 4 and here I will give UiPath. See, UiPath is there. Now if I trigger the workflow, oh, see here, it says as index was outside the bound of an array. The bot was not able to assign the value into this position. Why? See, this is the drawback what we have in arrays. In arrays, the size, see here, right now, the array size is 4. 4 means 0, 1, 2, 3. That means 4 values it can hold. Array, once it is initialized in UiPath, it's a fixed size. You cannot change it. Once it is initialized, that is final. You cannot change it. If you want to change it, stop your workflow and add it over here. But while running the workflow, you cannot add. Why? Because array is of fixed size. You cannot change it. That's the reason it says as index was outside the bound of an array. This is the drawback what we have in array. To overcome from this one, we have another concept which is of list, which we'll discuss later. But remember, this is the drawback what we have in array. Array is of a fixed size. Because of this, you cannot add or delete a value from this array. So adding and deleting, it's ruled out here. Okay, let me stop this. Now, adding and deleting, we took care. Now let's see about altering the value. Can we alter the value? Let's see. what I will do is I will just alter the value as array of 0. Let me change the 0 position as something else. If I hit run, see, I got it. UiPath, always the right choice. See, previously it was holding the value as RPA, but now it is holding the value as UiPath. UiPath, always the right choice. See, you can alter the value. See, this is the way how you can work with the array, how to access the value and how to alter the value and all. So this is the way how you can do the things. And here I just want to highlight the last thing. So here, right now we are giving 0, 1, 2, 3 and all. Right now the size is only 3, 4. We are giving it this way, but in the future we'll be encountering around 10, 20, 50 kind of things. In that case, can I keep on typing this array of 3, 2, 4, 5, 6 and all? No, right? We cannot do that. There should be some alternative. Yes, we have an alternative. What is that alternative is? Let me drag the message box. And here I have one small expression, which is of string dot concat. Here string dot concat. In the brackets, I can give the array variable. If I close this, see, there is no necessary for me to give 0, 1, 2, 3 and all. If I just give string.concat in the brackets as arrays, then the bot will join all the values together and it will print. Let me run and show you. If I trigger the workflow, as you can see, this is the first message box output, array 0, 1, 2, 3. If I hit OK, see, even the next message box output is the same, this. So with the use of this function string.concat, you were able to join all the strings together in one go. So this is the way how it is. We'll discuss in detail what is this string.concat and all. We have a dedicated 3 hours of a session for data manipulations. In the data manipulations, I'll be going in detail about this, what is string, what is this concat and we are doing and all. For overview, concat means joining multiple strings together. We call that as a concat, string.concat. So this is the way how it is. This is what all about an arrays. Yes, arguments are same as a variable, but the only difference is arguments are used to pass the data between the workflow, whereas the variables are used to pass the data within the workflow. That's the only difference. And here in the arguments, we have something called as an like the directions. One is in, out, and the property. We did some hands-on on this as well. Like we took the data from variable workflow and we passed on to the arguments and we printed the value. And later we talked about the arrays. We saw how to access how to store multiple data over there and how to access it and all. So those are the things what we have done till now. Now we will talk about the control flow. Till now, whatever we have seen, the bot was executing. There was no control over it. The bot was executing from top to the bottom. We were not able to control the bot. If some condition is met, do this. If condition is not met, do that. That kind of a control we didn't have. Now we will see the concept of control flow and we will see how we can control our flow accordingly. In control flow, we're going to discuss 3 different subtopics. First is if else, loop, and switch. These are the 3 things what we're going to discuss now. First thing is if else, loop, and switch. First, let me take the if else and we will discuss that and we will move on to the furthermore. Let me jump on to Studio. And here, let me create a new sequence. I'll just give the name as sequence itself. And also, I will create a new flowchart. See, these are the 2 things. Now, we will see the parallelly when we are discussing about the control flow, we will also see the difference between the sequence and the flow chart. So you guys can make a note of the differences as well. First, sequence. See here, sequence block. This is the way how the sequence block gonna look. And flow chart. See, this is the way how the flow chart gonna look. Here you have something called as a start button. Whereas the sequence, you guys have already seen how it was working and all. But whereas the flow chart, see, this is the new thing. You have a block and you have a something else, start button. So this is the first difference. The look and feel about the sequence and the flow chart is this the way. In the sequence, we'll take up the use case, we'll build it, and parallelly, let's also do that in the flow chart. We'll have more differences. Now, to understand that if-else control flow, we'll take up one use case. What's the use case is, the bot should ask us a question. What is the question? It should ask us a question to please enter an year. As soon as I enter an year, the bot should say whether that year is a leap year or not. That's the thing what bot should give me. As soon as I enter an year, the bot should give me an output like stating, yes, this is a leap year. If it is not a leap year, no, it is not a leap year. That way, it has to give me an output. Let's see how it can be done. In the activities, so here, first it should ask us a question, right? Which you guys are already aware. We know how this input dialog box activity is and how it's gonna work. Let me just drag and drop. And here in the title, let me just put up the title as year and the label as please enter an year, question mark. Let me store it in a variable called year. And next, in the activities, we have something called as if activity. Just drag and drop. See, here, if the condition is met, then this block is executed. Else, this block is executed. Now, what I will do is, I will just drag the message box over here and I will say as year hyphen yes, it's an leap year. If the condition is not met, no, it's not an leap year. If the condition is met, it should say, yes, it's a leap year. If the condition is not met, no, it's not a leap year. That's what the output I wanted. See, that is what the if condition is. Whatever the condition we give, based on that, it's going to act accordingly. Now, let us give a condition. The condition is year mod 4 if it is equal to 0. Now, what exactly I'm trying to do over here is, you guys know what how we gonna divide the things. For example, if I want to divide 20 by 4, then if I ask you this question, what will be your answer? Answer will gonna be 5. 4 times 5 is 20. So answer you will see as 5. But if you go back to our school days, like initially how we were practicing, so how we were doing, we were dividing 4 with a 20 as this. So 20, and we were calculating 4 times 5. 4 times 5 is 20. So the answer is 0. And we were giving the quotient as the answer. When we divide, quotient is an answer. When we do the modulus, if I say 20 mod, I will represent it by % mod. If I say 20 mod 4, if this gonna be the answer as 0. This gonna be the remainder as an answer. If you divide, let me put it as mod, and this is for the divide. When you divide, quotient is the answer. When you do a modulus, remainder is an answer. Now what we are trying to do is, we are doing the modulus. That means we are looking at the remainder, not the quotient. So if the year, if it is completely divisible by 4, then I'm calling that as a leap year. If it is not divisible by 4, then it's not a leap year. How we are seeing that? We know every 4 years we'll be having a leap year. Leap year is nothing but adding some, having some one additional day in Feb. We call that as a leap year, right? See, that's the reason I'm dividing by 4. If it is completely divisible by 4, then I'm calling that as a leap year. See, the output of this mathematical function year mod 4, if it returns 0, 0 is equal to 0, true. True means execute this. If some value, if I get 3, 4 or something, if 4 is equal to 0, no, 4 is not equal to 0, false. The bot will go over here. If it is completely divisible, then leap year. If not, it's not a leap year. That's what the thing. That's what the modulus is. So this is the expression what we are using. And here, if you observe, it is throwing an error. If I hover on that, it says as implicit conversion from string to double. What is that? If I see my variable panel, here is of what type? String. I'm trying to do an mathematical function on the string value. That means something like divide UiPath as a word by 4. The bot is getting that as an instruction since I have given the variable type as string. So we know this will hold the number, but we have to say it in the type also, right? So let's do that. Let's do that as integer. See, error is gone. So year will hold number, mod 4 is equal to 0. If it is true, the bot will say yes, it's a leap year. If not, no. Oh, here also it's throwing. See, as I said, message box, year. Here also, it says a string to double. The bot will print, the message box will print only the string values. But here, year is of a number. So it is not able to do it. Okay, let me change this to string then. Now on the both the errors, they're gone. And here I got it. So how to handle this? In this case, what you can do is you can use one small function, which is of cint, which we call as convert to integer, cint. Open the bracket and enclose that year with that. See here. If I do that, only at this box, see this box, this year variable will be converted to an integer. This year variable will be converted to an integer only at this box. Outside this box, this year variable will be as a string itself. But here in this box, it will be converted to an integer. Once you convert to an integer, then modulus function, it will work. See, that's the reason the error is gone. It's no longer a string in this box. Outside this box, it's a string. So that's the reason these two are working. Now, if I run this workflow, check it out. What will be the output now? If I trigger this workflow, obviously the bot will ask me a question like, please enter an year. If I enter the year as how about current year 2023, if I hit OK, no, 2023, no, it's not a leap year. Okay, let me re-trigger it again. How about 2021? No, 2021 not a leap year as well. Let me trigger it, and now let me give as, how about the future? I will see as 2046. No, 2046 is also not a leap year. How about 2036? Yes, it says as 2036 is a leap year. Oh, okay. We can see if you cross verify in the calendar as well, you can see 2036. It should be a leap year. So by considering this, we can say that the logic what we have built, it's running fine. So like it is running as expected. Whatever the year we pass, the bot is doing the modulus of that function and it is giving the appropriate value as an output. And yeah, I think we got some question like 1900. Okay, let me give the 1900. Let me trigger it. And if I give 1900, it says as it's a leap year. 1900 is a leap year. So if we want to refer, we need to open the calendar and we need to check it out once. See, I'm seeing as this C int till mod 4. This is of one thing, mathematical function. This is generating one output. For example, 0, 1, 2, whatever might be, based on the mathematical thing. If it is returning 0, I'm saying 0 is equal to 0. I'm asking the bot a question. The bot will say as Boolean value, true or false. Yes, 0 is equal to 0, true. Then the bot will go over here. If this says as false, then the bot will go over here. So we have to build a condition in such a way that the output of that will be a Boolean value. If the output of that is a Boolean value, then only the bot can decide where to go. Till that, it will not able to understand. Okay, let me trigger. So here also let me modify this with the and. And if I trigger, let me give the 1900. That was the thing what I got in chat. Let me try with that. The previous decades. So 1900. See, 1900. No, it's not a leap year. And if I want to see the previous, still more, if I want to go back to the history, how about 1456 something? 1456, if you check it, it will be a leap year. So what exactly we are trying to do here is, first, this condition, you got it. If it is mod 4, if it is equal to 0, then we are considering that as a leap year or not. This condition, you got it. If it is completely divisible by 0. And the previous decade kind of a thing, since like here, why this is happening is the previous decades, like we'll be having some in terms of thousands and hundreds. So that thing, when we try to divisible by 4, it like a 4 years kind of a thing, that dividing that thing, it is not working. It will not work when I consider the previous years. Why? Because the number will be in odd numbers. Odd numbers, when you divide with the even numbers, it will not be very much precise. So that's the reason we are enclosing that with the additional condition. What's the additional condition is? Year, this is of an year, mod 100. Just check whether you can divide completely by 100. If you can completely divide by 100 and if it is not equal to 0, then this is a leap year. See, this condition will be true. If I say some 1900, this condition will be true. And if just check whether you can completely divisible by 100, that one. Obviously in 100, yes, we can. So mod of true and this not equal to 0. So like this means not equal to 0. I will say first condition will be true, and next this condition will be, output will be, yes, like a year mod, yes, it will be completely divisible by 4, it will return 0. 0 not equal to 0. False. 0 is equal to 0, not equal to 0. So false. This condition 1 and 0, the output will be false. False. You got this. And you're doing next. Just check whether you can completely divisible by 400. 400, why? We know that 4 years, right? So now we are enclosing that with a 100, 400 category in the 400 divisions. Every 400 years, you're getting the appropriate values. If it is between last 400, it is getting. If it is not, then it is not getting. In that case, we are checking another condition. We are just checking if it is completely divided by 4 modulus of 400, then if it is 0, for example, 1900, if it is completely divisible by 400, then I would say as leap year. If not, no. For example, 1900, it is not completely divisible by 4 or false itself, the output will be false. That means it is not a leap year. If any one of this condition is true, then that will be an leap year. If it is completely divisible by 400, then I would call that as a leap year. If it is not, then the bot will go in row wise and it's going to be very precise. So this is completely a mathematical thing what I'm speaking about. It's nowhere related to our flow, what it is doing and how it is doing. But this is the heads up. This is the way how you can go dig in detail and you can make your workflow more precise. So that is a condition which I have added here. And as you saw, it is running as expected. Now, rather than complexing the things, let me just comment this out. Let me just remove this for a moment because we'll be using the same expression at some place now. So I'll make it simple, clear now. Between this 100 years from 2000 thing to 100 kind of a thing, you can check it out. You will get the appropriate output with this condition. For the previous years, if you want, you can use that expressions to get in precise. Now, if I trigger the workflow, the bot will ask me a question. If I give the appropriate value, it will execute. So if I just see as how about 2000, if I hit OK, yes, 2000, yes, it's a leap year. Yes, it's running as expected. That means based on the condition, we are modifying it. And here we have used in a sequence. We used a sequence, and in the sequence, we build this automation. That means one below the other sequence. Now, let's build the same use case in flowchart. How to do that? Just go to the flowchart section and let me drag and drop the couple of activities input dialog. Rather than reconfiguring all the things, let me copy it and paste it here. See, I have dragged the message box and the input dialog. So input dialog is here. In the properties, please enter everything remains the same. Let me create this variable over here. The variable is not created here. So let me create it. So right now, let me change it to string rather than integer. Sorry, let me change it to integer rather than string. In the previous use case, I kept it as string, right? Now I'm keeping it as integer. And in flowchart, we have a dedicated activities. See, if you search for flowchart, see, these are the dedicated activities related to the flowchart. You can use these activities in flowchart only. See, if you go to sequence and if you try to drag this activity, see block symbol, you cannot drop it. See, you cannot. That is the way how it is. You can use sequence activity in flowchart, whereas flowchart activities like flow switch or flow decision, you cannot use it here. If you really want to use it, if you have such a use case, what you have to do is you have to create an environment as a flowchart. See here in the sequence, I'm creating an environment as flowchart. See, this of the sequence. In that, I'm creating a flowchart environment, and inside it, I can use it. But you cannot directly use it. You cannot directly use that in this. So this is often another difference what you can make a note of. Now in the flowchart, we just drag and drop. And in flowchart, in sequence, we have if activity, right? Similarly, in flowchart, we have something called as a flow decision. It's same as if activity. There is no difference as such. Now let me delete this flow switch and let us see. One message box and two. See, This is the issue. Like I just copied the activities from there to here. As you can see, it's a condensed view. Here in the sequence, look at the input dialog box. It is detailed view. It's going to give you a lot of information over here. Whereas in the flowchart, it's a condensed view. It's a graphical representation of the thing in flowchart. Whereas in the sequence, it's a detailed view. In the flowchart, if I want to see those details, double click to view it. And after viewing it, go back. See, this is condensed view, that is detailed view. And since I haven't renamed my activities in the sequence, that's a best practice which I have highlighted earlier. Since I haven't renamed my message box, I copied and pasted here. Now I don't know which is what, whether this is a leap year or this is a leap year. If I want to see it, double click on it. See, no, see, this is no, it's not a leap year. It should come over here and this should go over here. This is the way how it should be now. So if I would have renamed, it will be easy for me. So let me say as no, it's not an leap year. I will say as yes, it's an leap year, so that it will be easy for me to understand. See, the bot should start. It should ask me a question. It has to decide whether it's a leap year or not based on the condition, right? Let me take that condition and use it over here. In the flow decision properties, here I would say as year mod 4 if it is equal to 0. The same condition. There is no difference. The same condition. Since here it's gonna work. Why? Because year is of a type integer itself. Here it's of a type integer. So no issues with this. And in flowchart, we have to design the flow, how the bot should go. Here in the sequence, whenever you drag and drop any activities, the bot will arrange by itself. See, if I drag and drop, see, arrow mark are connected. But whereas in the flowchart, we have to connect the arrows. The bot should start from input dialog. And after that, it should go to the flow decision. And after that, if the condition is true, then go to the leap year. If the condition is false, go to the not a leap year. See, you have to design this. But whereas in the sequence, it's just one below the other activity. Whereas the flowchart, it is activity by activity, you need to connect it. Now it is throwing an error, the same issue, like year, it's of an integer, right? It is not able to take it. Now we will try with the same thing. Similar to C in, we have CSTR, C string. Close the brackets. See, issue is gone. Go back here, do the same thing for this. C string, close the brackets. Convert to string. That's what the command is. See, no issues. Now if I trigger the workflow, it's asking me a year. Let me just see as 2016. 2016, yes, it's a leap year. Let me re-trigger it again. If I just type as 2025, no, it's not a leap year. So that means it's running as expected. So based on this condition, the flow is decided. It's a leap year or not a leap year. Now you can make it, find out the difference, how the sequence looks and how the flowchart looks. Here, the main precise thing what we have to see is how the bot is running, in the sequence. And rather than in the running in the both the ways, the bot is running the same, but the look and feel of the workflow, how you're projecting is different. See, whenever you're presenting your workflow to the management or a business people, you can use the front end as a flowchart. See, in the front end, if you keep it in this way, they can easily understand, okay, input dialog, someone is asking the input and it is deciding, okay, if it is a leap year, this is executing. If it is not, it is not executing. But if you show the sequence to them, it will be really hard for them. See, here you have a lot of information, text, what it is giving, what is the title and all. Whereas in the flowchart, it's a very condensed and graphical representation for them to easy understand. But whereas the sequence, it will be very detailed. This detailed view, let it be the headache of the developers. Let's see it and we will consume it. For the managers or the business people, when we are showcasing, the flowchart would be the front end. In the back end, we'll be having a sequence. How we will be having a sequence? For example, like this is the sequence. Let me copy paste this. See, the sequence got inside 2 more activities. Here, I can say as modify data something. See, even here, the sequence, if I double click, see, front end flowchart. In the back end, this is the back end. Here, it's a sequence. Here you can have the detailed view, but in the front end, it should be always a condensed view for the business people to consume it and understand the flow better. See, these are some of the differences between the flowchart and the sequence. Okay, now in the control flow, we highlighted 3 things. One is if else, loop, and switch. Now, first we saw the if else. Now we will take the loop concept in hand. In flowchart, looping thing is really easy. How easy it is, for example, like what's the scenario now is, the bot is anyways is asking a question. Based on the question, the bot is deciding where it has to go, whether it's of a leap year or not, right? Now I need to build a kind of a scenario where if it is not a leap year, the bot should ask me question again. Till it finds leap year, it should keep on executing. Once it finds a leap year, then it should stop the process. If this is my use case, let's see how we can do it in flowchart. See, first the bot is asking a question. Based on the question, the bot is deciding where it has to go. If it is a leap year, if it is not a leap year, the bot is coming over here. And what I want, if it is not a leap year, the bot should ask me question again, right? See, if it is not a leap year, the bot should go over here and execute input dialog. See, loop. And if it is a leap year, the bot should go over here. And if you connect this block also over here, like this, then it's gonna be an infinite kind of a loop. There is no stop thing. There is no way for your bot to exit. It will be of an infinite kind of a loop. It will be in this loop like forever. So always make sure when you're working with the loops, make sure there is at least one exit point. If there is no exit point, it will be stuck in infinite loop as this. Now, in my case, what I'm considering is it as an exit point. If it is a leap year, it should end the flow. If it is not leap year, it should keep on executing. Now, by keeping that in mind, I have connected this block to this. Now, if I hit run, let me see what will be the output of this now. The workflow started. It's asked me a question. For example, let me say as 2023, current year. It's not a leap year. How about 2024? Yes, it's a leap year. Stopped. Let me trigger it again. Let me see as 2025. See, not a leap year. It's asking me a question again. 2026. Not a leap year. 2027. See, not a leap year. Till it finds leap year, it is keep on executing. If it is our 2028, yes, it's a leap year, then the loop is done. See, this is how the loop is in flowchart. Now let's implement the same loop in sequence. In sequence, what we will do is, for looping, we have 2 different activities. One is while and do while. These are the 2 different activities what we have for loops. Let me drag both the things and let me explain what are this. See, do while. First, it executes this condition, then it gonna check, executes this body, then checks the condition. Whereas while, first, it will check the condition, then execute the body. That's the only difference between the while and do while, nothing else. Do while, it will take it, and it will check the condition. And then, whereas while first it checks the condition, then it will move on. For now, what I will do is I will keep do while, and I will drag all these activities into the input dialog, all these activities into the body. All this entire sequence, whatever I had, everything I just put it up. Now here, I'm going to put up a condition like stating year mod 4, if it is not equal to 0, then execute this body. Year is of a string right here in the sequence. So let me convert to an int. Yes. Here, what is the thing? Okay, let me run and show you. Let me start with the year 2029. No, it's not a leap year. How about 2030? 2030 is not a leap year. 2031, not a leap year. 2032, it's a leap year. And the flow got exited. Now what is doing? First, it is executing the body. First, it is asking the question. It is deciding whether it's a leap year or not. Then it is checking the condition. If the year mod 4 is not equal to 0, I'm just checking. If it is not equal to 0, not equal to 0 means it's not a leap year, right? If it is a not leap year, then the bot should go inside. If it is leap year, it has to come out. I'm giving the condition not equal to 0. If not leap year means it would be holding some values 4 or 5. 5 is not equal to 0. Yes, not equal to 0. True. True means go inside. False. If the condition is false, 0 is not equal to 0. No, false it is. Once the condition is false, it is coming out. As long as the condition is true, the bot is executing the body. Once the condition is false, it is coming out of this. As long as condition is true, it is executing the body. Once the condition is false, it is coming out of this. That is what this do while is doing. This is how you can build a loop in sequence. Similar kind of a thing with a while. I would recommend you guys to take this as an assignment. Here, what is the thing is, the condition will be the same. The activities also will be the same, but only the thing is condition first, body next. That's the only difference. Use the same thing in a while and build it. This is often one assignment for you. While. Use the while and understand this while concept. Do while, as I showcased, first body, then checking the condition. So this is what all about a loop, what we have between sequence and flowchart. Here you can make this as another point as well, like the difference between the sequence and flowchart. Looping thing, how it is. So this is what about the loops. And in Q&A, I have one question. So can we use year as a generic data type? Yes, we can use the generic data type and we can solve this. In that case, there is no necessary for us to give cint or cstring or nothing. Generic data type, it will work. But why I have purposefully bought this thing and kept it as string or integer is to introduce you guys to cint, cstring kind of a things. This is also an available where if some different cases, you cannot use generic data type in the further use cases. When we discuss further, I will give you a scenario over there. In that case, you have to rely on this. So that's the reason I'm exposing you guys to all the other options, what it all we have. So this is what all over the loops. And apart from this two different kinds of loops, what I have showcased, we have one specialized kind of a loop, which we call as for each. I'm creating a sequence for this and I'm gonna highlight this. Okay, I think some memory issues is up right now. Here, let me put up one expression. So what the expression is, directory dot get me the files from where? From this location. So let me paste it, the location. See, Directory. Directory means it's a local directory, your memory location. Local directory, in that get me the files from that particular location. There you have some files, get me those files. That is a command what I'm giving. Let me store those files in a variable called array of files. So array files, I have created the variable. See, right now the output of this, it is generating multiple output, multiple files as an output. So I cannot use string as a thing. I should use multiple array of string. Yeah. So this array of file string of an array, which we have given. Now, as you can see, you don't have an error. This means the output of this, the like directory.get files, it's going to take the files from that location and it will store it into this variable. Now, after storing into this variable, now what my bot has to do? It has to go to each one of the file. It has to rename it. So how to do that renaming thing? This is the place where this activity will play a vital role, which is of for each activity. For each, see, control flow, workflow, control. Here you have for each. We have other for each, which we will see as you move on. But right now, point to this for each. Drag and drop. Now let's ask me the input. What is the input iteration? What I have to do? Let me give this array files. In this, you're giving the collection of files and you're asking the bot to iterate through each one and rename it. See, array of files you're giving. And here in the properties, whenever you're working with for each, have an eye on type of argument. Type of argument, it's of a thing what you're working on. See, array of files. See, string bracket, right? So you have to select the data type without the bracket. See, right now you're working on string array. In the future, you'll be working on a data row of array. You'll be working on some dictionary and you'll be working on some list of strings, so many things. In that case, always just go one step back. Right now it is collection. Previous, before that collection, what it is? It's a string data type. So you have to pass string as a value here. Type of argument. Type of argument, when you set it as by default, it will this has a capability to understand what is the type of the data what you're passing here, and it will select it by itself. If it is not selecting, you should keep an eye on this type of argument string. Similar to this, we have a couple of more activity which I will highlight on the fly. So right now we have added it as string. And here, let me drag the right line activity onto this canvas. And here, let me just put up something as current item. See here, current item. It says as local variable, current item as string. So where is this current item? Did we created that? No, I don't see that. Then how it is coming, the current item? This current item is an imaginary variable. Whenever you use for each activity, see, this is of a collection which you're giving, right? You're giving 10 files. In that, the bot will take one file. It will assign to this variable, imaginary variable, which will be visible only within this block. This current item is a variable which will be available only inside this. Outside this, it will not. See, inside this, no error. If I keep it outside, error. If I keep it inside, no error. That means this is open imaginary variable which will reside only within this box, body box. Outside this, it will not at all be available. If you want to change the name, you can do it. If you want to change it to files, rather than files. Rather than files, let me give file because it's a single file, right? Here it is holding multiple files. In that, the bot will take one file and it will assign to this. See, file, it changed. You can change it. You have the freedom. But remember this open imaginary variable, which will be available only inside this. Beyond this, no. By having this in mind, let me move ahead. For this, let me use one assign activities on the canvas, and let me put up one small expression. Let me put up this expression and later let me explain what is this expression is. File, let me replace something called .pdf with a value as, now let me convert to a string, and in the brackets, what is the pattern? Underscore year, underscore month, and underscore date, which is to be enclosed with .pdf. Let me store it in a variable called file name. Now what I'm going to do is, so here, let me search for an activity called rename file. Let me just drag and drop. So file is, previous file is this file, and new file name is new file. See, that's it. So this is the flow. And now if you see, this is the location, right, where we have the files. Now let me hit run. Let me see what will be the output now. And we will see what exactly the bot is doing. Let me go step by step, which you guys are already aware of this. Step into, step in. See, right now array of file is not holding any values. As soon as I hit step in, look at it. It says a string of file. It is just storing the path of that file. See, bill4344341.pdf. Similarly, another value, invoice 868.pdf. Similarly, another. See, it is just holding the file names of that files which is residing over there. At that location, the bot is taking all the file location, it is storing into an array. Now, in this array, the bot will take one by one file, it will assign to this file variable, and it will do the further steps. See, if I hit step in, file is a variable. Right now it is holding what? It's holding only one value. See, this below, you can see something as immediate panel. Here, let me type as file, that variable. Okay, I think I need to step in further. Let me put up the file. Yeah, let me clear it out. Let me pull it up a bit. So file. See, file, it is holding right now only one file path. This array is holding multiples. In that multiples, the bot took only one and it is going further. And here, this is the expression, what we have done. What is this expression and what it is doing? See, this is what the data manipulations, what we are doing. The data, what we are getting is this. We are manipulating into something else by using this expression. And how we are manipulating? Let me show you. So let me take this as a value. File is equal to this value. And in this, so don't worry, the above thing is of an expression. So below, I'm giving the justification for this. File is holding this. Now we will keep on solving one by one. See, let's come from the inside. So here we have one expression inside this now.toString and some value. So what is this now.toString? In the immediate panel, if I type now, it's a function. If I hit enter, see, now it's going to give current date and time. See, right now the time is 22:16 and the date is that. So the bot is giving me that. Now is a function. It's a .NET function that I'm just highlighting here. Now it's gonna give me current date and time. But in my use case, I want only date, right? So that's the reason what I'm doing. I'm converting now dot to string. See, if I say now dot get type, give me the type. What's the data type of this now? It says as date and time. See, date and time. But now what I'm doing, I'm converting it to a string. Now dot to string. See, look at it. Previously, this was date and time data type. This is string. String means it will be double quotes. Date and time means brackets. Now I'm converting into a string. Okay, after converting into a string, I want this value, right? So to get this value, I'm using this expression. See, if I hit enter, look at it. I got only the pattern, the pattern what I wanted. See, first underscore, year, underscore, month, underscore, date. Now you can ask me like how I'm deciding this smaller y, capital M and all. I'm just documentation, .NET documentation. I will see as MSD and date time format. It's a Microsoft documentation. As I said, right, this UiPath is completely built on .NET. And if you see over here, see, if you give a single D, you'll get a single value. If you give double D, you'll get 2 from the date 0, 1, 1, 5. And similarly, 4 Ds, you'll get Monday, Tuesday, and all. If you go further, if this is time, hours, and minutes, this is month. Small m represent minute, capital M represent month. So capital M, it says as capital M. Capital M means if you want numbers, 2M. If you get 3M, this is the thing. Similarly, see, for year, small y, 4y, this is the way how it is. 3y, this is the way how it is. So based on this, I have decided that. And here, these are the things, small, minor thing you have to refer, but rest all, it's not required. So whatever the documentation I show you, just refer to that. That is fine. So based on this itself, I have designed this. So .to string in the bracket in the double quotes, I have given as 4y underscore 08 underscore 12. So this expression will give me the output as, this expression is giving me the output as underscore 2023 underscore 08 underscore 12. This is the output, what it is giving me. Now, let me optimize this expression now. So the optimization of this expression is this value, let me replace it here in the double quotes. Okay, after this, see here, if you see plus operator, that means concatenation of both the things. But in this case, even this is string, double quotes, there is no use. What you can do is you can remove this. See, right now, this is the value. File dot replace this dot PDF with this value. What you're doing? File is holding this value. In this, you have something called as dot PDF. Replace that dot PDF with this value. Let me take this file name, and here remove that dot PDF, take this value and put it up here. See, you got it right. File replace is a function. Replace function, what it does, in this file is a string. This file is holding this value. In this value, you have sequence of character which is of .pdf. Replace that with this value. That is a command what we are giving. That is the expression. So with that, see, you got the value. Now, if I hit step into what value? See, right now, what file is holding? What new file name is holding? See, file is holding the actual value. File rename is holding this value. Now, next I'm using rename file activity. File, I'm passing in. New file name, I'm passing in. I'm asking the bot to rename this file at this location to this thing. If I hit step in, it does. If I go over here at this location, the bot will take next file name. What's the next file name? It is ending with invoice 868.1. Updated file name. Updated file name is this. If I hit step in, this is the main concept behind here is for each, how you are iterating through each one of the files and you're doing the automation. Iterating through each one of the files and you are renaming the files and doing the required action. So this is what all about the thing. Any questions? Take this next use case is that itself. So right now I'm dealing with this entire string. Next, what I will do is I will deal with only this file name. Only the file name, I'm gonna deal with that. During that case, you will understand what exactly I'm trying to do. Yes, we can do that. It is possible. In the next use case, you will get your answer. Right now, the files are residing at this location. So what I'm doing is I'm asking the bot to get the files from this location and store it into this variable. And how the bot is doing, how the bot is reading the files, it is just reading the file locations, where exactly it is reading. It is not reading that going inside the file, it is reading the data and storing it somewhere. No, that's not the case. The bot is just taking the file names and it is storing it. Because if I want to access the file with this location, I can do whatever the things I want. So it is reading all the file names. Next, what I'm doing, I'm iterating through each one of the files one after the other. If I hit step in, you can see the bot have in this bunch of file, in this 5 files, the bot took first file. This is the first file what the bot have taken. And since I haven't replaced it, here we already have the date, the bot have took that. And in this, what I'm doing is I'm asking the bot, see, this is the file name, what it is holding. In this file name, this is the expression and this is the file value, what it is holding. Now, before I go in detail about this, what I'm doing is I'm optimizing this expression. This complete expression I'm breaking down. First, I'm solving this. Now.toString. Now is a function which will return me the date and time, current date and time, as you can see over here, current date and time. In that, what I want, date and time, data type to string. And in this, I'm extracting year, month, date. I'm extracting the year, month, date in this format. When I ask my bot to give me in this format, it will remove the time. Since I'm not asking the time, it will get me the date in this pattern. So once it gives me in this pattern, then I have optimized my expression. File.replace.pdf with this entire value, which is of underscore 2023-0812. This value dot PDF. See, this is of a dynamic, right? Every time now date and time is changing. If you're running today, it will give you today. If you're running tomorrow or day after, it will give that appropriate date. So this is dynamic. So this is of static. Why? Because it's a PDF files I'm dealing with. So I'm concatenating with PDF. If I don't give extension, then it will be unreadable format. So I'm keeping that extension as it is. So .pdf, I'm concatenating with plus operator. So since I have optimized this, both the things are string itself. I have just removed that plus and double quotes. It became 1. Now, what I'm doing in this file name, I'm replacing this .pdf with this value. That's it. I'm replacing that with this value and I'm storing into one variable called this new file name. In this new file name, it will be holding the appropriate this value. Now, what I'm asking in the rename file is take this file name, old file name, and new file name. What I'm asking my bot, change the file name of this to this. With this, I'm achieving that. Similarly, I'm doing for all the files. I'm iterating through all the files and I'm doing it. Let me drag. Anyways, I want to still iterate through each one of the files, right? So use for each activity, which you guys are already aware. For each, drag and drop. And here, I'm going to give directly over here. I'll see as directory dot get me the files. From where? From this location. Let me take this location, shift right click, copy the path over here. Let me put it up. See, right now I'm just optimizing my code. See, previously I used an assign activity, used a variable and passed here and there. But right now I'm giving this expression directly over here so that the bot is intelligent enough to access the files appropriately. And now if I see the properties, as I said, always keep an eye on the type of argument. Right now, as I said, right, activities can identify it when you use variables. As such, the bot was able to identify that as a string. But here I have directly given the expression. The bot still doesn't know what is the output it will accept. So it by default it is selected as object. But you know what the file name's gonna be, what is the data type of the thing is. The data type of that is string, the same as earlier. So I will change that to a string. And again, I will rename this with a file. Okay, now let me drag and assign activity. So with this point, the bot is taking all the files and it is iterating through each one of the files. Now, let me drag the assign activity and here let me give a small expression again. I will say as new file info in the brackets. I'm going to give the variable file and let me store this in a variable called file info var. Let me change the data type of that to a file info. Right now, what I'm doing is, as I said earlier, this is of a type what? String, right? This type is a string which you have assigned. Now, you're changing that string to a file info. You're changing the data type of it. You're changing the data type of string to a file info. Now you can ask me why we are doing that. I will show you why. Here, in this variable section, file info, right now it's a string. Let me change it to an browse for the type and let me give the file info. See, ms correlate system.io for file info. See, you have some other file info as well, but you can ask me like, how can I identify this as a file info which I need? Always refer this ms correlate or UiPath.core activities. Not this. You have, I will show you further. Only you will be having UiPath.core. Refer to that. Those are the ones which has been published and maintained by UiPath, which you can refer to that. Right now, you are selecting this file info, which is of system.io, which is falling under ms correlate. So file info. If I hit OK, see, it's done. What I'm doing, I'm converting that string to a file info. String, I'm converting into a file info. Next, what I'm going to do, let me drag another assign activity and let me put up the value and I will explain what is this value going to do. So this file info var, let me take that dot, let me take the name and in this, let me split the value which is at the dot, which is of single character, and let me take the first part. Let me store this in a variable called file name. So this is of a string value. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a switch activity. I will explain what exactly I'm doing. I will explain it. But first I'm setting up the platform for you guys. So file name, get me the part of a string. Here, what I'm going to do is file name dot length -4, last 4 characters. So -4. And as I said, always remember, for each activity, you are taking care of this type of argument. Similarly, for switch activity as well, you need to take care of the type of argument, what you're working on. File name is of what type? File name is of a string.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of UiPath Orchestrator in the UiPath RPA ecosystem? Option A, it is a visual design tool for creating automation workflows. Option B, it is a centralized platform for managing, monitoring, and controlling robots. Option C, it is a built-in code editor for advanced script customization. And option D, it is a module for creating interactive user interfaces in automation processes. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
String type. So I'm going to set it as string, not an integer. I will say a string. So this will return me output as one particular value. So based on value, the bot will decide. If it is of 2015, move the file from where to where? This value file, imaginary variable, take that file and move that into which location? This location. Let me copy this path and put it up here. And this move file, they have added one condition like do not hard code any value. So since I have hard coded a value, it is giving me the warning. Warning is fine. I can still run it, but let's try to avoid that as well. Let's create a couple of arguments for this. Invoice 2015. Here, let me give the value. Similarly, let me create another one. Invoice 2016. Invoice 2017. Last but not the least is invoice 2018. Let me start giving the values. This is the path, right? The same path ending with 2016. The same path ending with 2017. The same path ending with 2018. Now, if it is of 2015, the bot should move the file to invoice 2015. If it is of 2016, the bot has to move the thing to 2016. If the file is 2017, the bot has to move to 2017. If it is of 2018, the bot has to move to 2018. See, this is the thing. If none of the cases are matching, then it should give me a message box like stating, based on this condition, if the condition is returning the value as 2015, the bot is going and moving the file to 2015. This is something like a case switch. Like if you're from any programmatical background, there you might have came across something called as a case statement, right? Based on the if the condition says as some value, the bot is executing that case. Similarly, it is returning 2015 means it is executing that 2015. 2016 means 2016, 17, 18. In that way, it is happening based on this condition. So the logic behind to understand to bring up this use cases to understand the case. Now, by keeping that in mind, let us discuss about how exactly the bot is doing the things. For that, let me take the conditions and put it up here. All the conditions. And like in the Q&A, I got another question like stating, how do I know what value should I give in the value text box? See, like right now, you guys are very new to this platform, right? So you're still not getting what exactly to give and how exactly to give and all. As you move on, like with the things, based upon your use case, now I want to change the value. For example, you saw my previous example. Like your string value is holding some value .pdf. I want to change it to something else. In that case, assign. Use assign in the value, do some data manipulation and assign it to some variable. In that way, you have to train your mind accordingly, which you will get it as you move on with the things. So don't worry, you will follow with the flow. Just understand how exactly we are doing. Similarly, you will get the things, how to give the value and on what basis we are giving and all. Now, let me go step by step and explain what are the things it's happening. So these are the expressions and nothing much. Okay. If I hit step in, and these are the arguments which is holding. And if I hit step in, see, it's holding this as a value, the first value. Now, what I'm doing, I'm converting this file. File is of a what type? File dot get type. Get type is a function to get what is the data type to understand this immediate panel. See, file dot get type, it's what type? String type. So that one, I'm converting it to a file info. See, file info where, like we just created this variable, right? See, file info type. What we are doing, we are saying that new file info data is this. I'm representing. I'm saying that for the bot, hey bot, new file info data is this string value. So what does this? It will take the string value, it will convert to a file info, it will consider this as a new file info value, it will convert to it, and it will store it into file info var. See, right now file info var is null. If I hit step in, if I look for file info var, see, look at it. This is now with the brackets. That means the data type has been changed. Previously, file, it was double quotes. Now, that same value I have converted to in file info and stored it into this variable. Now, what's the use? I'm converting to a file info. When I change to a file info, it is giving me a large varieties of options. See here, file info var, if I call that variable, and if I hit dot operator, if I hit dot, I will get many functions. What are the functions I'm getting? See, if I want to understand when that file has been created date, I can get it. Creation time, I can get it. Creation time in UTC, Universal Time Zone, I can get it. If you want to decrypt it, if you want to delete it, if you want to get where exactly the directory of the file is, what's the directory name, and if you want to see whether it is exist or not, and if you want to get what's the extension of that file, see, folder, file name, what is the full name of it, and what's the get type, you guys know, is it read only or not, what is the last access, see, all the things, the terminology, whatever I'm saying, it is related to the file. If what's the last access date, what is the creation date, what's the time, and who modified it, and what is the thing, and what is the name of it. See, all the things it is related to. See, even if you want the size, you can get it. See, these are the options you're getting when you convert to a file info. But when it is of just a file, which is of a string type, if you hit dot operator, you will not get any such option. See here, you have something called as a character clone. It is related to some equal to, get me the type, index. This is of a different variants where you can do the manipulations. But whereas file info, that is giving you some different option which this string is not giving. So that's the reason I'm converting it to a file info. Now in the next step, you can see I'm saying as file info dot name. Now what is the way I'm getting is file info var dot name. If I give, see, if I give only file info var, it is giving me the entire thing. If I give file info var dot name, it is giving me only the name. See, my focus is only on this file name. Based on my use case I'm talking about, my focus is only on file names, but not with the directory where it is residing. Irrespective of that, I just want to move the file from that location to different location. That's it. See, in this file name, I just want to see whether it is ending with 2015, 2016, 2017, or 2018. That's the only thing what I have in my mind. So that's the reason I'm getting the name out of it. File name. Now, as you can see, so first I'm taking this. These are the two. In the first, I'm solving file info dot name, what it is holding, what value it is giving me as out. Let me put up this as well, like what is holding this file. Let me put it up in brackets. File info var, what it is holding the entire thing. And in this file info var dot name, what it is giving me only this value. Of what type now? It is of string. This is returning me the output as string. Okay, after this, after file dot name, what I'm doing is split at dot. What does this do? Let me see. File info var dot name, till here we understood. And next we are using split at dot c. If I hit enter, see, look at it. It is returning me the array of values. First value and second value. File info var. I'm splitting at the dot. See here, we have a dot. After 2015, we have a dot, right? Usually all the files will be having extension. Extension is starting after dot .pdf, .text, .csv and all. See, I'm slicing the data at dot. So in this value, what I'm doing is I'm removing this dot and I'm splitting the data. This will be the index 0. This will be the index 1. Now, I am deciding the flow based on the file name, which is of last 4 characters. The last 4 characters on which index it is having? It is having at the 0. So that's the reason I'm giving file split at the dot and here 0. See here 0. See the same expression and 0. It is giving me only the value. And see, splitting at the dot, I'm saying C. Why? Because it's a single character. I'm showcasing the bot. Hey bot, I've given only one single character, not many. I have given only single character. C represents character. So usually rather than C, we're gonna give 2 char array as well. rather than giving such a long thing, you can just represent it as C. C means single character. After splitting, you want to get the 0 index, which is of this. So you're giving in the brackets 0. So this is the value. Now the output of this gonna be, so this is the output of this, right? And now you want to get the output as 0. The same expression of 0. What will be the output? Output gonna be only this. This will be the output, which is of string type. See how you're reducing the string. The actual value was this, such a long, that you converted to a file info. Then you accessed only the name with the extension. Later you removed that extension and you got only the file name. So this is the way how you got the value, and you're storing in a variable called file name. See, right now, file name. This is the expression what we have given. If I hit step in, this file name is holding that as a value, the same value. So now you understood how we got this file name. Next expression. See, file name dot substring. Let me take that next. This is an expression, and we will say file name is equal to this expression. This expression value is this. Okay, rather than that. So let me give this as a value so that you guys will understand better. And now I'm taking the next expression. This is open next expression which I'm taking it. So this is of 2. Now we will understand part by part. First, we will solve this part, and next we'll go to the substring. File name is this value. In that length, what's a length? Okay, let me see. File name dot length. What's a length? It's having 11 characters. Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. See, 11 characters. It has got 11 characters. And after getting length, I'm doing -4. So file length -4. 11 minus 4 is 7. Yes, 7. Okay, the output of this is 7. Next, let me optimize this expression now. File name dot substring, in the bracket, just a value 7. Let me give that as a value now. 7. See, look at it. 7. If I give, it is giving me 2015. How? See, I'm asking the bot to give me the part of a string. I don't want entire string. I want part. See, file name. In this file name, I want part of a string. From where you want to get? I want from the index 7. See, index 0. This is 0. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is 7. 2 is 7. Index of this is 7. So 7 till end, it is giving you the value. See, substring. In this entire string, I want only last 4 characters. Since I want only last 4 characters, I'm doing -4, and I'm asking the bot to get me the last 4 characters. See, it is giving me that. If the output of this expression is 2015, this is 2015, the bot will go to the 2015 block. If I hit step in, see, it opened up the case 2015 because it is matching. It will take the file from this, it will move the file to this place. If I hit C, the switch activity is done. Now the same procedure, same action, what we have seen, the same procedure is going to follow. For new file, it will convert to a file info. The reason behind is to access the name. After accessing the name, it's going to split and it's going to remove that extension and it's going to store it into the appropriate thing. See, bill 18/2017. Now in this -4, from here till the end, I want my bot. Here 2017, the output of that. So here 2017. Similarly, it will take the next one and it's going to do the same steps again and again. See, right now it is 2018, bill 18/2018. Now it will go to the 2018, it will remove the file. Similarly, it will do for rest all. See, it is moving the file, it is not copying the file. So that's the reason you can see now this number will change, obviously. The 7, right? Obviously, see here, file name.length. It's a dynamic, right? Every time it is changing. File name.length. What is the length of this? We'll see. File name dot length. Now the length is 13. 13 minus 4, 9. So substring of 9. Let us give 2015. So every time the values are dynamic. Every time it is changing based on the requirements. So that's the reason you can see all the files have been moved to the appropriate locations. See, 2018 got 2. Similarly, 2017. Similarly, 2016. Similarly, 2015. See, this is the way how it is. This is what about a switch activity. And here one thing you need to keep an eye on is type of argument. Always keep an type of argument which you're dealing with. And you understood how, based on the cases, how the bot is changing, how the bot is moving from one case to the other case. And I want you guys to take this flow chart, flow switch. We have the flow switch as well. See, flow switch. The same as the flow chart. In the same workflow, you need to build the same workflow in flow chart. That's it. By using an activity called flow switch, not the switch activity. I want you guys to take this as an assignment. You can build it. So this is what about the switch. What is this? What is this data manipulations and why do we require this data manipulation? And if you just look at our previous examples, what we took and what we did in automation, yesterday we took the file path and in that file path, we got the actual value what we wanted. See, the bot here we are giving the raw data. For doing the automation, the bot will take the required data out. Yesterday in the invoice, like a 2015, 2016, 2017 folders we were segregating, right? As a human, if you ask me, like we have an intelligence, we can identify, okay, if it is ending with 2015, it has to go to 2015, 2016, it has to go to that. So that kind of intelligence we have as a human, but bot doesn't have that kind of intelligence. So we have to showcase the bot. Hey bot, this is the data what you have, and this is the way how you can identify that part of a data, and based on the part of a data, you can take up a decision. So achieving this, we call that concept as data manipulation. We're gonna give some of the freedom for the bot to manipulate the data, get the required information, and do the appropriate task. As a human, everything is easy for us. By just looking at the things, we have that level of intelligence. We can do the task in one go, like with just a couple of seconds, milliseconds or something. But the same way to interpret that in the terms of the bot, here we need a concept of data manipulation. With this data manipulation, the bot can slice and dice the data and get the required thing out. Now, today, I'm going to show you what and all the possibilities we have to slice the dice the data and get the required thing as an out and do the appropriate action. So that is what the data manipulation is. Now, the data manipulations, I'm going to segregate into 3 different parts. One is of a singular value that I would call as a scalar variable. Second, collection. Third, table. These are the 3 ways I'm going to segregate this data manipulation, and we will go see one by one. Scalar means in a variable, if you have a single value, for example, yesterday we saw we were storing only one value like UiPath. Kantesh or robot, kind of a single value we were giving. And also the file path, even that is a single value. And collections, arrays, we already came across, right? The concept. In the arrays, we are storing more number of data. And how to do a manipulations on that array, multiple kind of a data. If you want to do the manipulations for all the things in one go, how to do it? We'll see that. So that is another segment of data manipulations. Third, but not the least, is of a table, data table, we call it as. In Excel, we'll be having a rows and columns, right? In the same way, even the bot will store that data in its memory in the terms of a rows and columns. Rows and columns, it's going to store it. That during that, how to do a manipulations on the data table, which we will see, but that I'm going to keep it as an independent topic, which I'm going to see in the next session. So next session, while discussing the Excel automation, I will bring that data table as a concept. But today we're going to be concentrating on both the scalar variable and the collection. So these are the two things we have in the mind for the day. Let us get started with the thing. First, we will take a scalar variable. We will see what and all the possibilities we have to do the data manipulation. And later we will go with the collection and we will see what and all the possibilities, what and all we can do with the collection data, like a collection type data. And we will see what are the things we can do it with it. First, by considering this scalar variables, first I'm going to take the string concatenation, which you guys are already aware of. See, this is of a static string, this plus in the double quotes another that. If I combine both the things together, see, I'm going to get this that. It's a simple thing. This is the first in the variables we understood about this concatenation, string concatenation, joining two strings together, that we already saw. So this is the concatenation. And similarly, if I want to do the concatenation of multiple variants, multiple different data types, see, if I give double quotes, as I said earlier, it's a string. If I just give the number, then that will be an integer. Now, what they are asking us is concatenate the string, concatenate the number, concatenate the now. Yesterday we saw what is the now? Now is a data type of date and time. It's a new data type, date and time. It's going to store current date and time. So now we will see how we can do the concatenation of all the three things. Couple of variables, like one is my number. And let me set it as integer. And here, let me give the number as somewhere around 250. Let me just put it as that. Now, let me bring the message box onto the canvas. And as per that, this is the thing plus my number, right? Plus now is a date and time. See, it is throwing us an error. Like it says that, see, as I said earlier, message box, it will print only the string values as an out. But here, what we are giving, it's often like an integer, date and time, and the string. So when you want to combine all the different variants of data types together, we are using a concatenation. That's good. But when we want to project it in the message box, it is not possible. It's going to throw us an error. Why? Because this message box going to take only the string values, not the other data types. Now, how to convert to a string? Yesterday, we already saw about that. CSTR. That is the thing what we have. Convert to string. Another option also we have, which is a dot to string. See, my number, if I hit dot, and if I type 2, see, to string, dot to string. Next, now is a date and time. See here, this now is a data type, right? This is a class. Data time is a class. And if I hit dot operator, we're going to get some suggestions, right? Related to this. See, date and time. In that date and time, I can add the days, add the hours, add milliseconds, add minutes. See, these are related to date and time. These are the functions which are related to date and time. See, first will be the class, and then it's going to be the functions which is associated to this. We have a lot of things to the respective to the data type. For integer also, we had the respective ones. And similarly, when you go with a string, you will get a respective ones. Now, for that now, I have one which is of .toString. Let me drag and let me select that. See, this plus my number .toString, I'm converting it to a string only at this place, only at this box, not outside it. And now I'm converting it to a string. If I hit run, I think it's compiling. Yeah. Started and we got the output. See here, this 250 is a number and current date and time. The date and time which we got it. This is the message box output. If I hit OK, the bot will end. So this is the way how you can put up multiple different data types together by using a one function called .toString. The .toString is available in all of the things, in all of the data types. This is a code which I have built, right? So how to comment out this code? Because when I run, I don't want my bot to execute this activity. It should execute the next activity if I put up. So in that case, to comment out the code, just right click on it and see here, you have something called as disable activity. Control D, D for disable. Disable means comment out this activity. If I hit that, see, it's commented out. This is that message box is commented out. If I want to enable, Control E or else right click, see here, enable activity. This is the way how you can comment out the code and enable the code. Right now, I have just commented out the code. Now, let me move on and let me show you something else. Let me drag the if activity onto the canvas. Now, what I would do is, see, text var is of what type? It's of a string type. Now, string is a class. This is a class. Now, if I hit a dot operator for this, I'm going to get a large varieties of function which is available within the string. See here, these are the available kind of a functions related to this string. See, if you want to get how many characters you have, you can get it. And if you want to see whether it is containing some value, you can do that. And if you want to copy it, if you want to count, and if you want to check whether it is ending with something or not, and if you want to get the type, if you want to get the index, see so many things. If you want to join, concat, length, see, you have a lot of suggestions related to only of a type string. Related to string, what and all the possibilities you have all the things. Now, these are the functions. This is of a class and this is of function. In that, I'm going to pick it up one which is of contains. And in the brackets, in the double quotes, I would say as UiPath. Now, what does it do? What does this contain activity gonna do is this, it gonna check, see, as the name itself says, text variable, in that it is containing something as a UiPath. We are just checking that. If it is containing the UiPath, then it's gonna return true or false. This returns Boolean value, true or false. That is the thing, what it's gonna return. The contains, the function will always return the output as true or false. See, here you're just asking the bot, hey, in this variable, do you see something, a word or UiPath? If it is there, it's going to return true. If not, false. So this returns Boolean value. Based on that, the bot will go to the appropriate block. Now, what I'm going to do is, let me drag the message box. And I will say, text exist. And here in the else block, I would say text not exist. Okay. Now, if I run this code, according to you guys, what will be the output? You can use the chat option. You can put up the answer, or else you can unmute yourself and you can help me with the answer as well. So when I run this code, what will be the output? So this is the value which I'm storing into this. If I run this code, what will be the output? I can see some answers in the chat. And guys, like remember, whenever you are answering, point to host and panelist. Sorry, only the host. You have an option to point to only host, send it to me only. Why? Because when you send it for everyone, like everyone can see the answer, and they will, some people might not think and answer it since they already saw the answers. And also that will be the same case for me. Like when I attend some training or anything, if someone answers some things in the chat, if I see that, even though I know my brain is saying me some different answer, but I'm gonna give the previous answer what other people have given it. So that is a tendency of human. So to avoid that, just point to the host and the panelist and just send it across. Yeah, I can see some answers. Guys, give it a try. Like there is nothing like whether it is right or wrong, irrespective of that, just give it a try. So everyone is saying as text exists. Let me run it and see. It says as text not exist. Did we code it wrong? Text where contains UiPath. But here we have something as UiPath. Why? Why it got failed? We expected text exist, but it's giving us text not exist. Okay, let me see the output. Let us examine. If I see over here, I can see UiPath as a word. Okay, do we think like it's a case sensitive? Like I is small over here? Let me change that. Let me change to I. So I think now it is exactly the same UiPath. Okay, it's good. Now let me give it a try. So now if I run, what will be the output? So we hope it should be as a text exists. Why? Because we have given the exact same word. Yes, text is exist, which is good. So that means this contains always look for the exact word, irrespective of the other words in place. The bot will look for this exact word, and it looks for, if it's a case sensitive, it looks for the uppercase U, smaller case I, uppercase P, ATH. If it is following all, then that would say as text exists. If not, no. So that is the way how this contains going to work. Now what I'm going to do is, let me take this as a string, and if I just put it up here, this of a new string which I'm given, like operation completed successfully, record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. This is the thing what I have given. Now if I run it, obviously UiPath is a word which we don't have here, it will fail. Now what I'm going to do is, rather than UiPath, I will say as successfully. Okay, we thought of case sensitive, right? So if I just put it up in this way, okay, let me put up the exact word, success. Okay, let me just give success. Okay, now if I run, what will be the output? What's your guess? Whether it's going to say yes, exist or not exist. Okay, let me trigger it. I can get some answers as exist as well as not exist. Let me trigger it and let me show you the output. It says as text exist. Why? How? See, the bot is looking at successions of each word. See, uppercase yes, we have, and lowercase u, double C, ESS, double C, ESS. And after that, whatever it has, irrespective of the characters, the bot will say as exist, because the succession of each character is available. So based on that, the bot will give us an output accordingly. See, that is the way how the contains gonna work. Contains as a function, you're gonna work. You're gonna see the succession of each characters. So based on that, you're gonna put up the value. I will ask the bot to stop at this. Save this breakpoint. It is something like a stop signal for this. The bot will execute this and it will go over here. And since we have given, okay, so directly get files, there's the value, and oh, it got selected. String of an array. Yeah. It will stop at this point. It is something like a stop point. It's a stop signal, which you see in the traffic lights and all. So this is of a stop signal. When I hit run, the bot will execute this and it will stop at this. Before it executes message box. See, the bot is pointing to this stop signal. And now you can see array of files. How many files we have? 11. And see, this is the path, right? What we have given. And in this use case, like yesterday, what we worked, I wanted to work only on PDF files. I don't want other file extension, for example, doc and PTX, PPTX. I don't want this. In that case, how to ask the bot to limit its search only for PDF? Here, this is the place where the wildcard will come in. See, I'm going to give comma. I'm going to say star, whatever the file name is. If it is ending with PDF, get me that. See, star represent whatever might be the value. Whatever it is, if it is ending with .pdf or it is having the .pdf, that thing, then get me the value. And obviously all the PDF files have .pdf. So I'm using that as a logic here. And if I hit OK and if I trigger it, I should be seeing the count as 9 because 2 files we have. See here, count as 9 array of files. Previously I had 11. 11 minus 2. It is 9. See, this is the way how you can limit the bot to get the values. So this is the way how you can use a wildcard over here, but not on the string. Before you get the value, you can get the appropriate kind of a search and you can get it. But in a string, that itself is static value. In the static, how you can search for the things. For that, for searching of the thing itself, we have some other things which I'm going to showcase earlier. But in terms of a wildcard, this is the kind of a use case. But for searching in a string, we have other functions itself, not a wildcard.
Thank you, Kantesh. Thank you. It's a great help. Thank you.
No problem. And let me use this, which we were working earlier. If activity, and if it is success, what? If it is not, it is doing. And also we know the bot is every time it's coming under the success criteria because we have the word success over there. Now let me remove this. And let me add an assign activity. And here, let me put up one expression. So what is the requirement for me now is, in this such a long text, I want only the dedicated value. See, I have so many values here, but usually this will be the case for you guys as well. When you're working with any one of the business use cases, you'll be getting, think this is a kind of a message which you're getting from some application. From some application, you're getting this as an output. Now, from this output, what's your requirement is, you want to extract the number. You want to extract that number and you want to use that number in some other workflow. See, sometimes when the bot does some automation, some record will be created and it's going to give you some reference number. That reference number, you want to take it, and if you want to use it at some places, how to do it. In this, I want only the number part. I don't want anything else. In that case, how to extract it? I will show you how. So if it is containing success, the bot is coming over here. Now here, I want to get this value, which is of number. How to do it? Let me put up one expression. So text var that is containing the value. Let me split the value at the space. See, I'm asking the bot to split the value at the space dot to char array. See, yesterday also we used the split and we just represent it as a C. And also yesterday I have highlighted, we can give C or to char array. Now, whichever the convenient for you guys, you can use it. I usually use C because it looks very simple rather than using dot to char array. Rather than that, you can use a C. For now, let me keep it as dot to char array as well. So what I'm doing is I'm asking the bot to split the value at the space and get me the value. As we saw earlier, how the bot is splitting the value. If this is the kind of a string, what bot is consuming, I'm asking the bot to split it. Split at the space. See, completed after successful record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. Now, if I split it, yesterday we saw the indexes, index 0, index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. See, these are the index. Now, in this, what I wanted, I want the index 4. So, which is of 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4th index. If I hit OK, and if I store it into a variable called record ID, and if I ask the bot to print that message in the message box, record ID, and if I trigger the workflow, the bot is getting me the required value which I wanted. See how you can easily split the values and you can get it. This is the way how you can split it and get the values out, the required values out. Now, if this is the kind of a case, it's an easy path which we saw. If suppose that application right now is generating this message and also it is generating some other pattern of message, for example, operation, I will say UiPath completed successfully, or else it might be giving you something different value. I would say as operation completed successfully. I will say as somewhere. I will say as robot record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. And if I just put up another word as rather than the operation, let me say as task completed, UiPath completed successfully, record 1, 3, 4 has been created. Now, these are the kind of a pattern of an output which I'm going to get out of the application. Let me give this. Let me give the latest one which we have, and in the workflow, and let's see whether the flow what we have designed, it is still sustainable for this kind of a text. If I trigger the flow, see, actually I wanted record ID, but now it is giving me the record. Why? If I just split it at this pace, this will be the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 5. So we should give 5. Okay, if I give 5, will it sustain? If I pass this as a string, what will be the output? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here 6. In this, the bot should consider as a 5. In this, the bot should consider as a 6. In this, the bot should consider as a 4. See, every time the number is changing, we cannot fix on ourselves to one thing, and we cannot ask the bot to get me the values at this, because that's not the thing what we wanted. See, we wanted the number, but we are getting the record as a value. We wanted this number. How to get it? Still, we can use a split, but we have another extended version of split. Let me show you that. I will just disable this activity. Why? Because anyways, I'm going to share you this workflow, right? So that you will be having an access to this expressions. So I took a copy of that, and here I'm going to modify it. So I'm going to use this still as split. Here, see, as an RPA developer, the one thing what you guys have to start implementing yourself is start analyzing the pattern of the things. See what they can come with the n number of use cases for you in the future. But over there, the first key element for you is, see, in UiPath, there is no nothing for us to scratch our head and build a code and or nothing as such. Everything is just a drag and drop. The only thing what we as a human to do is to think, to analyze the things. See, everyone can see this UiPath is easy. As I said earlier, everyone can just drag and drop. If that is a kind of a drag and drop, everyone can do it, right? Why they are hiring a lot of RP developers? Because yes, everyone can drag and drop, but everyone cannot code the flows in an efficient way. In an efficient way, they cannot. But as an RP developers, we're gonna think, analyze, and then build the code. This kind of a logics, this kind of a capability, people doesn't have. That's the reason they are hiring the RPA developers on the UiPath. See, as you can see, like the CEOs, CFOs, they themselves can build small automation by just dragging and dropping. But why they are not doing? Why they are relying on the RPA developers? Because these people, RPA developers, have a technical skills of analyzing and building the efficient code and a proper code which can sustain for a longer term. See, as an RPA developer, you guys have to start implementing this. You guys have to start analyzing the patterns, analyzing the things, analyze the workflows. Now, if someone gives me such a kind of a large variance of a text, now, if they ask me to extract the number, first, I will analyze the pattern. Okay, where does this number is coming? So the number is coming in the second part of the thing. For example, after dot, you have some text. So in the second part of the thing, I'm getting it. Okay. Which is of a good catch. Next, if I look at the pattern, I can see the number is coming somewhere between record and has. See, between record and has, I have a number. Record and has, I have a number. Here also, record and has, I have a number. Similarly, over here, I have a number. I think I can use this as a like an instrument to extract the data. Now let us ask the bot to split the value at record and has get me the value. For example, this is the thing what we have. I'm just taking this as an example now. Here we have record and has. The bot will split at the value record and it will split at the has. Now, what will be the thing? This entire thing will be the index 0, this entire thing. And this number will be index 1. This will be index 2. So, what I wanted? I want the index 1, which I got it. Now, if I take this, if I also split at record and has, if I start seeing the value index 0, 1, 2, see, now also I have 1, I want 1, first index. Similarly, if I take this or this, I still want the 1 because that is holding the value. Now let us write the logic what we have discussed, whether it's gonna support it or not. I want to split the value. Let me open up the brackets. In the flower brackets, let me put up as record, comma, has. See, I'm giving array of values. See, flower brackets. Yesterday we saw this concept in giving the values in arrays. Flower bracket, record, in the flower bracket, between the flower brackets, two values, record and has. What this split value gonna do? It's gonna split at the record, it's gonna split at the has, and it's gonna give you the value. And you cannot, when you're splitting at the word level, till now what we were doing, we were splitting at the single character. That's the reason we were giving C. But now we are giving word, multiple characters. When you're splitting at the multiple characters, you cannot just stop it here. You have to extend this expression a bit more. Let me show you that. String dot string split options dot none. Let me close this. And here in this, I wanted the first index. So let me give as 1. Now, what did I do? And why did I give this as an expression? See, whenever you do a split at the word level, this split, it gives you an additional option, additional capability to do some more with this value. See here, this is often another function, string split options. This is the option which you have to use whenever you're using a word. It's a mandatory one. And if you hit a dot operator, see, you're doing a split at record and has. Now it is asking you the question, do you want to format it? Do you want to get the names? Or do you want to do the parsing of a thing? If you want to check whether it is equal, and see here, if you want to remove some empty entries, usually when we split at the word level, we'll be having some empty values. So during that case, it is giving some additional options here. Do you want to remove that empty entries? Or do you want to trim all the entries? See, here, when I split, it has got some space. Even here, it has got some space. If it is having some space as this, see, this has got some space and this has got some space, the output. If you want to trim out this, see, you have this option. Similarly, you have a lot of options here, which you can do the output of split. So this is of a mandatory thing, which you have to use it. But if you don't want any, you can just put it as none, dot none. Even that dot none is a function which is available here. See, none. If you don't want any, you can set it as none. After that, you're going to close the brackets. So this is what the split, how you're going to get. Now we are extending our expression a bit more. That means we wanted the first index value. So we are giving as in the bracket 1. If I hit OK and if I trigger the workflow, see, we got the number. And I forgot what is the value we have given. Task completed successfully 1. This one last. Now let us give this, which is of the previous one. Let me put it up. Okay. And let me put up this value here. And if I trigger it, see, the workflow started and you got the required value out. See, this is the way how you can get the value, analyze the pattern, and you can get the value. So this is how you can use the split functions to get you the appropriate values. So in that case, if you're not able to identify any pattern, then we have to go with a regular expression, regex, what we call. It's of another different kind of a whole new topic itself, that is. So you can just Google it and you can see some of the regex, how to build some regex and all. So what that's going to do is it gonna analyze, like if you want a number out of it, if you specify over that digit, so in this string, the bot going to give only the number out as an out. That is the regex what we have. And similarly, we have appropriate activities for that. We have something called as a match and build. So is text matching and find matching pattern. These are the two things which is related to regex. I recommend you guys to look into the regex thing once. It's a whole new topic. Like it's nowhere related to UiPath. Thus regex is used in all of the programming languages and all, which is an easier and faster way to find that text required for you. If I give a text over here in UiPath, it is easy. But still, when it's of a complex use cases, then that will be of a different kind of a scenario. And here I want to get the digit. See here, as soon as I hit digit, the bot is identifying the digit directly. See, this is the regex. And similarly, sometimes we'll have some complex kind of a thing. We want to extract email address or any specific phone number. It's starting with +91 and some values, space, some value. In that case, we'll be modifying it much more. So anything, if I select all, and if I want to get any specific value, if it is starting with full expression, if it is starts with here somewhere. Okay. Let's see here. UiPath have already built a see, this is the regular expression. This is how it's gonna look. It looks something like very difficult to understand, but it is not. A regular expression is very easy. You have to just refer one table what we have. If you refer that, you will get the regular expression. See, for email, UiPath have built one big regular expression to identify in any of the text. If you put it up and any email address, this regular expression will identify. In any one of the complex string, whatever you have, if you select this email, this regular expression will identify an email address over here. So that is the way how it is. Similarly, in the complex use cases and all, you're going to be also requiring to build it, but not right now. Switch and case activity, as I showcased earlier, the output of that expression, based on that, the bot was selecting the appropriate cases. So selecting the appropriate cases based on the expression yesterday, what we have used, the substring and all. So through that, you cannot retrieve the number out. That is used to execute, to control your workflow. If some condition is met, do that. If condition is not met, do that. That is the kind of a thing. You cannot use switch to retrieve the number. And another question, what if you don't know what the index is for the number? How would you still retrieve the number? As I said, regex. Regex is the one. And as I said, guys, please put up all of your questions in Q&A only, not in the chat. See, I have splitted a record and has. Now
Yes, sir.
that split is returning me the array of value. So this entire thing will be the index 0. This will be the index 1. This will be the index 2. So what I wanted, always remember, split returns the value output as array. Yesterday we saw that in detail, how it is returning the array. So in that array, what value I wanted? I want the first index value. So that's the reason I'm giving as 1. This value is going to return. See, as I explained earlier, this dot none, it doesn't use any capabilities, no additional functions you want, no additional capabilities you want. That is what you are highlighting. Whenever you split at the word level, you have to use string split options. And here, if you don't want to have some additional functions, as I showcased over here, these are the additional function. If you want to remove the empty entries, if you want to trim out the entries and all, this kind of additional functions, if you want, you can use it. If you don't want, you just say yes, none. So this is what about the things. Now, till now, what and all we saw? We saw about the split. We saw about the contains. We saw about the concatenation. Now, let me highlight a bit more about the concatenation. Let me comment out this. And here, let me use message box as a thing, and let me give some value over here. UiPath, robot, and orchestrator. Now, let me concat, and since we guys have already seen this in our previous classes, string dot concat in the bracket, let me give the array variable. If I do that, I'm going to get output as this UiPath, robot, and orchestrator. See, there is no spaces between each character. Through this concat, we cannot get the space. To have the space, what we can do is we can use something called as join, string dot join. If you use string dot join, and here in the first place, you have to decide what is the kind of a delimiter you want. I want a space. So in the double quotes, space, comma, that array value. See, string dot join, space, comma, array value I have given. Now, if I trigger it, I'll be having a space when the bot executes this message box. If I trigger it, the workflow started. This is the first output of concatenation. This concat, this is the output. See, second output, you have a space. UiPath, and after robot, you have a space. So that is the way how it is. String.concat and string.join. Just assume like this file path here, what you're seeing, it is holding this as a value. This file path, it is holding this as a value. And item ID, it is holding ASD123. Just keep this in mind. And by having this in mind, we will understand some of the methods. File path, it is holding downloads / in the bracket bracket 0 / output.txt. Item ID is holding this. First, contains, which we already saw, file path. In this file path, whether it is containing the character, see, single character we are giving dot, it is there or not.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which component of UiPath allows you to store and manage sensitive information such as usernames and passwords securely? Option A, UiPath Orchestrator. Option B, UiPath Robot. option C, UiPath Studio, and option D, UiPath Assets Manager? Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master Robotic Process Automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the Robotic Process Automation.
See, it is there. So output is true. So it returns Boolean value. Next, similarly, ends with or starts with. See here, file path, this variable, dot, ends with it, whether it is ending with .txt, you're checking. If it is ending with .txt, it's going to return true or false value. See, which you got it as true because it is ending with .txt. Now, format. Let me drive a sequence activity and drop both string.concat and string.join together. And let me comment out the code. And here, what I would do is I'm going to use a message box. And here, I'm going to put it up as string. See, string is a class. First, I'm specifying string dot format. Format is often another function which we saw over there, method. In the bracket, let me give some string value. So I will see as hello in the brackets 0. And I will say yes 1 2 3, and here I will give another flower brackets. I will say yes 1, comma, I will give the value as UiPath, and here I'll give another value as my number. What my number variable is holding? It's holding the value 250. If I hit OK and if I run the workflow, just see what is the output. See, it has given me the output as, let me clear out the things. And here it is giving me as hello UiPath 123 250. Now, what is the string we have given here and how it is working? See, string dot format hello. This is a place where you're going to give a string value. This is a place where you're going to give string value. And from next, it's going to start with the position. This will be the index 0. This will be the index 1. See, hello, index 0. 0 is this. It will put it up this value at this place. Next, 1 2 3 1. 1 is what? This number. It's going to put it up this value over here. First value is for the string, and after that UiPath as a word index 0, it will bring it over here, and index 1, it will bring it up over here. See, hello UiPath 1 2 3 250 as a thing what you got it. See, you might be wondering what is the use of this? Yes, we have a major use case of this. When we are doing an email automation, which we're going to see in near future, when we are doing email automation, we wanted to send a customized kind of an email. For example, let's assume we have built some bot. It is running in the production. The tool is running somewhere at the midnight, around 2 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m. in the morning. So during that case, when the bot is executing, due to some network issue or anything, the bot doesn't load the website which it wanted. In that case, it will throw an exception, and it will also report to respective SME. That means respected people on this. So how it can report to them? Whether the bot has some phone or anything, does it go call to that person and inform him? No. What it's going to do? it's going to send out an email, appropriate email to that person. And when it sends out an email, the bot cannot expect a human to work somewhere at the 3 a.m. in the morning and resolve at that time. So what bot should do is, it should, while sending out an email, it should pick it up, current date and time. At that point, date and time, what is that? It should use it in the email body. And it should take the snapshot of the screen where the bot failed. And it should attach, that is an attachment. And it has to send out an email. In the morning, that person, when he comes to his desk, when he sees the email, he's going to investigate. Okay, by having the date and time, okay, at this time, what just happened? He's going to investigate and he's going to monitor and he's going to resolve that issue. See, to send this customized kind of information, see current date and time at that point of a time. So in that case, what we're going to do, we're going to give appropriate unusual situation encountered in report execution. Please check out the attachment file for more details, and flower bracket C 0. This indicates here, this is the place where I'm going to use current date and time. I'm going to attach it in this, and the bot will send this as an email body to the respective person. In doing an email automation, we're going to predominantly use this string.format as a function. And for that, I'm just explaining this with some static value here. Hello, UiPath, something as this. And it's not mandatory that you should give it in double quotes like this only. You can use a variable which is containing the string value. And in that string value, if it is containing the flower bracket 0, flower bracket 1, and when you're using that variable with string.format, it will replace the positions appropriately. And also, it is not mandatory that always you should give in the string 0 first, next 1, 2. Here, you can give 1, and here you can give 0, and you can run it. And if you want, you can give now as well, but you cannot use it as well. If you want, you can use it. If you don't want, you cannot. See, let me give this and check it out. What will be the output now? I have shuffled the index and I have given some additional values as well, which is of now, which is holding the current date and time, which I'm not using that value over there. Let us see whether it's going to still join it over there or not. See, we got hello 250 123 UiPath. See, the position has been changed. That appropriate value is still brought up at that places. And we used now, right? Now we're going to return current date and time. That one, we haven't given any index in the string. So that didn't came up. See, that is what the string.format is. And that is the way how we're going to use it. And that's the same example which I'm highlighting. Format, string.format, file path. File path is what? This is the file path. And in that, I'm replacing item ID. See here, I have a flower bracket 0. This place is been filled with ASD123. ASD123, you got it. Next, this is what the format is. Now, let us talk about the replace. Let me comment out this code again. And let me use the message box. Here, I'm going to put it up as string dot replace. Okay, sorry. The variable here. Let me take this variable text var. So text variable, in that let me replace a word like a character. For example, let me say as, let me add one character over here as slash. Or as rather than slash, let me use this file path over here. Let me create one dummy variable and let me put it up here within the double quotes. Now, let me use variable 1 in that replace that forward slash with the backward slash. If I do that, see here in this path, it has a backward slash, right? All the things will be replaced with a forward slash. If I trigger it, see, all the things is been replaced with the forward slashes. And replace, you cannot only use the character, single character, you can use the word as well. here for that, and let me use text variable. In text variable, I have something called as 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Let me replace that with a 0987. See, text variable. See, operation UiPath completed successfully, which we were doing with the split, right? See, that has got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That one I'm replacing with some different number. Let me try that. See, 0987. And remember, not only one value it's going to replace. In this entire string, wherever there is a value 1, 2, 3, 4, all the things will be replaced. See, that's what you saw in case of this value. All the backward slashes is replaced with a forward slash. Similarly, all the numbers will be replaced with a different number, whatever you give. That is what the replaces. See, since you have given it in double quotes, irrespective, the bot doesn't understand. If you give it in double quotes, the bot considers it as a string, whether you give a number or any special characters, anything, the bot still consider as a plain string. If you don't give the double quotes, then the bot will consider it as an integer. Now we have given it in double quotes, so the bot, it doesn't matter. It will see that regular kind of a pattern of a thing, what it has. If it has, it will replace that with the appropriate value. Now, as I said, like see here, forward slash with a backward slash. As you can see, all the things has been replaced here. Next, split, we guys have already seen. File path dot split slash, as I said, right, dot q to char array. Rather than this, you can just give it as C as well. If you represent it, it will split in the arrays. Remember, arrays. See, usually what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this array as an output, we'll store it into one variable. Then that array of 1 we're gonna give and store it into another variable. See, rather than using it two different activities, from now itself, I'm training you guys to with the optimized way of building the code. See, in that one expression itself, you can club all the things together. See, you're splitting and you're getting the appropriate value. See, the split, it is giving you the array. In this array, what I want downloads means I would say as 0. I want this value means I would give it as 1. It's going to give me that a value. Whereas split, remember always, it's going to return the output as array. See, char array value. Remember, let me use a message box. And here, let me put up an expression as text var. In that, I want a substring starting from 10th index. If I trigger the workflow, see, I got some output from UiPath completed successfully, robot record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. And here, if you observe, what is the value we have given? We have given as operation UiPath completed successfully, record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. Now, where did that operation gonna go? See here, if you count the characters of operation, see, like how many characters we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After 10 characters, whatever we have, the bot is getting me all of those. See, this is the value what we have. The bot gonna take all of those and it's gonna give you the value. That is what the substring is. Substring is gonna give you the value after that. See, index is starting here. Let me put it up and see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After this, the bot is giving you the values. Now, rather than 10, if I give 11, if I trigger it, see, U is missing. After 11 characters, the bot is giving all. See, that is the way how it is. Now, what I will do is, I will just keep it as 10 and I will use comma and I will give another number as 6. If I trigger it, see, now the bot is giving me only the word UiPath. Why? Because I have given substring of 10. 10 means from here the bot should give, right? Yes, it is giving. But after that, what I'm giving a 6. That means I'm asking the bot, hey bot, I don't want the entire. After 10, just give me 6 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the reason the bot is giving me only the output, which is of UiPath. See, by using a substring, you can get the required value out. You're getting only the part of a string, substring, part of a string, you're getting as an out. See, these are the options. You can give the starting index and the length. It's not an ending index, it's a length. 6 is a length. 10 is of a starting index. Next, see here, 2 lower, 2 upper. As the name itself says, file path dot 2 upper, if I give, everything will be in a uppercase. Dot 2 lower means everything will be in a lowercase. Simple. It's a straightforward thing. 2 lower, 2 upper. Uppercase or lowercase. Next, trim. Trim means if you have some extra spaces. See here. What I would do is, let me comment out that code and see here. If I give after operation, see here, space, 2 spaces I have given. Let's assume that is the value what we have given. And if I run this substring, let's see what will be the output now. See, I'm getting some different values. I'm not getting the required value. Previously, I got UiPath as one word, but now, no. Why? Because the bot is counting that spaces. Now, that is of that space we don't require. The bot has to neglect that white spaces what we have at the front and at the end. If you want that, see after text var, just hit dot operator and type trim. Do you want to trim at the start or at the end? Right now my use case is start. So I can use start. If you have a use case at end, you can give end. Or else if you want to trim at both the side, start and at the end, you can use this. Let me use trim itself. And if I trigger it, see, you got the output. Trim, it's going to trim out the spaces which you have at the first and at the end. That is the way how you can do it. So this is what the trim is. The trim. And another small thing which I just wanted to highlight here. If you observe here at every places we are using variable and next function. But only for format, we are using string and then we are saying the function. Even both are one and the same. Even this is of a variable type of what? String. String dot concat contains string dot ends with. Here also this value in that way. But whereas for string dot format is of a string dot format. When you use something as string dot format, not only the format, whatever the expression, if you start with a string dot and if you use some expression, in that case, the bot, irrespective of the data types which is inside, the bot will consider it as a string. See here, my number is of an integer. Now is a date and time. See, previously when I gave this my number in a message box, it was throwing an error. It asked me to, it forced me to convert that to a string. We use .toString. Now also this now function, it forced us to convert to a string. But whereas when I use it in string.format, it didn't ask me. Why? Because we already said, hey bot, it's of a string kind of a thing what I'm doing. So when I see this, the bot will blindly go further, irrespective of the data type, the bot will consider it as a string. Irrespective of the data type, the bot will consider as a string. Why? Because you have already given string as first. Whenever in the expressions you start with a string, irrespective of the data type inside, it will consider as a string only. Yes, these are the some of the things which we have saw. See, we talked about the join, we talked about the replace, we talked about the format, we talked about the substring, we talked about the concat, we talked about the split, contains, and all. Now we are left with something as index of. Let us try to see that. Open up this, and let me open up one, bring up one message box, and here I will see as text var dot index of, in the brackets I will see as capital U. If I trigger it, see, it is giving me the index of the letter U. Like in the text. See here, we have double spaces. It counted that double spaces and operation, and after that space. And this U, what is the index? If I start counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, and all. So for UiPath, the index will be, for U, this 12 will be the index. 12 is the index for this. Index of, we're going to use it to get the index of a specific character, what we wanted. And if you want to get the index of a word as well, you can get it. For example, if I want to get the index of, I will say as 1, 2, 3, 4. If I give, rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, let me give something else. Let me remove this couple of spaces, what we have in the front. And after UiPath, let me give 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 2, 1, 2, 3, 4s. It's fine. And if I trigger, okay, it's giving me the index. Did I give? No, I haven't given anything here. So here, let me give as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I trigger it, it says as 17. And if I go over here, see here, index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And this is starting from 18. This is starting from 18. But why it is giving 17? 17 is a space, right? See, if you observe, I have started my count from index 1, 1, 2, 3. And if you remember, I said earlier, in UiPath, always index starts from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3. If you count it, the number 1 index is 17. The bot is not looking at the word level. The bot is seeing at the character level, and it is giving me the index of that character, which is of 1, which is having the sequence as that. If the sequence is having 1, 2, 3, 4, and that character, first value, first character index, it's going to give index of. See, it's going to see the sequence of character 1, 2, 3, 4. It is there. If it is there, then the bot will give me the index of first character, which is of 1. The index is 17 in this case. It gave me. If any one of the sequence, for example, if there is just 1, 2, 3, then the bot will look for this 1, 2, 3, 4, not this. Why? Because I'm asking the bot to look at 1, 2, 3, 4 as a sequence of characters. Whenever the bot finds it, it's going to give you the index of that first character. That is what the index offers. Index of it's gonna work. Now we have seen all the things, and now we have seen all the things related to the scalar variable, how we can do the manipulations. See, we all saw in the bits and pieces like a join, replace, index of, and all. Now, if I want to derive a story out of it, see, suppose let's assume you have some large amount of string value stored into one variable. In that string value, you want to identify some value out of it. For example, the number. Now, first, let's take an example as that itself. Operation completed successfully, record 1, 2, 3, 4 has been created. So in that, I want to get 1, 2, 3, 4 as a number. Now, what we'll do is, first, we will find the index of 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get that index number. The output of this, we're going to pass it to substring. See, substring, it will take the index, right? So from there, till how many characters I want? 4 characters. So I'm going to give 4. The bot will give me the 4 characters. I'm going to take that. See, substring, it's going to give me the number by using a combination of these two. And output of this, if I want to enclose in an email, I'm going to pass it to the format. Output of substring, I'm going to give that value over here. In the string.format, the bot going to send out an appropriate email. And after sending out an email, like if you want to join the output of substring to something value in some other value, you can do it. Or if you want to replace that value in another some substring, like if you have another text, which is of UiPath record dash and value. So in that dash, if you want to replace that dash with that value, what output of this substring, you can do this. And if you want to check whether it is containing the character dash in this before doing a replace, you can use a contains. And after doing a replace, if you want to split the value at the space, and if you want to get some other value, you can use a split. See, all the things are tied up together one after the other. See, depends on your use case, you use a combination of the things. Till now, what we did, we saw everything we saw in the bits and pieces. In going forwards, what we're going to do, we're going to use a combination of some of those, and we're going to build up in our use case. That is how it is. See here, the O is not at all there. The bot have trimmed out the capital O from the at first place here. It has trimmed out. And if you have couple of O, it will trim out that as well. See, that is the place where the trim start gonna work. Similarly, trim end gonna be useful. Whereas trim, if you use, it will do at the both the places. Sometimes we don't want to do such kind of a thing at the both the places. We want to only at the first or at the end. In that case, we're going to use this. If not, no. So that is what about the trim start and trim end what we have. Okay, now that is being said, let us move forward. I will create a new sequence. I will say as something as list. Now, collections. Let's do some manipulations on the collections. Till now, what we were doing, we were doing the manipulations on the string data, single data. Single data, we were just slicing and dicing the data, and we were doing the appropriate things. Now, what we will do is, we will just do some manipulations on more than one data. See, till now, we were storing into one string, and in that string, we were doing all the things. Now, we will store multiple values, and we will do the manipulations on the multiple values in one go. We will see how we can do that. In this, while understanding about the manipulations on the collection, we will see the another new concept, which is of the list. It's a data type, which I'm going to expose you guys with. List is a data type, which is same as the array, but like while discussing the array concept, like I have highlighted, right? Array is of a fixed size. You cannot add or remove the value. Whereas in and also I have highlighted, there is an alternative for this, which is of list, right? See, that is the list which we're going to see now. This list, it's a flexible size. If you want to add the value, you can add it. If you want to remove the values, you can remove it. Whereas in the array, it is not. And array is handy in most of the places. See, if you just do a split, you'll get an array. See, That's the way how you're going to use this arrays. Like array will be used in multiple places in the workflows. But whereas the list, it is only used in some advanced use cases where you want to add or remove the value from the collections. Only at that cases, you're going to use the list. If not, most of the cases, you're going to use it, the arrays itself. Now, by having this in mind, and let us build the things. Here, let me take up a use case to understand the list concept, and also we're gonna understand about how we can do a manipulations on the collections. So both the things we're gonna understand now. Now, what's my use cases? I will create two different collection variable. I will create two different collection variable. What I want my bot to do is it has to just combine both of the collections together, and it has to present me the output. That's the thing what I want. What I want is I'm going to store two different collections value. The bot has to combine both the collections together, and it should give me one collection output. And what, to be very specific, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two different collection variable with I'm going to store some city's name to it. City, the city where you live in, that city's name, I'm going to store it into an appropriate collection. And I want my bot to just combine both of the country cities together, and it should give me one output. So that is my use case. It's a simple one. Two collections together, it should present me the output. The countries, I'm going to create the country names, two different collection names I'm going to give. Inside it, I will store multiple cities in that country. The bot, it should take that, combine it, give it. Let's see how we can do that. Let us create the variable. I will say, I will take two different countries. One is Spain and another one is UK. So Spain and another one is UK. These are the two countries. In this, let me store the value. It is of a type list, right? See, in the string, if I hit the drop down, see, browse for the type. If I hit browse for the type, and if I type list, and if I open up the bracket, see, you got the required one. See, yesterday I said corlib. Corlib is the one which you guys have to refer. See, from the corlib, it has been derived. List of what type? See, again, it is following the principle of variable principle. It can hold multiple data, but it should be of the same data type. Now it's asking me list of what data type, list of what you want to store. I will say as list of string, which you guys are already familiar. I will ask the bot to store the list of values. Previously, I was using array, but now it is a list. List is a data type, which we're going to see now. I have given this, and similarly for UK cities also, let me do that. Once I have selected the list, here I'll get in the suggestion, I'm selecting that. Okay, I have created two different variables. Now, let me initialize it with some value. So how to initialize? Let me put up first new list of string, and in the brackets, so in the flower brackets, let me start giving the value. I will say as Madrid. Let me give as somewhere as this, comma, another city name which we have in the Spain. Let me remember, we have something as Valencia. So let me take that. And let me give some other city name. I will say as Barcelona. Let me give that. Just give some are in uppercase, some are in lowercase. I'm purposefully giving in this way. Let me keep it as it is for now. So 3 cities name, I have stored it into this collection variable, which is of list. See, new list of string, Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona. These are the 3 values I have put it up into this. Now, Whereas in the arrays, I was just giving flower brackets like this, and we were giving only this part. Only this part we were giving in the array. But whereas in the list, that's not the case. You have to give new list of string. This is of a mandatory whenever you're using a list. This, when you give it, this list will be initialized. What do I mean by initialize? Whenever you create a list variable, the bot thinks that if you don't give this new list of, the bot thinks that, okay, this is of a collection variable, but it is already having some value. The bot thinks in that way. The bot it will create a misconception that that variable, whatever we create, it is already holding some value. For example, see in UK city, I haven't given anything. So bot thinks that this UK city like variable, which is holding, it is already holding some value, the bot thinks. But when you give new list of string, when you give this, now the bot thinks that, okay, this is of a collection variable, but it is empty. It is not holding any value as of now. When you give that new list of string, the bot thinks that it's a new variable. When you don't give, the bot thinks that it is already holding some value. And here what I did in the Spain cities, I have initialized this variable, and also I have stored the value. I have showed you the one way of storing the value. How? After initializing from give the value in this way. This will store the value in a Spain variable. Now UK city, like this one, I have just initialized the variable. I haven't stored any value as of now. Now what I'm going to do is I will show you another way how to add the value to the list in the workflow level. Let me show you that. Here in the activities, we have something called as append item to list. See here, append item to list, drag and drop. This is of a new variable, right? Now I'm going to give the list variable to which I want to add, which is of UK. In this UK, I want to add, and what value I want to add, I need to give it here. So here I will just see as London. One city which is in UK, it's of London, and I can see okay, I need to change the data type here. See, as I said earlier, there are couple of activities which you have to keep an eye on type of argument thing. As I said, one is for each. Whenever you're using a for each, look into the type of argument I said. And second activity, which is a switch. Whenever you're using a switch, keep an eye on type of argument I said. Similarly, the third activity, which is of append item to the list. Whenever you're using an append item, you keep an eye on type of argument. What type of data you're storing into this list? It's a string. So change the type of string to type of argument to string. See, no issues now. So this is the way how you can add a value to your list. Now, let me add another value to the list. Rather than London now, let me change it to something as Manchester. Manchester is of another city which we can add. And you can ask me a question like stating, can't I add a couple of values in one go? No, we cannot. This append item, we can add only one value as in to the list, not multiple values. Okay, now we have initialized both the variables. What I will do is, let me add one quick message box onto this canvas, and I will see as test. Let me add a breakpoint for this, and let me trigger it. See, now the Spain is been initialized with 3 values. UK is been initialized with 2 values. If I hit this pencil button, see it is holding the values. So 2 collections I have prepared it. Now 2 collections, it is holding the appropriate values for me. Now what I want to do is, I want to combine both the things together. Let me stop the workflow and let me drag the assign activity onto this canvas. And here, let me put up one expression. So what's the expression is? Let me put up that expression and later let me explain you. I will say as enumerable dot concat in the brackets. I'm going to use the variable which is of Spain underscore as enumerable, comma, which is of another UK city, which is of as enumerable in the brackets dot to list. Let me hit OK. Let me store it to variable called all cities. So I'm going to store the combined value into this variable. So here, let me set it as the list of string. Now, this is the expression. What it's going to do is it combine both the strings, both the collections together. It will concat both the collections together and it will store it into one variable called all cities. That is what this expression is doing. Now, before I explain this expression, like I have one question in the Q&A, let me take that. So if I want to get the names from user from the input box and save it to the list, yes, you can use an input dialog box activity. The output of that, you can give it over here, append item to the list. In that way, you can easily store the values to the list based on the user input. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and explain this expression. Enumerable dot concat Spain as enumerable, UK as enumerable, and converting it to the list. Now, what it is doing and how it is happening. See, UiPath team, they are very clever. So in scalar variables, like in the string manipulations and all, you saw something as string.concat, string.join, and so many things you saw over there. But you don't have similar kind of a thing for integer, for different data types. Why? Because what they are doing is they created that function in one and they are asking us to use that kind of functions by converting to it. For example, if I have numbers, if I want to concat the numbers together, if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if I want to combine both the things, what UiPath is asking me is, you wanted to do that integer values together. You have a use case. Yes, you can do it. But I'm not going to give you that functions in integer data type. What I'm trying to say here is, if I create, let me create some argument with the type integer and if I create with that string, see, this argument 2 is of a string type. If I hit dot, I'm going to get join, I'm going to get concat and all. But whereas if it is of integer value, see, if I hit dot, you don't have anything as concat, join and all, nothing. See, only this. If I have use case of doing the concatenation of integer, what to do? What I need to do is I need to convert this array1 to string, and in that string I'm going to do the concatenation based on the requirement. See, in that way I want to do join, concat and all, whatever the function we saw, everything. If you want to do for the integer as well, you want to convert to a string, and you can do it. That is possible. You can do that. That is what UiPath team have did it. Rather than building the same function for multiple, see, we have n number of data types. They cannot be building contains, join, substring, and all for all the data types. It will be like the complexity of the code will be very high, very huge. So if you want to install that framework itself, it will take a lot of memory. To avoid this, to save some space, they did it in this way. So whenever you have such a kind of a use case, convert to the appropriate ones in which you have a thing and then use it. That's what the suggestion even they are suggesting us. Now, by keeping that in mind, why did I bring that topic over here is, see, even for the collections, see in the collections, we wanted to do the concat. But in the list, we don't have concat. List data type, we don't have a concat. So what to do? But I have a use case. I want to concat both the things together, both collections together. I want to do it. How to do it? In that case, that's the way the concepts comes in as enumerable. You can think enumerable as a string. See, in the string, you have all the options, right? Similarly, what UiPath did, whenever you want to do an like a manipulations on the collections, I'm not talking about the scalar, I'm talking about the collection. Whenever you wanted to do the manipulation on the collection, use this data type, which is of enumerable. UiPath team, they created all the functions related to the collections, all the functions they have created in enumerable. And what they are asking us to do is, whenever you wanted to do the appropriate manipulation, convert to this, use it and do it. It's like a similar thing as if you have some issue with your car, what you're gonna do? You're gonna take your car to the garage and you're gonna repair the things and you're gonna get it back, right? Similarly, if you wanted to do the join of the collection, you're gonna convert that to an enumerable. You're gonna join over there and you will convert it back to the list. See, that's what I'm doing. See, similarly as string.concat, see here, enumerable is of another data type, enumerable.concat. In the bracket, Spain is of a list type, right? But here I'm seeing as Spain. Consider it as enumerable. UK is a list. Consider it as enumerable. See, as enumerable. Consider it as an enumerable. After doing concatenation, convert to list. See, this is the way how I'm doing a manipulations on the collection variable. Convert to the list. Do the concatenation by converting it to the enumerable. After that, anyways, the output will be also enumerable. Convert to the list. Simple. If I hit OK, no issues. This all cities will contain all the values now. Now, what I want to print all this value in an output panel. So what I can do is, a simpler way is, I can use string.join. See, string.join, join with a space, which you guys have already seen. Now let me give the collection variable. Collection variable is what? All cities. Now let me remove the breakpoint. Why is not removing? Yeah. If I trigger it, just see what will be the output. See, Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, London, Manchester. You got all the cities in one go. See, it combined all the cities together. It's stored in a variable called all cities. Previously, you had two different variables, which is holding different cities. What you did, you concatenated all and you stored it into one variable, which is of all cities. That, what you're doing, right now, you don't have multiples, you have only one. So I'm using a string.join, join all the value in these collections together with the space separator. So the bot is doing the appropriate thing. See, based on my use case, what I wanted, the bot did it for me. See, this is the way how you can do it. And let me extend this workflow a bit more. Let me show you another way. Let me use for each activity. And let me ask the bot to iterate through all cities, one after the other, all cities and current item. See, this doesn't require anything. Why? Because the bot has the capability to understand what type of a data it is, string. So let me change the current item to city. Now, each of the city, let me print it in the output panel. City is a variable, right, which I have created. Yeah, city. Now, if I trigger the workflow, the bot gonna print all this value in one go in the output panel. If I see the output panel, see, you have got all the cities named here: Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, London, and the Manchester. You have all the things in one go. Now, what I would do is, if you see over here, like in the output panel, I want to somehow, this string is not proper. See here, some are in uppercase, some are in lowercase, and some are in, one is in uppercase, one is in lowercase. Some of the other thing is happening. So let me bring all the things to one, some standardization. So let me bring all the things in proper way. So how to do that? Yes, for that also we have one function. Let me show you. The function is, first let me put up that expression, and later let me explain you what is that expression is doing. Let me drag and assign activity onto this canvas. And here I'm going to put system.globalization. And in this we have cultural info. And in this current culture. And I think here we have, yes, text info. Yes, now we have something called as, see, two lowercase, two uppercase, two string, or two title case. Title case means first character in uppercase, rest all in lowercase. This is title case. Convert to the title case. In the bracket, let me give that variable which is of city. I want to change that. If I, okay, this is the expression and city is a variable. Let me reuse the same variable. Let me take this value, change the value, and replace that value in this variable and print it. So I'm reusing the variables. It's always a good practice of reusing the variables within the workflows rather than creating multiples. If I see my output panel now, see, all are in a proper case. Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, London, Manchester. Now, what did I do over here? See, this is the, like, it's a function like system.globalization.cultural info, current culture. These are the functions. See, in system globalization, this is of a class, and in this cultural info and current culture, and in this text info, it's of another function. And this is the way how I'm deriving the things. And usually, like system.globalization, we don't give. Why? Because here you have below somewhere next to variables, next to arguments, next to imports. In the imports, if you have something called as system.globalization here already, then it's not necessary for you to give. If you don't have, you can import that namespace. What is that namespace? System.globalization. See here, system.globalization is not there. Now it is asking me to import. See, it is something like importing some libraries, importing some required functions, which is for you. See, nowhere I'm taking, till now what we were doing, we were giving that variable, or we were stating as something as string, and we were deriving the function. But here, we are not giving anything as such. We are just calling from the root, from where it is being called. See, system.globalization. In this, cultural info is a class. It's similar to string. cultural info is a class. If I hover on this, you can see class. This is similar to string, but cultural info I cannot use directly. Why? Because this system.globalization is not there in my code. So first I need to import it. If I import, there is no necessary for me to use it. If I didn't import it, then I have to use this system.globalization, right? Right now I have just imported it. So it's fine if I use it or not, it will be good. Now, cultural info is a class. In this, we have another one function. In that, we have another text info. In text info, we get a multiple variants to lower, to upper, to title case. I'm going to change it to that. And here I'm going to give which value I need to change. If I give that, the bot will convert to the appropriate things. If I trigger it now, you can see the same output in your output panel. See, all the things are here. Now, let us extend this workflow a bit more. We have something called as invoke method. It's very interesting, this part. We're going to use in multiple places. Invoke method, sorry, not code, invoke method. Here, I'm going to give that list variable, which is of all cities. And let me do something as sort. Let me do the sorting of this. And if I trigger the workflow, see, look at it. Now it has been sorted in ascending wise. How? See, Barcelona, London, B, L, M, V. It has been sorted ascending wise. How did I do? By using an invoke method. Let me show you that. I would say as, so we wanted, okay, I want to show you the sort things and all, right? List functions, let me see as MSD and site, list functions, or else I would say as method. It will be more precise. Yeah. See, if I scroll down further, see, these are the available functions which are there. These are the methods and which are available here. You can see add range, add. If you want to add some value to your list, you can use the add thing, and clear, contains. Similarly, if I scroll down further, see, these are the available methods which is available within the class which is of list. Here you can see something as sort. Now, what are this? What are these methods? These methods are nothing but it's a sub program. See, like this kind of a sorting kind of a things and all, like they cannot be keeping everything over there in the terms of functions and all. So what they're going to do is, these are the sub kind of a program which is lying inside your framework itself, like outside your code, it will be residing. Now, if you wanted to do the sorting of that collection variable, what we're going to do is we're going to invoke that one activity called invoke method, and we're going to give the list variable, and we're going to call the appropriate method what we wanted. Now we wanted to do the sort, so we are giving sort. Similarly, if I want to do like a sort in the descending manner, I don't want this sort, it's going to do the ascending manner. If I want to do the descending, do the sort, next use the reverse. That's what the thing, right? Ascending order you're sorting, and you're giving the values in a reverse order. So that in that way you can get the descending order kind of a value. See, in that way you can get it. Similarly, you have multiple other functions which you can use it and you can implement in your workflow. See, if you want to get the index of any particular value, last index, and if you want to get the type of any particular values, all the things are here. These are some of the ready-made kind of methods which are available here. So which you can use it. And these are some of the things based upon your use case, refer it. If you require, then only refer it. It's not mandatory that you have to be knowing all of this. Based on the use cases, Like if you think, if you have some such a kind of a use case where you are building in the list, you have a use case to sort it. Okay, then look for in the method. Do you have something as sort? Look in and then implement it accordingly. So in that way, refer this documentation. If not, don't refer it. Don't look into that. So in that way, you can start using this invoke method. So this is what about the list what we have. If you observe, like in this workflow, what we did, we just initialized two variables. One is list, both are list types. And here we have initialized and we have given the values. And for other variable, we just added use an append item activity to append the values over here. And after that, what we did, we just combined both the things together. We stored it into an all cities. And we wanted to do the sorting of this value. So we used an invoke method, we sorted it. And after that, we iterated through each one of the cities. We converted to a title info and we printed the value. That's what the use case, what we felt. And if you observe in the variables list, as I said earlier, we need to initialize this variable, right? By giving new list. If you don't give, the bot thinks it is already having a value. See, that's the reason we gave. For UK, we gave, but whereas for all city, even though it is a list, we haven't given. Even though we haven't given, the bot is running as expected. How? What's happening here? What is happening here is, see here, let's assume the bot is considering it as a box which is having some value. What we are doing over here, we are giving a new value and we are asking the bot to replace it. See, assign value, that's what we have been doing, right? From the earlier, we will give one variable and we will assign some value to it. Like the India as a value, we assigned it and some of the other value. So what bot is doing? It is taking the data, it will remove the previous data and it will overwrite on it. That's what here also we are doing. See, city is already holding some value. What we are doing? We are taking the new value and we were overwriting on it. Irrespective of the data, whether it has or not, the bot is putting up that value over there. It is replacing. So that's the reason we doesn't require this to be initialized. If we initialize also, no issues. It doesn't matter. See, if I initialize this, if I trigger it, it will run still as expected with no issues. But whereas for Spain and UK cities, if I haven't initialized, then that will be a problem. Let me show you. See, I got the required output now. Now, if I just remove for UK city, and if I trigger it, see, it says as object reference not set to an instance of an object, even though I have the variable, because since I haven't initialized, the bot was not able to add a value. See, this adding a value, it is not replacing a value. It is adding with that one. If I have 5 values over there, with that 5 value, it will add a 6th value. But in this case, since I haven't initialized, the bot thinking that it is already having a value, but when it opens the box, there it doesn't find a value. Now the bot is in a confusion state. I was thinking it has a value, but I don't find any value. So do I need to add to this, or do I have some issue with this container, this collection itself? So that's the reason the bot is throwing this as a message. Think it in this way so that you will understand the things better. So that's the reason we have to initialize.
Hello.
So that's the reason you have to initialize the variables in which you want to add the values. So this initialization is required for UK cities, and for the all cities, if you initialize it or if you don't initialize it, it's completely fine. Which is of a collection itself, which is of a collection variable, another collection variable, which we call as a dictionary. So what is this dictionary and what is the unique thing it has got when I compare with the other collection variable? Now, for this, to understand this dictionary concept, let me give you an scenario. Let me give you an like day-to-day kind of a things what we're going to use. In our mobile phones, we have something called as a contact site. There, what you're doing, you're saving your well wishes, like your friend, your name, and the phone number. For example, when you call, let's assume you have saved my name as Kantish instructor and you have put it up my number. Whenever you want to call me, so will you go to your contacts and you're gonna click on my name. There you'll get a call button. If you hit that call button, then the call will be placed for me. That means, see, for you,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of recording feature in UiPath? Option A, to create a video log of robot activities. Option B, to document code for future reference. Option C, to record audio instructions for the robot. And option D, to capture and automate user interactions with applications. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
you're calling to Kantesh, but in the background, for the Kantesh, they have some respective code. Code is the phone number. The like the network, it's actually dialing for that number, not for that name. See, everyone have different phone numbers. So since we cannot remember all the things, we're gonna put it up the values over there and we're gonna give the appropriate name based on our requirement. You might save my name as Kantesh instructor. The other guy can save as only Kantesh. The other guy can store my name as Intellipaat instructor. Some other things they can store it. The names in different phones are different, but the value is the same. The value is the same. But whenever anyone clicks on the contact for call button, the network is dialing for that number what it has got, not for the name. See, it is in the context, it is holding two different values. One is the name and another is number. Name is for your understanding, but actual value, what you want, it is in the background, the phone numbers. Now, why did I bring this as a concept is, even the dictionary type, even this gonna work in the same way. It's gonna hold two values. One is key and another one is value. Now we will see what is this key and what is value and how it's gonna work. To understand this dictionary, let me take up a use case. Think I'm an kindergarten new joined lecturer. Like in the kindergarten, I'm a teacher, so I'm a new joinee, and now usually people like kids like the celebration of their birthday, right? Because they'll get some surprises and all, so they like that. Now, as a new joining teacher, what I want to do is I want to celebrate all the kiddos' birthday on their respective days. I have the database where I have all the student names and their birthdays. Now, I want to understand like whether their birthday has passed or it's in near future. I have joined today, but the students might have born in January. This birthday is already passed. The students might have born in the month of February. It's already passed. The students might have born in the month of September. That is of next month, which I can plan. See, people might have born in different months. Now, what I wanted to do is I just want to find who are the birthdays it's in near future and who are the birthday it's already past. I just want to understand that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give the database to the bot, like database of the students name and their birthday. The bot should give me an output like stating that so and so birthday has passed, or so and so birthday is in near future. If it is in near future, I can plan accordingly the things. If it is past, what I can do, it's past. I can go and I can do the belated wishes. That's it. So that is the thing. I'm going to give the database for the bot. The bot should analyze and it should say whether the birthday is past or it's in near future. Now let's see how we can do that. For that, first let's create a dictionary variable. For that, hit create variable. Since I'm storing all the birthdays, so I'll say give the name as birthdays dictionary. I'll say as dict. And here, let me set the data type as browse for the type, and I will say as dictionary. Let me type the entire name and open the bracket. Dictionary, open the brackets. See, I got it one. The same MS core lib, generic, dictionary. See, I can store two different values, key and value, both the things. Let me give key as a string. Value is also string because string we are really fond of, and we have been using the list string type from the past time. So let me keep it both the string. Later we will change it to the appropriate things, but for now, let me keep both the things as string. Let me hit OK. See, dictionary variable I have created both key and value, both the things I have placed. Now, same as for list, we did for initialization, right? New list of string. Similarly, we want to initialize for dictionary as well. Now, what I would say is new dictionary of string, comma, string. Whereas in the list, I was storing only one value, but here I have got two values, right? So of string, comma, for value also string. I'm initializing both key and values together. So that's the reason I'm giving as this. Now let us start storing the values to this. What I would do is let me use something called as multiple assign. I'm like exposing you guys to new activities within UiPath. Like I'm not using the same activity so that you'll be familiar with the things. What does what? See, it is same as assign activity. Both are one and the same. Whereas assign activity, if you want to have another assign, drag and drop another one. Rather than having multiple ones, what we have is we have something called as a multi-assign. If you want to have 2, 3, you can keep on adding based on your requirement. If you don't want any, you can delete it. You have all the things. If you want to add, you can add it. Now, what I will do is, I will just start adding the values to this. What value I would store is, I would say birthday of, let me give a student name as Smith. He was born in the, let me give the date pattern as, he was born in the month of Feb 02 and on the day of 27/20, he was born in 2018. Let me see, birthday of Smith, he was born on 2/27/2018. Similarly, let me add another student birthday. I will say as birthday of, let me give the name as Stephen. He is born somewhere in the month of September. I would say as somewhere in the date of 17/2019. Let me give us 2019. And let me add the last student birthday. So another student name is Sam. Let me give the Sam. And her birthday is on, let me give it as, let me give the date as tomorrow, which is of 14/08/14/20/18 itself. Let me give. Even she was born on, so same thing. See, these are the birthdays. These are the three different people. See, birthday of Smith, birthday of Stephen, birthday of Sam. These are the three students. They were born on so and so date. I'm giving the born date. See, date of birth, DOB, date of birth, I'm filling in. Because this is the kind of a data which will be stored in the database also, right? So that's the same thing. I'm giving it here. Now what I'm going to do is, I've stored the values. I'm going to use for each activity. Now what my bot has to do, the bot has to iterate through each one of the students and it has to say whether their birthday is past or it's in near future, right? So that's the reason I'm using it for each. Here I would give as birthday, the dictionary variable dot keys. Let me iterate through each one of the keys. Keys is nothing but students. See, key and value, right? That's what we are storing in the dictionary. Key is the name. So for each one of the students, I'm iterating key. So I will say as key is the name. So let me give the name. And here let me use it is better for me to use multi-assign, but I still prefer assign because I want to explain in detail about each of the things. So I will use the assign activity itself. Now what I would do is, here let me put up one expression. I would say as date time, it's a data type, like it's same as string. Data type date time dot parse, in the bracket I would say as birthday of dictionary, in the bracket name. Name is a thing. Name is an imaginary variable which I'm iterating through each one of the thing, right? See here, name. See, birthday dictionary, that is of a variable, dictionary variable. In the bracket, I'm saying the name. Name I'm iterating. So birthday of Smith. This is the key. See, when you call in your mobile phone to Kantesh, in the background, to what number it is dialing? To my mobile number, right? Similarly, when I call birthday of Smith, I will get the date of birth of Smith. This is the date of birth of Smith. This value I'm going to get over here. This value I'm converting into a date and time data type. See, it's a string in the double quotes we have given, right? That one I'm parsing. That means converting into a date time. Converting this thing into the date and time. Let me hit OK. And now that value, let me store it into a variable called, let me say as DOB, date of birth. And here the variables, it will be of a string. Let me change it to the date and time. See here, why? Because I'm doing a conversion, right? This conversion, I cannot store it in the string again. I need to store this date and time value into the date and time variable itself. So hit the drop down, browse for the type, just look for date time. If you look, you'll get an n number of suggestions. Scroll down further. So where is my system.private correlate system date and time? See, from the first I'm referring to only this correlate. If I hit OK, see date and time value, I'm storing into date and time variable. Next, let me drag in another assign activity. And here, let me put up one expression here again. I will say as new date time in the brackets. Let me give the value as date time dot today, comma dot year, comma, and here let me give date of birth dot month. comma, date of birth, variable, I'm talking about the variable, date of birth in that day. Let me close this. And let me store it into variable called current year anniversary. So if I hit it, so this is the variable, and rather than this current year birthday, I will say. Now, okay, this is of a date and time again. Let me change to a date and time. I will explain what exactly I'm doing and how it is running. But right now I'm just wrapping up the flow. That's it. Let me build up this and let me explain what exactly I'm doing. So current year birthday, let me take that variable. If it is less than date time dot today. If it is less than date time dot today, then it should give me the message box like stating string dot format let me use, since you guys are already aware. In the brackets, I would say birthday of, in the brackets, 0 has passed. It was on so and so date. Now this 0 position, let it fill the value with keys. Name, I'm iterating, right? That name, comma, and current year birthday. The same message box, let me take it and put it up here. And I'm going to modify this as is in near future. It is on so and so date. If I hit OK and if I trigger the workflow, just see what will be the output first. The workflow has started. See, birthday of Smith has passed. It was on 02/27/2023. 02/27. 27 means February. February 02. Oh yeah, it has been passed. Okay, I can wish him belated birthday wishes. Next, birthday of Steven. It's a near future. Okay, when it is? It's September 17th. Oh, nice. I can plan accordingly something for him. And whereas birthday of Sam, it's a near future. Okay, it is on 8/14. Okay, today date is 8/13. Tomorrow itself. Oh, I don't have a time. I need to plan accordingly. See, it's the near future. Let me hit OK. See, based upon my use case, what I'm doing, I'm based upon my use case, the bot is running as expected. The bot is running, that it is taking the values and it is putting up the things. Now, let me explain what exactly the bot is doing. Let me go step by step and do it. For that, let me take up the notepad as well. And here, let me put up all the expressions what I'm using. This is the one, and this is the other one. So this one I'm storing in a variable called current year birthday. And here I'm storing in a variable called DOP. Let me take that. And here I have another expression. Let it be as it is. Here string.format. Let me take that. So let me take these 3 expressions and let me explain you each one after the other. Yeah. Let me go step by step. Let me hit step into. The workflow started, step in, see, multiple assign. Right now, the variable dictionary is not holding any value, zero value it is holding. Now, if I hit step in, the bot gonna add all the values to this. See, it added 3. Smith, birthday, Stephen, birthday, Sam, birthday. See, all the values has been added to the dictionary, appropriate. Now, if I ask birthday of Smith, it's going to give me this value. If I ask birthday of Stephen, it's going to be giving me this value. If I say birthday of Sam, it's going to give me this value. Okay. Now, next, what I'm doing, I'm asking the bot to iterate through each one of the student. See, this is the thing, right? Dot keys. Birthday of dictionary dot. If I hit keys, look at the output. What's the output I got? I got an output like stating Smith, Stephen, and the values. See, these are the output what I got here. The two on what? It's a array of values. See, even though it's a dictionary, and here you can see Smith, Stephen, Sam, array of value. In this, the bot will iterate through each one after the other. Okay, let me hit step in. Let's see what value it's gonna hold first. See, name, it's holding Smith. I'm iterating through each one, right? Name, it's holding Smith. Now, what's my first expression? The first expression what I'm using here is datetime.parse birthday of name. So what is this? Let me take first this. Here, I'm going to optimize this. First, birthday of name. What does it return? So what is the name is holding? Name is holding the name, which is of Smith. If I ask birthday of name, what value it can return? See, Smith, he was born on this date. That value it is storing here. Okay, birthday of name, if I give, this is the value, what I'm gonna get. Okay, let me put it up, this as a value. Next, datetime.parse in the brackets, this is a value, static value. Let me give it over here. Here, if I pass this expression, let's see what value you're gonna hold. If I pass, this is the expression, right? So if I pass this, see, the same date, which is of string format, it converted to date and time. See, string, it got converted to date and time. See, you can ask me a question like over here itself, like in the dictionary, in the first place, rather than giving a string, you can give date and time itself, right? Yes, I can do that, but I just wanted to show you guys how to parse it and all. So that's the reason I purposefully given in this way. Here, I'm just doing a parsing this value from string to the date and time. Now it is holding this as a value. Let me copy this. And here, let me put it up, the same value in this way. So what it is holding, DOB is a variable, right? Date of birth. It is holding this as a value. We got to know about this. So first part is done. First expression is done. If I hit step in, right now DOB is containing some null value. If I hit step in, see, DOB is containing same value which we have derived. Okay, next. What's my next expression? My next expression is this. Let me take that. Let me follow over here. This is the expression. First, let me understand this. Let me copy it. Let me put it up over here. And similarly, let me take the next. Let me put it up here. Let us understand each one, because each one is separated by comma, right? So that's the reason I'm taking part by part. And the third is this. First, I will take, what is this? Date time dot today. So date time is a data type, right? So date time dot, if I hit date and time, it's a data type. So it is giving me some null reference. That means in this, what you want, it's asking me. Now I will say date time dot today. See, it's gonna give me the current date. See, now is a function. When you give that, it's gonna give you current date and time. Even here it is giving you the time, but it is giving all the things as 0. Since I'm giving today, it is giving me today's date. Okay, so date time dot today, it's gonna give today's date. And I have dot year as well. So what is that? Dot today dot year. If I hit enter, see here, in this today, what's the year? 2023. So this expression returns current year, which is of 2023, which is good, 2023. Next, dob.month, date of birth, we have stored right here. In this, I want the month itself. Let me take that, dob.month. If I hit enter, see, 2. Yes, he was born on the second month, February 2. So dob.month means 2. Okay, dob.date. I'm not giving date and time. See, dob, that is a variable which we already stored when he was born on this date of birth. Now what I'm doing, dob of day, on which date he was born, on 27. See, 27. Now let me optimize this expression now. Let me take this entire thing, and here, what's the date time dot today dot year? It's 2023 value which I got. Next to next 27, comma 2, comma 27. Now, if I give this as a value in the output, what it's gonna do? See, this as a value. Let me give it in double quotes. Okay, I think it's a string itself. Let me give it in this way. Let me put it up here. See what it did? Actually, he was born on 2/27/2018. But what bot is doing? It is converting that to the current year. See, if someone asks you when did you born, so we're gonna say our date of birth. We as a human have an intelligence that if he's born on 27th of Feb, even this year, his birthday is also on 27th of Feb. That's a common sense, we all know, but bot doesn't have that common sense as well. So what we are doing, we are making the bot to understand, hey, he was born on 2018 Feb 27th. Even this year, it is 27 to 2023. We are building up an expression to come up with this value. See, that's the reason, current year birthday, it is this as a value. In this current year, this is the day which he was born, and on that day, we're going to celebrate his birthday. So this output is, the value is this. So the current year and year birthday, this variable, it's gonna hold this value now. See, it's gonna hold this value. That means in this year, one we can celebrate is birthday. So you understood about this variable as well, this expression. Now, if I hit step in, just see whether this is the same value which will come over here. If I hit step in, see, you got it. Actual born date is 2018, 27/2, but current year 2023, 27/2 is the thing. Now, by using this, what is my next expression? Current year birthday, this one is less than datetime dot today. I'm just comparing. Datetime dot today means here datetime dot today, today's date and time, which we got. I'm just comparing whether it is lesser or greater. If it is lesser, I'm saying his birthday has passed. If it is greater, I'm going to say his birthday is in near future. Simple. See, I'm using an operator. Lesser, greater, equal operator. Current date year is 2023. Since to do this kind of an operation, like a lesser, greater kind of a thing, both should be date and time. If both is of a string, if both is an integer, you can do this. If one is string, one is date and time, in that way, the bot couldn't understand what to do what. So it will drop it. It will not throw an exception. So since both are date and time, the bot will understand and it's going to do the things. Since current year anniversary is less than today's date, so the bot will go, this will return a Boolean value. This operation will return a Boolean value. If I hit step in, see the bot is going over here, string.format, birthday of so-and-so. So what value we have stored here? This string.format, right? Let me scroll down to the bottom. And here in the string.format, see, this is of a static string. Don't worry about this. Name, what name is holding? Name is holding Smith. Smith as a name. Current year birthday, when he was born. His current year birthday, see, 27/2023. So name will go at this place. Current year birthday will go at this place. So birthday of Smith has passed. It was on so-and-so date. That is what string.format it's going to go. It's going to give. See, this is the way how you can use the string.format. If I hit step in, I got the output. If I hit OK, and if I hit step in again, the bot will take the next child birthday, Stephen, next person. If I hit step in, he was born on so-and-so date. We converted from string to the date and time. And current year, when he was born on same date, but the year is changed. And now I'm going to compare. This current date is less than today. Whether it is less than today, no, it is greater than. It is September. So if I hit step in, the bot goes to that. And see, Stephen, he was born on so-and-so date. If I hit OK. Similarly, if I hit continue, the next Sam, even that is near future, that is tomorrow. If I hit OK, then the workflow is done. See, this is the way how you can do the manipulations accordingly on the date and time, and you can get the value. See here, two things you guys have understood. One is how to do manipulations on the date and time, and as well as how to use the dictionary values, and how it is referencing how you're getting the values. So this is the way how you can use the dictionary and you can fetch the values accordingly.
Excel and data table. Now you might be wondering, like, what's the use of doing an automation on Excel file? So what's there in that? Like, obviously some people are keeping some like a table kind of a values or some values over there and some numbering things and all. So how to deal with that? And what's the use in doing an automation on that Excel? Anyways, people are doing the manual things over there. But yes, there's a critical and major use of Excel automation in UiPath. Many business processes and also many business applications, what they are using, it is generating output, the huge data output in the form of an Excel reports for the consumptions. See, what we can do is we can ask our UiPath bot to go over there and fetch the required reports and do the appropriate action based on the things. As a human, like how they were handling the data in the same way it has to handle, and it has to proceed further. We can code it in that way and we can do it. Many business critical processes are still handled in this way itself. By just generating some Excel report as an output, they're consuming it, and they are taking some business critical decisions as well. So there is a major use of this Excel automation, and it's a necessary one. Now, before I move on, like, here is a small question for you guys. And for this, I recommend you guys to please use the chat option, and you have to point to only the panelist. Point to the only panelist and answer it, so that other participants will not see the answers what you have given, because I want every one of you guys have to try it out. So please answer in the chat itself and point to only host and panelist. Now that is being said, let me explain what is this question is. Consider this as a typical database. What's the database is? See, I have some huge amount of records. That means I know some 3 big companies. One is Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant. Let me see. These are the 3 big giants. So these 3 companies I know, and I have all the employees data of these 3 companies. Assume I have all the 3 companies employees data. Like, what is the employees data? Like, it can be their hiring date of birth, their name, phone number, and all. These are the data. You can think I have that data. Now, what I'm requesting you guys is, I'm going to give that data to you, and I'm going to ask you to arrange it in an Excel. Arrange that huge data on whatever manner I can give. Don't worry about that. But the data, if I give it to you, how will you arrange? How will you arrange in an Excel? That is a question here. See, consider a typical database of employees of a group of company, and what is the natural way of organizing it in Excel file? I'm giving you the data. Now you have to organize it. See, these are the some of the terms what we have in the Excel, like column, worksheet, row, cell, workbook, and all. Now, since I have given you the data, right? Now, which are the data where you're gonna put up? For you guys to help it out, one thing, let me show you. For example, let me take see let me take this last one. All the data of all the employees of all the companies in a group. See, I said, right? 3 big companies, their employees data I'll be giving it to you. If I give it to you, where you gonna put up all the things? See, that is what the question is. See, all the data of all the employees of all the companies in a group. But whereas this, all the data of all the employees of one company, not all company. So one company data where you're going to store, and all companies data where you're going to store. And if I want to get, if I want to see only one employee data, it can be any company, only one employee data. How can I get it? Let me help you with this. All the data of one employee. See, I might be having one Excel book. I have put it up the data. Now I'm asking, I just want to see all the data of that one particular employee, which is the name is Kantesh. So if they ask me, like, it can be on any company, I'll just go over there. And what I'm going to do, I have stored all the information of that employee thing, right? Like name, date of birth, what is his hiring date, salary, phone number, and all. So all the things, how I'll be storing in the terms of a columns. Now, what business is asking? They're asking us to just fetch me that Kantesh data out. Oh, it's going there either way. 3, 4, 5. And here I will say as A, B, C. These are the employees. And it can be any random kind of a data. So random data, it can be there here. Now, what business is asking? They're asking us to give me the data of that particular employee. See, if I just select this entire row, I'm getting all the details of this employee B. See what I'm doing? I'm just selecting the entire row. This entire row is giving me the information of hiring date, name, address, phone number, salary, all the things, all the information I'm getting. So what I'm doing? I'm selecting the row. So the above two and below two. See, these are movables. The line what you're seeing, these are movable. It can go up, down, somewhere. But these are constant. It will not move. So all data was here. So I just dragged and dropped row to this. Similarly, I want you guys to just take time and just see where this appropriate naming convention should go. Just give it a try. Here, I'm just making you guys to understand the concept before I just go in detail about the Excel and the terms like the column. So why do we call that as column, row, worksheet and all? So just take a time and just give your try based on the understanding. So based on that, I'm going to explain each and everything again. So don't worry and just give it a try. So over to you guys. You can use the chat and point to host and panelist and then only answer it. I will just hold it for 2 minutes. I'm just uploading all the all the presentation and the workflows and all whatever I'm showing in the sessions. I'll be uploading, I'll be uploading to our Google Drive. So I hope you guys have the Google Drive link. So that is a place where I've been keeping all the things. Yes, it has been uploaded to our share drive. Yeah, sorry guys. So all the data of all the employees and all the companies in a group. If someone asks me to store this data into an Excel, how I'm going to put up? See, if they give me 4 companies, see company 1, company 2, company 3, company 4. So this is of an Excel file. In that Excel file, I created multiple sheets. Something like if you have a book, in that book, you have multiple pages, right? Similar to that. See, this Excel is a workbook. In that, I have just created multiple sheets. So if I'm storing all the data of all the employees of all the companies, then what I need to do, I just want to create one Excel and in that I need to create a multiple sheets. So this entire thing, we call that as a workbook. In that workbook itself, right, we have stored all the things. See, if I give someone this workbook, then they'll be getting all the data of all the employees of all the companies in a group. So workbook will be mapped to this. Next, let me go with this. If I want all the data of all the employees of one company, I want only one company in that group. I don't want all. So I'm asking, I want you to give me the data of all the employees of one company, any company, but it should be only one company. In that case, yes, I can give you that. See, right now I've just opened up this one, comp one, that is company one. So here I'm seeing only the employee data which is related to company one. So here I have another company which is of company 5. So in this company 5, as you can see here, I have some bunch of data. So this data, if I want to give it to someone, yes, I can give it. So how I'm giving? If I give only this worksheet, then he's getting of all the employees of that one particular company in that group. So this thing is also done. So as soon as I say what we are giving only that particular sheet, which is a worksheet. See, worksheet is here. So worksheet is mapped to this. Workbook, it is containing more number of sheets, whereas worksheet, it's only one sheet mapped to this. Like already I said, all data of one employment's row. the entire row, all the details of that one particular employee. See, if I select that, I'm getting the name, country, phone number, what is the salary, and what is his position, entire thing. I want date of birth of all employees. See, here they are talking about irrespective of the company. If I want salary of all these employees, if I want to select salary of all the employees, see, as soon as I select this entire column, I'm getting the details of that. See, entire column. So that is, if I want to get date of birth of all employees, column will be mapped to this. Next, I want an hiring date of an employee. If I want to get a phone number of one particular employee, for example, Smith, if I want to get a phone number of Smith, see, this is the one. So what did I do? I just selected that. What is this called? Cell. So I just selected this cell. So if I want an hiring date of that particular employee, if I just select the appropriate cell, I'm going to get that particular value out. So that is the way how this are. And answer is R here. So cell will be pointed to that, columns, rows, worksheet, and workbook. Why I just spent a bit more time here is because these are the terms what I'll be just highlighting over the sessions, like cell, columns, rows, and all. I'll be speaking out about this. So when I speak, if you're not clear on that concept at all, then it will not be much understanding for you. So that's the reason I spent a bit more time here to understand you guys about this. Now, data table. See, we as a human, how we were storing the data, how we were reading it, we just saw about it. Now, how will the bot store this information in its memory, and how it will process it, and how we can fetch it based on a requirement? See, it's very easy. We have a new data type, which is of another new data type, which is called data table. Data table, how it's going to store? It's going to store the information in the form of a rows and columns. Rows and columns, like the same as Excel. There also you'll be having a rows and columns, right? In the same way, it's going to store it. See here, series 1, series 2, series 3, category 1, 2, 3, and the values, appropriate values, it's going to store. This is the way how will the bot also stores the value accordingly in its memory in the form of a rows and columns. Now, suppose, let's assume we want the value which is of let me take the value as 1.8. I just want the value of 1.8. Now, how will I be asking the bot to get me the value 1.8? See, as a human, like we would say, hey bot, just look for series 2 column and category 3 row. Now, where that both the line adjoins, I want that value. See, series 2, category 3. So this value I want. If you ask series 2, category 3, the bot will be giving you this. If you want series 1, category 1, the bot going to give you this. Similarly, the other ones are. So this is the way how the bot can fetch the value appropriately. Now, there are some set of activities within UiPath which generate output as the data table itself. See, in our previous classes, the string manipulations, where we did a split, the output of split, by default it is of an array, right? Similarly, there are some set of activities, it now no longer an expression, it's activities. We're going to deal with the activities. So here, whatever the activities, these are the below are the 4 different activities which generate output as data table, which is the form of a rows and columns, which we will see in detail about it. Now, if you want to do a manipulations on the data table, as we highlighted like in our previous class, we we were doing a manipulations means in the terms of an expressions. But now we can do the manipulations. Yes, we have the options. But for data table, like we gonna do the manipulations by using the activities which is already pre-built. Like if you want to add some additional columns, you have add data column activity. If you want to add a row, you have an add data row. If you want to build data table, clear data table, filter it, and see here you have something as for each row. There we saw something as for each item. Similarly, for each row, you're going to iterate through each one of the rows. It can generate the data table, join it, merge it, and remove the columns, remove the row, duplicates remove, sorting, all the things become in terms of activities. Yeah, as you can see on the screen, right now I have just dropped two different activities. What is that activity is? Like, let me give you a background story. Like before we build any kind of an automation, we're gonna take up the scenario, right? To understand this data table, I'm just taking one scenario. What's the scenario is? Think I'm a librarian. In libraries, as you know, many people will be floating. Some people might be coming in and reading the books and going out. Some people are coming in and borrowing the books and going out. And some people are coming in and returning the books and all. Now, since I'm very new to this job as a librarian, now they are giving me the task like to follow with the people who have not written the books, who have took the books but not returned by the time. See, that is overdue books. Overdue books, they haven't written it. So my job is I want to call them and I need to ask them to return the books. So now what they have given me is they have given me two different Excel. So what is that Excel is? One is holding the user data. The user data contains all the users who are floating in, who are coming in, just reading and going, and who are coming in, taking the books, and who are taking the books, and the people who are coming in and returning the books. All the user related data are there. And in another Excel, we have something as overdue books, which is yet to be written. See, the time frame is already passed, and till date the book has not been returned. That means it was not passed on to the source right now. So those are the books data which is available in another Excel. Now, what's my scenario is they are asking me to manually do this task one by one and do it. If it was 5 or 10, yes, it would be easy. But it is having around 2,600 records or something, 2.6K or something. So it's very huge. I cannot be going one by one after the other, and I cannot be doing that. So here, what I'm doing is I'm just implementing a bot. Okay, the bot will take both the Excel file and it's gonna see who are the people not yet written the books. It's gonna give me the list of that data. So that what I can do is I can directly just pick it up the phone and I can start calling that rather than mapping it, getting it, who are the peoples and all. Now, if you see here, that's the same thing. One is holding user data and another one is holding overdue books data. See, if I hit data table, I will just talk how did I build this and all. But for now, just consider this is of a data which is stored in an Excel, and you are storing this data. This is the data. I'm storing it to and the variable called users. See here, the output is data table. If I hover on it, you can see out argument data table. It is generating output as data table. Now, as you can see, user overdue books. See, user is of a type data table. Now, similarly, overdue books also it is holding only the book information which is not yet written. So this is holding the overdue books data which is stored in a variable called overdue books. Both are as of a type data table. Now, what I need to do, I need to just combine both the things and I need to see who are the people who have not written the book, and I need to generate a report. accordingly. Now, so what I need to do and how to do it, let's see, and let's start building. See, right now, this is the data what user DT is holding, user data table. See, it is holding the ID, first name, last name, phone number, and the department which they are belongs to. So all these informations are stored in Excel file. Here in this user file, it can contain the people who are just coming in and reading the books, and the list of people contains the people who are taking the books and who are returning the books. All these data are here. Now the bot has to take this and it has to map it accordingly. Now this has the data, how it is being stored. See, ID, first name, last name, phone number, and the department. Whereas in the overdue books, see here it's just storing the book title, author, book ID, and the ID of the person who have borrowed it. For example, I have an ID which is of 1108 something as this. If I take anything within that library, so it will be tagged under my ID 11088 something. For that, it will be added. So that ID is this. This is, you can think as something as an employee ID or anything. It's a common ID kind of a thing. So this is the way how I've stored the data in UiPath. See, this is build data table activity. So if I hit activities and if I type data table here, see, I'm going to get a bunch of activities related to data table. See, all these activities we have just looked in over here, right? In this, I have just dragged build data table activity onto this canvas. In this build data table activity, what I did, I just hit the data table. It just created me an environment of an Excel where I can feed the data. In Excel also, I can add the rows and the columns, right? Similarly, it gives me an environment where I can add the data. See, I can use a plus button to add a column. I'll say column name as test. If I hit OK, see, test added. Similarly, add another column. Double Y. If I hit OK, see, it added. If I want to add some additional rows, see, for example, after this, if I want to add the value as, see, when I start typing here, it will automatically add. There is no need for me to add another row here. We don't have an option to add a row, but it will automatically, after filling up the empty rows, it will automatically add a rows for you. So how many rows you want, you can decide it and you can start putting up the values. So this is the way how you can use a build data table, but I will go in detail, but this is of the gist of build data table. Build data table user, that is the way how I created, and overdue books also, that's the way how I created. Now, what we're going to do is, as a librarian, my job is to combine both of these files, and I want to see who are the people who haven't written the books, and for them, I have to call them and I need to ask them to return the books. So that is my agenda now. So I have just dropped it, build data table and this. Now, what I need to do is, as a human, like, see, this is the way how you guys have to think. Whatever might be the use case. Now, like right now I'm stuck. Like, what I need to do next, I don't know. So how to decide what to do next? See, as a human, think first. As a human, what you were doing. As a human, first, I have two different Excel files. And after having the both Excel files, what I need to do as a human, think as a human. Okay, so first I'm going to go to the overdue books. And here I have the data as 1111200. So here in the user, I'll search for 1111200. Yes, this is the guy who have to return the book. Now what I will do, I will just note down the phone number. And after noting the phone number, I'm going to go back to this. See, 0111200. Now I'm going to call him and I'm going to ask him, hey, please return this disgrace as a book, which is written by this author, and this is the book ID. So as soon as I call him, yes, he will come over here and return the books accordingly. See, as a human, this is the what I need to do. But we already done with our first step. We have stored the data itself. It's already here. Now the next step is, as a human, we were manually opening the each one and doing it. Now we want our bot. See, anyways, the bot have stored all this data in its memory, right? Users and overview books. Now the bot has to combine both the things to one. See, rather than maintaining two different things, it's really difficult, right? As a human also, every time I need to open this one, close it, and open the other one, close it, come back here, again open it and use it. See, rather than jumping around between the things, what we can do is we can create one data table, one, and we can ask the bot to use it accordingly. So how to do it? Yes, we have an activity for that. We have something called as for each, join activity, where you can join multiple data tables together. That we call as a join data table. Let me just drag and drop it, and let me hit join wizard. And here ask me to the two data table. One is of user. First what I need the overdue books data, right? So overdue books data, and another one is users. Now the combination of these two, let me store it in a variable called dt. Let me create a variable, control K for kingdom, and I would say as dt. See, output is also data table, combined output is data table. Now now this activity is asking me, yes, you want to join? Yes, I can help you with the join, but how can I join? Is there any key format to join the things? Whenever you get this kind of a question, think as a human again. Okay, as a human, if I'm doing the task, what I'm doing? Opening overdue books, and here noting out the ID. Here we are looking for that ID. See, here we have a common field, common column. So we can ask the bot to join both of this row together based on the numbers and generated output. So let's note down the column name, which is of ID. So here also ID. Now the join wizard, column table one. See, input table on overdue, right? In that overdue, what is the column name of that ID? It's just an ID, right? ID. And in column table 2, it is also just an ID. So ID. I'm asking the bot to join both of these tables with the column name IDs. And what bot has to check? Whether it should be equal. The IDs should be same. If it is same, then only join. If not, no. If it is of lesser, greater, greater or lesser, lesser or greater, or not equal, whatever the thing, you can choose it. Here you have. But for now, I will say as equal. If both the IDs are same, then I want that data. That means those are the people who haven't written the books yet. They have to return it. So that is the condition what I have given. Now if I hit OK, then it will be good. See, whatever I have given, overdue books, users, and DT. DT contains all this information now. Now, if you have observed, here we have something called as a join type, where it is pointing as inner. If I hit the drop down, 4 types of joins: inner, full, left, and the right. Now to understand this, let's assume 2 different variables. One is A and another one is B. if I want to join both of this together, A and B, then what will be the output based on the requirement? So let me just put it up the thing. Okay, just consider 1. This 1 has A, B has 2. And the output, what you are expecting. See, 1 is holding 1, 2, 3, 4. B is holding 4, 3, 5, 6, 7. Now, when I ask the bot to do an inner join means like only the common values between these two, A and B. Inner join is common values between only these two. So what are the common values? Do we have 1? No. Do we have 2? No. Do we have 3? Yes, we do have here. Do we have 4? Yes, we do have here. So the output of inner join, it would be 3 and 4. My writing is not good. Please bear with me. So output of inner join is only 3 and 4, which is common between both the things. So that is what the inner join is. Now left join. Left join means get me the common value between the two and get me the leftover value in the left. See, what is the common value between these two? It's 3 and 4, which we just now saw earlier. So 3, 4. Next. Leftover value from the table 1. Leftover value means 3 and 4 is already there. Leftover is only 1, 2. So 1, 2. This will be the output of left join. Now, right join. Right join is the same. Get me the common values first. Common values is 3, 4. And leftover values are, see, apart from 3, 4, we have 5, 6, 7. So the output of right join is 5, 6, 7. So that is what the right join is now. Now, let me talk about the full join. Full join is, see, it's contain all the information. First, always look at the output, how it's gonna print. Even though it's gonna give you the all the values, first it's gonna give the common value, which is of 3, 4, and next it will go to the leftover value. See, from the 1 leftover value is 1, 2. So 1, 2, and next 2 leftover value B. What are the leftover? 5, 6, 7. So 5, 6, 7. This will be the output of full join. Even though it is giving you all the data, but look at the way how the data arrangements are. That's the main thing what you guys have to observe here. So inner join means, yes, this is the way how it is. Left join is this, and the right join is this, and the full join is this. See, inner join. Inner join means, like, if you consider the A is 1, B is 2, A is 1 and B is 2, and 3 is the output. Now, A is holding this values, B is holding this values. Now, when you want the inner join, the common between these two, what is the common between these two? Do we have 1 in this? No. Do we have 2 in this? No. Do we have 3 in this? Yes, we do have. Do we have 4 in this? Yes, we do have. So the output of inner join is always a common between these two. So 3 and 4 is the output. Now, if I hit this drop down, see, here also we have the same option, inner, left, full. And if you want the common values, if I want the left values, if I want the full values, I can get it. Now, based on my requirement, what I need to do, what I need to get, I just want a common values between these two, because I'm really concerned about the overdue books. I don't want the other extra information. So right now, based on my requirement, I just want to get the common value between these two because I am really concerned about the overdue books. So I'm just considering about the inner join. Why? I just want common values between these two because I just want to call them and to report them, hey, I just want this information, please return the books appropriately. So all the information is available only when I do an inner join, the common values. So I'm just selecting as inner. And now let me just hit OK. Now the output, it is stored in a variable called, see, data. Now let me do one thing. Let me print this value in the output panel. See, data table, it cannot be printed as the go. We cannot do it. Like the same way as this array, can you print just if you give as array files? Can you, will the bot print that entire values? No, right? Similarly, the list and other values, it will not print it. Now, what you have to do over there, we have to address it by index. But here also we have multiple values in the terms of rows and columns. So in this case, how to do it? In this, also we have one dedicated activity which is called output data table. What it does, it converts data table to string. See here, we have many activities in UiPath, right? See, some of the activities, if you don't know, just hover on it. See, writes a data table to a string using a CSV format. See, it converts the data table to a string with a comma separated values. CSV. Let me pass on that variable which is of dt and let me expect the output as string dt. Now let me print in the output panel now. Let me drag and drop the right line activity onto the canvas. String dt. If I trigger it, so the output panel is here, the workflow is done, and if I open up the output panel, see, I got the required outputs. See, book title, author, book ID, ID. See here, ID and ID underscore 1. What is happening here? See, same number, 1455553. Why? Because see, even in data table 1, it has got ID as a column. Even in data table 2, it has got something as same column name as ID. Now, when I do a join, the bot understand, okay, this of a duplicate column name. In UiPath, the data table column names should be unique. It cannot be the same. See, that's the reason what bot did here. It just did the job by itself. Whenever you do this join kind of a thing, the bot will take care of you. See, ID is the same again, right? So what it did, it just added underscore 1. If I would have had another ID, that would be ID underscore 2, ID underscore 3, and it goes on. Right now, it took care of it. So that's the reason it is in this way. Now let's do some cleaning on this data. Let's keep only the data which we wanted. For example, this ID underscore 1 I don't want, and this department also, it is none of my concern. So let's remove that. So let's do some of the things. What I will do is I will just let me navigate back to the data table. Here one more we have. Here we have something as remove data column, right? Let's use that. See, I'm placing after join. After join, what I'm doing, I'm giving the data table, which is of dt, output of join. In that, what I need to remove, I need to specify. If I hit this remove data column and open the properties, the bot asks any one between these three. One is of column name or number. See, if I just want to remove the department, see, if I just want to remove the department, what I need to do is I just want to go over here, find the properties, column name. See, I want my bot to remove the column name, which is of department. The department is the column name which it has to remove. See, we have specified it. Similarly, let us do another one. Rather than using this column name, let's give the index. See, always index starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want ideal underscore 1, right? So let me give position. Hey, bot, just remove the entire column, which is of fourth index. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So column name we have seen. Now column number. What's the number? Number is 4. If I hit 4, see, it's done.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of the for each row activity when working with the data tables in UiPath? Option A, it is used for creating new rows in a data table. Option B, it iterates through each column in a data table. Option C, it iterates through each row in a data table, allowing actions to be performed on each row. And option D, it is used for sorting rows in a data table. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
See, these are the ways how you can remove the data column. And here we have some additional, something as column. This is often in advanced topic we're going to see. And here you can see the tooltip. Here we have to pass the data type, which is a data column. Look at the data type. It is inargument data column. Whereas for this, integer. Whereas for this, it's a string. See, for this, it's a data column, which we will see later. But for now, you just understand about these two, column name and column number. If I trigger it again, see, I don't have department and I don't have something as id underscore 1 as well. See, it removed all the things from me. Now, what we'll do is, it's very clumsy here. We are not able to read the data. So let's ask the bot to write this data into an Excel file. What we can do is, here we have something called as write CSV. See, write CSV. Drag and drop below, rename itself, remove. It's good. And yeah, it will remove it, build, join, remove, and doing it. And also let me add another one. Let me show you the sort as well. See, sorting also is available. Suppose let's assume we want to sort the book title. Let me just select the book title. I want to sort the book title by ascending or descending. So I will say as which data table? DT. In this, the properties, the which index I need to sort. See, here also you have three things: data column, index, that means column number or column name. Since I have the column name in hand, double quotes and put it up the book title. In what way I need to order it? Like it is in ascending order, it has to order it. See, it's asking me, yes, I can do the sorting, You're giving me the input this and output on which variable I need to store. Now what I can do is, if I want, I can create a new variable, or else I can make use of the same variable again. See, DT. Let me use the same DT. I will ask the bot to take this, do sorting, and store it into the same variable with a modified one. So in that way, it has to do the sorting. Now, let me trigger it and let us see the output. Data manipulations, we have three categories: scalar, variables, collections, and tables. And we completed the scalar and collections. Today we are into tables. Yes, we are talking about the tables. And the next question goes, can we just join the sheets with ID as the index? Yes, we can do that. Rather than giving the column name, we can give the index as well. Like in the index, in the data table 1, index is 1 or 2. You can give that. You don't know what's the column name. You can give that. It will join it. It is possible. We can give the index also to join. Next, do we need to follow any sequence in join data table? Follow any sequence. We don't have any sequence to be followed. When there is a scenario for you to join multiple tables together, you can use this join data table. I got another question, and here the question is, what will be the right join? Here in the join wizard, we have only 3, but we don't have something as right join. So see, for the left join, what you're doing, you're placing A over here, B over here, common values you're getting, and that you're storing here. When you say left join, common values plus left value means A. You're getting it. Now, if you want a right join, what you can do is, you just swap it. Assign B to 1, assign A to 2. Now, what's the common between these two? 3 and 4. And what's the left value? Right now, 1 is assigned with B, right? What's the leftover value? 4, 3 is there. 5, 6, 7. So, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Output of right join, you got it in left join. Can we do the same using the direct Excel file, right? Yes, right now I'm just showing you how the bot have stored the data in memory and how it is dealing. Still, I haven't jumped onto the Excel, how to fetch the data and all, which I'll be talking now itself. And what is the book name we need backup? Now, till now what we did, see, we store the data in the bot's memory and we were doing a manipulation over there. Doing a manipulations on the data table we have seen, but we haven't seen the first part. What's the first part and what is the thing what we have seen now? See, actually the thing what we have seen now is the second part. So now we have to prequel. That means we need to see the first part of the story. Now, what is the story is? See, usually what will be the scenario? We'll be having some Excel files. We need to ask the data to access that Excel files, read the data, store into the memory. And after storing, we're gonna do the manipulations. But now what we did, we already stored the data and we did the manipulation. That means the second part. Now we're gonna see how to access the Excel file, how to fetch the data and store it into the memory. All the things we're gonna see it now. For that also we have dedicated activities. See, you have all. Beyond this, we have much more activities which I'll be highlighting now. One is file level access and Excel app integration. These are the two methods what bot has to access the Excel file. See, as a human, if I ask you guys to access the Excel file, what you're gonna do? You're gonna hit Windows, you're gonna search for Excel, you're gonna open it up. So through an application, you're doing it. So that's of one way. Now, since we are building a software robot, it has got a multiple features of doing it, multiple features, multiple other benefits. Now let's see what are those benefits and how we can make use for us. We have two levels of access. One is file level access and Excel app integration. Let me take the first one, which is of file level access. If it is of file level access, see, when you choose a set of activity which is of file level access, it works in the background. It works in the background means you cannot see the bot running in the front end. Everything will be done in the background and it will just give you the appropriate results. That is when you use file level access. And what's the advantage you get is, see, it doesn't require an Excel application to be installed on the machine. It doesn't have prerequisites of installing an Excel application. It just accesses the file and it just reads, irrespective of the application is installed. Excel.exe is installed or not, the bot will take it and read it and perform the appropriate actions. And the drawbacks of this Excel app integrations are, see, it works for only .xlsx files. Look at the extension .xslx, xlsx. That is the only extension it does this support. Rest all, it will not. Now, you can ask me why, what is the advantage of not having an Excel on the machine? Yes, it's a greater advantage. Why? Because there are some companies, see, at end of the day, we'll be running our bot on the server machines. Server machines is nothing but like virtual machine. You can think of like in the Azure, they'll be hosting some machines and all right, Azure, AWS, like virtual machines, which will be at some regions and it will be deployed over there and we're going to be doing the task. Those are the places where we're going to deploy the bot in the respective companies rather than deploying our bot on any laptop or personal computer or anything. In that virtual machines, if they want to do an Excel automation, they cannot add a license of this Office 365 to that virtual machine. See, they cannot do that, right? They cannot assign a new license. If that is the case, then here again the cost will be increasing. Unnecessarily one license, we are just assigning to that virtual machine and we are doing it. Sometimes client will be having the license, they can utilize it. But sometimes some of the companies, they'll be having a budget constraints and they will not allow us. In that case, if you want to access, see, here you have an option 1 and 2. So first option is it works in the background, doesn't require Excel app. So if it doesn't require Excel app, then obviously it's fine. We can use the bot to go over there, fetch the data and use it. Done. And the drawback is .xlsx. That's the only part. Second method is using an Excel app integration, like the same way we as a human, we are doing, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to open up an Excel, we're going to do the appropriate modification and we're going to close it. Like the same way, even the bot will do it. See, the advantage is that it works for all files. See, it works for all file extension. It doesn't have restriction that it works for only XLSX, XLS and all. It works for all the files. And the drawback is it requires Excel application to be installed on the machine. So Office 365 license to be enabled for this. So those are the two ways. Now in this, how to choose which is the best? As soon as if I show you guys, your eye will be completely on file level access. Why? Because it works in the background and it doesn't require Excel app and all. Now that should not be the way how you choose between the things. First, you have to inquire your customer or your company, like what exactly the requirement is and how you guys are using it and all. So based on if the Excel is already there installed or not, all the prerequisites you have to understand. First, I have to see whether is it fine to have a license in the virtual environments or any other places. Like in the virtual environment, the license of Office 365. If they are fine, you can decide with the other criteria. If they are not fine, obviously you have to go with the first option, because it doesn't require Excel app. So that is a one criteria how you can decide. Second is, just check the file extension. If you are dealing with the file extension of Excel SX, or if you're dealing with Excel SX, then blindly go ahead with the file level access. Why? Because it is one of the fastest and it runs in the background. But if it is of another extension file, which is of macro enabled and all, so then you don't have any other option. You have to go with an Excel app integration, and there they should be having a license. First, what I need to do, I need to read the data from the Excel activities. I will say as something as read range. See, as soon as I type read range, I got two things. One is Excel app integration. Another one is file level access workbook. See, file level access. Now, as I said earlier, to decide which is the approach is the best, see, first thing I need to check with the customer whether they are okay to have the Excel file or not. But prior that, just check your file extension. If the file extension is XLSX, blindly go ahead with the file level access. If not, just look for alternator. So that's the first criteria, right? So first we'll see whether it's open .xlsx. First file, which is of data one, right? See, data one. Yeah, it is of an XLSX. See here? Here. See, data one.xlsx. So this is of XLSX. Now let me do one thing. Let me drag and drop it. And here let me give the workbook path. So where is my files? Excel data one. Let me just right click on this. Copy the path. Let me put it up here. Path offered. And the sheet name. What's the sheet name? Because workbook, it can contain multiple sheets, right? So what should not get confused? Okay, which sheet I need to read? So the sheet one, let me copy it and paste it up over there. And range of values. How many rows? Like it has got that like lakhs of rows, right, in Excel. The bot, if it want, it can read till the end. It has a capability. But we don't want the bot to read the entire thing. We want the bot to read only the data part. So you can specify the range, like till where the bot has to read. In our case, see, the bot has to read from here to here. So what's the range? It's E1 and this is C6. E1 colon C6. If I do it, the bot will read it. But this is not the case every time. It can be changing. So in the Excel, today might be this range. Tomorrow it might be the different one. So it can change every time. In that case, what to do? In that case, like what you can do is, if you just specify double quotes, see here, if you just specify double quotes here, so we have read the first Excel file. Now let's do the same thing for data 2. Okay, the selection criteria is what's the extension? Data2.xls. XLS means first option is ruled out. Excel app integration is the only one. Okay, let me use Excel app integration. So Excel app. Let me see as, yeah. See, regarding Excel, here are a bunch of activities. Read cell, read formula, read columns, if you want to copy the sheets and all. See, in the processing also, you have multiple related to the macros, VBA and all. In Excel, we have macros and all. Related to the table, pivot tables, the respective ones. In the pivot table, if you want to sort it, filter it and all. If it is of different versions, the bot can use it in the Excel app integration. But whereas in the file level access, you don't have much option as this. File level access, it is just used for, see here, file, workbook. If I add this drop down, see, it has got very restricted. Read range, write, read, or append. That's it. Nothing else. But whereas for Excel, it is beyond that. So you have a lot of options available here. But now only the thing what we need to do is we need to read the Excel for now. So where is my read range? See here, drag and drop. Here it is. It is by default sheet team, sheet 1 and double quotes. If you want to change, you can change it. This is the default value. And here it is throwing an error, like it's saying as activity is valid only inside Excel application scope. So whenever you're using an Excel app integrations, you have to use something as Excel application scope, drag and drop it onto the canvas. So inside that, you have to put it up the read range. So here you have to give the path. What's the path of that XLS? Here is the path. Right click, copy the path, put it up here. That's it. See, another thing we just forgot, like for the read range, let us store the output. Output is data table. Let us store in a variable called dt1. And similarly, this read range also let us store in a variable called 2. These are the things. Look at the difference. This is file level access. This is Excel app integration. Excel app integration, the position you have to give the first within the activity Excel application scope inside that read range. Whereas for file level access, both are at the one place. Next, after reading it, what I have to do? See, the bot have stored the data in its memory. From the next, it's in our hand, like manipulations, which we guys are already seeing earlier. By using manipulation, we can do it. The first part, what it was missing, it was reading the Excel file. This is the way how we can read it. Now, let us proceed further. Let's do some manipulations on this again. Let me just open the data table set. See here we have a bunch. Now in this, let me just drag the filter data table because we want to filter out the companies before 2005, right? So first, let me do for data table. Okay, let me hit configure filter wizard. Here, data table 1 and the filtered output, let me store it into the same variable. Let me overwrite it. Let me reuse the variables rather than creating multiples. See, input I'm giving this, I'm overwriting the data in the output data in this variable. Now, what I need to do, I just want to just like the founding year, I need to do that, right? I want the companies which was founded before 2005. Let me hit okay. See here, column selection. These are the thing how it has to pass on the values. I want to keep this. I don't want to remove it. So these are the columns. Let me hit okay. Filter data table. It's done for DT1. Now let's do the same thing for DT2. So DT2 and DT2. Configure. Okay. Is it DT2? See here. DT2 here we have created, so it has got the scope. We need to change it to Excel automation. Okay, this is the pattern how I want the data to be fetched, being placed. Let me hit OK. So filtering is also done. Now I have the data table, two different data table, which is a filtered one in both the places. One, DT2, both the things. Now what I need to do is I just want to combine both the things together and I need to write it in that particular Excel file. Let's see how I can do that. For that, we have one activity which is of for each row in a data table, which you guys are already aware, which is of for each activity. It's same as that, but here you're going to iterate through the loop. And here we have something called as add data row. Let me just drag and drop. Now, what I'm going to do is, see, DT1 has got multiple rows. The bot has to take one by one. It has to pass to this and it has to add the data, keep adding the data to the new data table. See, new data table. Why I'm doing that is, see here, as I said earlier, right? The column names. In one, it has company, but in other one, it has company name. In one, it has founding name, but in another, it has founding. So this is not a proper standard. So what we'll do is, we'll build a data table. So where is the build data table? Which you guys are already aware. This one, build data table. Here, let me just build one. Let me remove this. Let me put pencil button. Here, let me give the column name as company name. And let it be the data type of what type data you are storing. String. Do you want to allow null values? Let it be. And default value, do you want to store it? Nothing. So any unique, it should be unique every time? No. And maximum length. What is the maximum characters you can give? 100. See, if I just remove this entire thing and if I hover here, see the maximum length of it, like characters, what you can give it here. If you don't know how many characters you have to give, you can just give as -1. See, that's what it is showing in the tooltip. Just give -1. Sorry. See, if I hit OK, company name is fixed. Next, founding year. So let me keep it as string itself rather than integer. Let me keep it as string and maximum length -1, default nothing. That will be as it is. Hit OK. Let me hit the plus button again. I want another column which is of revenue. And let me keep it as string. Why? Because this revenue has got some special characters. See here, dollar. If I give as integer, the bot will not understand this. So, like since we have a special character, I'm just considering it as string. That would be as it is. See, now I want this the naming convention for all the values. Company name, phone year, revenue. If I hit OK, and let me store this value in a variable called win. See, this is the ultimate data table. This is the place where I want the data to be placed and I want to write this data table into my Excel file. Now, this is empty right now. I don't have any data. Now, let's start adding the data to it. For that, we are using for each row in the data table. See, for each row in DT1, the bot has to take it and it has to add a row to where? To DT3. And which value? Which is the current row. The entire value, it has to drop it here. That's it. So in that case, just give here as current row dot item array. We have something as this expression. So if you just give it over here, that entire data will be passed on to DT3. One by one. The two, not at one stretch, one by one, it's gonna add. Now let me do the same thing for DT2. DT1 we did. And now we need to do for DT2. For table 2. And this is for table 1. We have added it. Next. So even in data table 2, the bot has to take one by one and it has to add it to the DT3. Okay, after adding all of those, what we have to do? We want to write the data into one Excel file. So how to write it? Which we already saw, write CSV, we can use that. or else we can also write the data like based on the file types. See here, if it is of .xlsx, we can use workbook file level access activity. If it is of other extensions, we can use that Excel app integration method. So right now the file type is XLSX. Now what we can do is we can use the right range activity of, so that we have already proved that. Now here we said it works for all the files, this Excel app integration. Now let's do one thing. Let's use an Excel app integration to write the data in XLSX. Will it work? Let's see. Let's use Excel app integration. And here we need to use the right range. See here, read we have, and where is the right? See, right range, drag and drop. So in the sheet 1, it has to start writing from A1, and which data table? It's a DT3. That is the latest, right? See, this is the place where the bot has to go over there and put up the value and stop the workflow. As you can see right now, the workflow started and it is throwing us with an exception. See, it says as the process cannot access so and so file because it's already being used by other process. See, as I said earlier, this file level access, it doesn't require Excel app integration, right? Excel application is installed. So the bot is having a assumption in the mind, like stating, since if people are using file level access, they don't have Excel. If they don't have Excel, how is like the file is open? So the bot is in a dilemma, like what is happening. So that's the reason it says as the process cannot access so and so thing because it is being used by other process. It don't know what process. It already knew that Excel is not there, so that's the reason they are using file level access activity. But in our case, we have already Excel, but we opened up it, right? See, we opened up it. So that's the reason it is saying as it is already being used. Now, what we can do is we can just close this, close all the Excel files, and we can run it. Let me just hit restart. Workflow has started. As you can see, it's opening an Excel file like the same as human. It opened up Excel file and it is doing the task. And if you see over here, companies before 2005, see, we took up a scenario where the bot has to take the files from two different places. It has to read it and it has to combine both the files together, filter it and combine. So it has to filter for the companies which was founded before 2005, and then it has to write it into one data table. So that is what the bot is doing now. See, first thing, the bot is reading that Excel file by using a file level access. The bot is already assuming right now we don't have Excel app. So that's the reason we closed it as well. Now, if I hit step in, see, DT1 has got some data. See, for me here, look at it, how it is storing. Here, it looks very clumsy for you. But in the background, the bot is storing in the form of a rows and columns itself. Here, it is just showcasing the data, what data it is being fetched. Next, if I hit step in, see, the bot using an Excel app integration method to read this Excel. And if you observe, see right now, it opened up data2.xlsx, data2.xls, see in a small window. Just observe, if I step in again, See, I still have data2.xls. If I hit step in, it pointed out. See, I don't have data2.xls x xls. What does doing? See, Excel app integration, I said it behaves the same as what a human, right? It opens up an Excel file, do the task and close the Excel file. As the way we human also do that, right? We're gonna do the task, we're gonna close it. Like the same way, the bot opened up it and it closed it. Now step in. See, now it's gonna filter for the companies before 2005. See, 2005 also we have, the bot has to drop it out. Only before 2005 I want. I see now. See, it has filtered for only companies before 2005. If I step in again, see, and if you observe, the column position also got changed. Previously, it was found here first, and company was here and all. But now, both the things you can see, both are company name, folding here, founding. Now, I need to bring that standardization also. That's the reason I have used data 3. Now, the company name, founding, here, and revenue. Now, if I hit step in, see for each of the row, I said, right, see, this is of an imaginary variable. Let me just show you what is that current row is holding. See, it is containing all the information about that row. And these are some of the additional parameters. This is the data and row error, row state, and the table which belongs to all. But now we just wanted to add this data, right? Only this data into this variable dt3. So that's the reason what we are doing. We are calling current row dot item array. See here, item array. Item array is holding this object of 3. This data will be added to dt3. Right now, it is ready with only the column name. If I hit step in, see, it got the data. Like the same way, if I had step in, we got it. After all the values, next, similarly, the bot has to go for all the dt2 and next it has to write the data to an Excel file, which is of this companies before 2005. Okay, let me just remove this and save this. Let me not close this Excel file. Let me keep as it is. Since I'm using an Excel app integration, let me see whether it will throw an error or not. I'm already using that Excel file. Now, if I hit step in, yes, nothing happened. Still the Excel file is open. If I hit step in, oh, it says as done. If I just open up, I don't see anything. If I hit step in, and job, what have written the data to this. See, you have the data. Previously we saved, we cleared it, saved and closed. But now we got the same data. That means the bot have written the data over there. And one thing you might have observed, see, we didn't get any error when we use an Excel application with XLSX. What is and also it is not opening an Excel. The bot, it's since we as a human we already opened it, the bot is just consuming the data and it is just going ahead. So that is what the bot is doing here. So it is not throwing any error and it is doing the appropriate action. So this is what about and using an Excel. Excel automation. So any questions over here on the Excel automation?
Pantesh, one text box was available under the add data row activity. What is the use of that? Can you go to that activity, add data row?
Sorry, I missed you, like in the mid.
No worries. So where we are adding the data in the for loop, can you go to the for loop? Yeah, in the add data row, we have used array row and the other is the data row. So for the array row, we understand it is getting the data into
Yes,
the array and then it
exactly.
is writing into
So
this.
this data row, like that's what in advanced activities, like we're gonna see. Yeah, we just hold it out the data column also, right? In remove things and
Okay,
all. See data
got it.
column, data row, which we will see it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I got some 2 Q&A. So can you please see some examples of app integrations and workbook difference? Examples of app integration? Yes, as I highlighted, it totally depends on the file types. If it is of XLSX, then you can blindly go ahead with a workbook level. If not, you have to go with the app integration. So when you want to use the macro kind of a thing, or if you want to run some VBA scripts and all on the Excel file or anything, then Excel app integration is the only option. If not, just a simple read write kind of a thing, you can go ahead with the workbook. So now in the meantime, it comes up like we have multiple kinds of protocols where we can communicate with the email server and fetch the things. Now here in the activities, if you just type as mail, you see a bunch of activities. See, if I just type it as mail, here I have a last set of activities. One is of IMAP, Outlook, POP3, SMTP, and these are the ones. And integrations, here it requires an API key and all for this, where it communicates with your Gmail account and it gonna fetch the required information. So this integration, I'm just keeping it aside for now. This app integration, in the app integration, we have several methodologies. One is SMTP, POP, and IMAP. SMTP. So as you know, it's a simple mail transfer protocol. It is used for only sending out an email. See, that's the reason it has got only send. Whereas POP3, post office protocol, it is only used for getting the emails. Whereas IMAP is also used for only the getting the emails, which we call as an internet message, some access protocol kind of a thing. So here we're gonna use it for only getting the messages. And whereas the Outlook, see, here it works with the app integration. If you're using these activities, you should be having an Outlook application installed on your machine. If you have Outlook, then you can use these activities. See, in the Outlook itself, you have send, get, delete, and all. See, in SMTP, only send. In POP3, only get. In IMAP, get with additional features like moving into the mail message, move to the mail folder and all, which you don't have in POP3. Whereas in Outlook, you have entire thing, but only if the constraint is you should be having this Outlook installed on your machine. Now, let us take this SMTP one. Okay, first we are seeing email as an input, right? So let's use get the email messages from my inbox. So for that, we'll use get IMAP activity. If I hit this properties, see, here it asks for the bunch of the things. See, here, since we are using this protocol, this port for sending and receiving the emails, we have to pass from which port it has to communicate and which server it has to communicate and what's the email ID, what's the password of the things. You have to pass if there is any filtering kind of a thing, or if you want to mark it as read or unread, you can do that and all. Now let's start configuring one by one. The common thing is display name timeout. That's the default one. Display name, if you want to change it, you can. The timeout, if after 30 seconds or 1 minute, If the bot is not able to fetch any emails from the inbox, it has to throw exception. That's what the timeout is. By default, 30 seconds is the time. If you want to change it, you can. But for now, let's keep it aside. So host mail folder, from which folder it has to get the mails. It has to get from the inbox. What's the port? Port number for IMAP is 993. That's the default port number which we have for IMAP communication. So that's the same port. You can refer it through internet. You'll get the port number. You can pass it out the same. And here we have to pass the server. Usually based on the companies, they'll be having appropriate email servers. That server URL, you have to pass it out here. Since we are at the learning phase, let's use the publicly available servers. So publicly available servers, which are those? We have for IMAP, we have imap.gmail.com. imap.gmail.com. This is my password, bot password. Let me hit done. Now what I need to do is I can directly come over here. I can pass my email and the password, and I can ask the bot to proceed further. It will do it as expected. But again, passing the email address and password, directly hard coding it over here, it is not right always. Why? Because when I pass on this workflow for you, like if it is not you, someone might have misuse some of the things. So to avoid that, we have to securely store our credentials in one place, and from there we need to ask the bot to fetch the values accordingly. So how to securely store? One way is we have something called as Orchestrate asset, where we can securely store our data like this credentials, password, sensitive informations. But right now still we haven't seen about the orchestrator. Let's move on to something called as Windows Credential Manager. Let me just search for credential. See, Credential Manager. All the Windows applications have this Credential Manager. Just open it. In this, navigate to Windows Credential, and here just navigate to generic credentials. Here, generic credential, add generic credential. See here, this is of a vault where you're going to securely store your credential. Now, in your code, what you're going to do is you're going to ask the bot to come over here in the credential store, securely take your username and password, use it, fetch the email, and stop the process. That's the way how we are asking the bot to perform an action. So just hit add generic credential, and here you can give any name. I will say as UiPath email, and it asks for the username. Username is this, my ID, and the password is this. Hit OK. We just now created, which is of generic credential, which is of email. Now multiples. Your path email itself, we have modified it. It's the one. Now we have securely stored our credential at this place. Now anyone wants to access this, they cannot. If they want to edit it, they cannot reveal our password. Now let me go to my code, and here I want to fetch. First I need to ask the bot to fetch the credential type from that secure vault. It should be there some activities. So we have something called as get asset, but this get asset is for the orchestrator, getting the asset from the orchestrator. We have another one which is of get password for the respective from the respective store from the Windows Credential Manager. It's going to get you the value and it's going to pass it out for extraction. Let me just drag the get password activity over here, and if I see the properties of it, Oh, I think this is something different. This is not the activity. Okay, see, system environment get password. It's a different one. Like what is this get password going to do is it just asks the user for the password. It's going to securely store it in its memory. So that is what get password is. Now we want to get our password from the credential manager. We are not able to see any other activities. So if you're not finding any activities, you have to download that package. From where we have to download? See here, you have a manage package, right? Just go over there. And here, hit all packages. And here, hit for credential. See, UiPath.credentials.activities. Hit install and save. You're going to download the package for you. So this credential activity, what it does, it communicates with your Windows Credential Manager and it's going to fetch the appropriate things based on your requirement. The username and the password we have stored, let us fetch it. We'll say as get, see, secure credential. This is being derived. Just now we have downloaded the thing, right? So this is of an activity which we're gonna get it. Let me just drag and drop it. See credential. We downloaded it. The target, let me pass on the name what we have given here, which is UiPath email. UiPath email. So the output of this, let it store in a variable called password in a password variable and username in a username variable. Password and username in username. So the output of this activity will be storing username and password. Now the output of this, I'm feeding input to this. I'm going to pass it out here. Username as my email, password is password. See here when I type the password, it throws an error. Why? Because the variables, the password is of a type secure string. That means encrypted password. So the bot was not able to enter the encrypted password in a plain string thing. So that's the reason you have another one, secure password. Encrypted thing, you have to pass it out here. Now let me just do this. Email, password, we have passed. That's it, we are good, no error. So if I run it, the bot has to fetch my email account and it has to fetch me email. And apart from that, it provides some additional other options as well. See, if you look for something as IMAP UiPath documentation, or else let me show you the easiest way. If you want to get the documentation of this, right click on it and hit help. It will open the documentation of that activity if you're facing any difficulties. See, it opened up. Now if I scroll down further, see filtering example. If you want all the main messages which is containing welcome in the subject line, use subject welcome. This is the filtering expression. You have to copy and paste it appropriately. All messages, if you want to build a complex one as well, see all mail message unanswered today and from an email address so and so. If you want to build this complex, see here also you have the option. See all the things are here. You can refer it. It's a simple, straightforward filtering example. You can take it and you can filter the emails and fetch the appropriate ones based on the requirements. Filtering expression is done. And some of the times we'll be having some certificates. So if we want to ignore that certificates, we're going to enable this. If not, we'll keep it as is and mark as read. As soon as the bot reads the email, it has to mark as read. If that's the case, enable it or else disable it. Order by which date? Newest first or oldest? Do you want to get the newest in the top emails, or you want to get old emails, which is at the bottom most? Secure connection auto, and how many emails you want? 30, 50, 10, 2, 5, that count is. By default, it is 30. I will just say it as 6. And let me store it in a variable called message. Now, what I'm going to do is, see, look at it, the output of this message list of mail message. List of mail message activity it is. Now, list type. I'm going to iterate through each one of the mails, drag and drop for each, and let me pass on that list of mail message, which is of mail message. I'm going to iterate through each one after the other. Now, while iterating each one, what I want to fetch. Let me put it on the message box, and let me rename the imaginary variable as mail, and here I would say mail dot subject. Mail dot subject. Mail is imaginary and dot subject. If I trigger it, let's check it out. The bot is reading my inbox or not. So here is our inbox. Close it to start. Yeah, now it started. Security alert first. Let me hit OK. Again, security alert. Why? Because 2. Same subject line, security alert. See, my Outlook test message. Right, okay. Again. See, I got another one. See, forward, employee. This subject line. See, thank you for signing up for free membership. That's it. 6 emails is done. The bot have read all 6 emails. That means the main reason is here it has accessed our account. See, it accessed our account and it is reading our subject lines. Now, let me just move further. Let us make our let's ask our bot. See, here in our inbox, we have some of the unwanted emails like this test message, security alert, and all. But we have some important messages as well. See here, employee, personal data change request, employee number, personal data change request. Again, employee number, personal data change request. They are asking, for some employees are asking us to do the changes for their personal data. Like usually for the HR, they're going to send out an email. So such a emails, let's assume we are getting it. We want to concentrate on that. The bot has to concentrate on that. If that's the case, how to make the bot to look in, to be focused on those? Obviously, by using filtering expression, we can do that. Let me show you the other way as well. The other way is by using an activities. It's not very much complicated. Here, I'm gonna use mail.subject, which returns me the subject line, right? That if it is containing something called as personal data change request, let me copy it. Let me put it up here. If it is containing personal data change request, then what to do? If not, what to do? If you observe, if it is containing personal data change request, it has got one attachment. Let us ask the bot to save that attachment. Yes, we can do that. Here we have a dedicated activities for that. See, if you just type as mail, you get a bunch of activities, right? With that, there is some other 3 activities which is related to mail itself. One is save mail message. The emails, what you're getting, if you want to save at one location, you can use this. Save attachment, that is what the thing what we wanted now. And next, create HTML content. See, some of the emails will be of an HTML kind. For example, this. See, this is of an HTML. It's not a normal kind of an email. See, it has got images, some button kind of a things and all. Whereas this, it's a simple mail message. See, it has just got text. That's it. Simple mail message. But whereas some of those, it is not that. If you want to send out such a kind of an email, you can create an HTML content. If not, you can just pass it out as it is. Now, what we are doing, we want to save the attachment. So I have just drag and drop the save attachment. By default, it got the imaginary variable, which is of mail. And now it is asking me on what name we have to save it, which location. Let me just point it out. This Outlook, it is same. It is same as SMTP, like a IMAP, what we have. But this Outlook activities will work only for the only cases where you have the Outlook application installed on your machine. Suppose if I want to get emails from the Outlook, if I just drag and drop it here, see, it doesn't require any port, server, username, password, nothing. Why? Because in the application, you have already configured everything, right? If you have multiple accounts in your Outlook, then you have to specify the account name. If you have only account, even that is not required, but still the same. Okay, never mind. Like I think there is some flaw in the connection or somewhat. I need to just check it out in detail. What exactly the thing is happening, or do I want to upgrade my package of the mail? Sometimes even that happens. Even for the mail activity CV, you have some updates. There will be some bug with those activities that will be fixed in the higher versions. So I just want to check it out by upgrading it and degrading it and all. So anyways, we are already running out of time. No issues. In our next class, we're going to start with the Outlook activities and we'll see email as an output and we'll move on to our next topics. Right now, we are using get IMAP mail message activity. This is the workflow which we have built in our previous class. The same workflow I'm just highlighting again. Get IMAP activity, what it does, it's going to fetch the email from our respective inbox. And how will the bot know, like from which account it has to fetch and all? See here, we have to provide the email and the password. And as I highlighted earlier, the password of your account, it's not that password, you have to pass it here. What you have to do, you have to go to your Google account, enable two-factor authentication, and over there, generate an app password. This is of a third-party application, right? This third-party application is trying to communicate to your inbox, which is of Gmail. So if Google want to authorize it, you have to give the respective app password to it. So after we generate that, so that is what the thing what we did, and we pass that as an input over here. And since it is of an IMAP, we are passing the respective port number and the server. This is of a publicly available server, imap.gmail.com. When you're working into some respective organization, they'll be having their own email servers. And we are taking the top 10 and we are storing into a variable called email message. And as I highlighted earlier, we have a filtering expression as well, which is of a straightforward thing as you saw in the documentation. And see here, what we are doing, we are iterating through each one of the mail message and we are just checking, right? Rather than doing directly the filtering expression, we are using an activity to filter it as well. It's often another way which I'm just highlighting. So if here I have given the condition, if it is containing personal data change request, the bot has to take that. And in that email, we have some attachment. We're going to ask the bot to save that attachment. After saving the attachment, end. See how many ever the emails have the subject line as personal data change. The bot has to take that, save the attachment, and go to the next one, next email. If the email doesn't contain this personal data change request, then as a string, then the bot should not do anything for that. If it is not, if it is there, then it has to save the attachment. That's what the thing what we did in our previous session, email as an input. And later, similar to this, I was highlighting about the Outlook activity as well. What this Outlook activity does, it does the same thing what we saw now. Even it's gonna get the mail messages from your inbox and it's gonna print out. But if you see, this properties doesn't have anything like username, password, nothing. It doesn't require anything. Why? Because this activity will communicate with your Outlook application. See, this is my Outlook, and with this application, it's gonna communicate and it's gonna fetch. It's gonna fetch the emails. That is what the thing it is. So, like in a previous class, when I was highlighting, it was not getting the email my Outlook to this. That was an issue, and now I will just run it and I will highlight that. So right now, what I'm doing, see here, get Outlook, and these are the things, and top 30 here it is. Let me just give it as top 10, and mails, let me store it into this variable. And for here as well, see, let me just open the documentation of it. Right click on any activities, and if you hit help, it's going to open the documentation of the respective activities. If you scroll down further, see, even here, the filtering expression. For IMAP, it is different, and for Outlook, it is different. See, for Outlook, even it is more simpler. See, you have to say as subject, if it is containing this. See, all the mail messages with the subject as product roadmap, it's going to fetch it. Similarly, you have a multiple variants of other things. See, all the mail message with the due date of this week. If you give this week, you're going to get all the mail message of this week. The week has started on Monday and today is Saturday. So from Monday to till day, you're going to get it. And if you want to get the mail messages, which is due date tomorrow. So the due date messages, the due date mails, which you have kept, if you want to get it, see, you have a filtering expression. Apart from that, you have a large variant of the things. If you want all mail messages sent in last 15 minutes, see how code level you can put up the filtering expression. See, you can provide all the things and you can fetch only the emails which are concerned for you. These are the filtering expressions are available. It's a straightforward thing. Based on these things, you're going to put up and mix match some of the things. For example, like you want to combination of these two. So you're going to take this format and you're going to fine tune it accordingly. In that way, you're going to build it. It's a simple, straightforward thing. Filtering examples in the documentation of UiPath, it's directly available. If you want to fetch it, you right click on it and hit help. It's going to open the documentation. You can see that over there. And here in the Outlook, I have multiple accounts. So let me specify this as my account. So from this account, it has to fetch my emails. Let me give that email address over here. If I have only one like an email account which is there in the Outlook, then even giving this account is not all required. So this is my email address, which I have fed in. Now, what I'm doing is, I'm just taking the mail messages, I'm iterating through one after the other. That's it. If I see my output panel, see, these are the mail messages, which is pointing. These are the 10 unread mail messages. Let me just open up my Outlook. See, first one is review your Google account and Microsoft Outlook test message. Let me open it up. See, this one, test message, and security alert, totally 3, 4, 5 I have. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Yes, 5. And next, Microsoft Outlook test message. This Microsoft Outlook. See, the bot is taking only the unread mail message, not the red ones. See, these are red. So the bot is not at all, it is taking. And this, thank you for signing in. Thank you for signing in on your cloud. See, top 10. I have fed the top 10. So all the 10 mail messages the bot have fetched. If you just observe over here, what exactly happening is, if I just hit run, see, the bot is already pointing to this, how fast it is. Now, just do this. Let us do the same for this part. Let me add a breakpoint over here and let me hit continue. The bot has already started, but still it is not reached for each. Now it has reached. Look at the time frame. Outlook was very fast, but whereas this IMAP was slower. Why? Because obviously it has to communicate with that server and it has to fetch the main messages. But for Outlook, that's not the case. This application have already fetched the required emails and all. The what bot is doing, it is just fetching the emails from this. So that's the reason it is faster. Whereas this IMAP, it is slower. See, for 10 mail message, you saw how long it was taking. If I give 100, if I give 200, if I give 300, see, look at the time frame, how it can increase. So I'm just showing you all the possibilities, all the varieties of option. Now, based upon your use case, you have to use it appropriately. Like, there are some cases where in the business, they will not allow us to use the Outlook application. Why? Because even it is involved with some Office 365 licensing part. So if they allow it, then it will be an cakewalk for us. Like nothing to be configured. The bot will take the required things and it will do it. But when it is of a server kind of a scenario, this is a kind of a challenge which we might face, but we have to be for sending out an emails. Let me fetch all the mail activities. IMAP, it is for getting. So this one, no, we are not using. And POP3 is for also getting, we are not using. And Outlook, yes, it has got both for getting and sending, both the things. And I have shown you like how easy it is as well. So which is good. Now, anyways, that it's a very straightforward thing. Now let me just keep even that on hold. And apart from that, we have one more option, which is of send SMTP. By using a SMTP server, we can send out an email. Let's give a try on this. Let me just drag and drop it. So send. If I hit properties, see, even it is asking me all the details, port, server, email address, password, and all. Now let me quickly drag the same. Anyways, we have already stored our username and password, right? Let us fetch. Let me copy this and put it up over here and recreate those variables, username and password. This will fetch me the username and the password. Password is the app password which we have given. That same thing, I'm going to pass it over here. So username is my email and the password is the secure password we are fetching. So password is password. Okay, now next it asks for the port and server. SMTP, what's the port number for SMTP? Like as soon as you search on the web, you're going to get it. SMTP default port number is 587. Let me pass on that one. 587 is the port number for SMTP. And even it asks for the server. Same as IMAP, we have to give the server name. Let's use a publicly available server, which is of smtp.gmail.com. Remember, this will change based on the organization. Right now, we are using the publicly available servers. So we have configured the username and the host servers part. Next, apart from that, now, what is this send SMTP? Send SMTP is obvious.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which activity is commonly used for interacting with elements in a Citrix environment in UiPath? Option A, type intro. Option B, invoke workflow. Option C, Excel application scope. And option D, assign. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master Robotic Process Automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
Obviously, like it's gonna send out an email. So to whom it has to send it, and subject line what, and what's the body, each and everything you have to specify. Now, let me specify the to whom it has to send. Let me ask my bot to send out an email to myself, which is of this as an email address. Next, subject line, let me say as bot email. And body, let me keep it on hold. Let me show you this. See, right now to you have specified, it has came up over here. And if you want to give multiple email address, just put up a semicolon and give the other email address as this. Each one separated by semicolon, you can pass it. So in that way, you can give multiple email address. Not only two, you can give the CC, BCC and all. See, all the things you can specify over here. But on the activity, you can see only those. So right now, two. And the subject line, what you have given, subject line is here, email section, subject. So let me go section by section so that since we are juggling around between this and going up and on. First, attachments. While sending out an email, if you want to attach any particular like file, screenshot or anything, you can attach it. These are the options which is available. This attachment here directly you can pass one attachment link. You are like the path, the bot will attach that and it will send out an email. Next, if you have in terms of collection, see here, enumerable collection, multiple collection values, multiple attachments. If you want to do it, you can give that complete collection over here. It will attach in one go and it will send it. So that is one options what you have in terms of attachments. And obviously display name, if you change it over here, the name of the activity will be changed. Timeout, if it is taking longer time based on the attachment size, so you have to give the timeout. You have to give more time for the bot to send out that email through this server. So that is what this common thing which you guys know already. Body and subject, as the name itself says, what is your email body and what's your subject, you need to pass it over here. And sometimes what we need to do is, see, for this email, we need to forward it. This one, I need to forward it. See, if I hit forward, like, see, I'm going to get the entire email body below with the attachment and it asks me to whom I need to send. Since, like this one, way you can use it is, see, when you're using an Outlook activity, you are taking the email, you are iterating through each one, right? So this mail, you're going to pass it over here. See, mail message. If you pass it over here, for that particular email, it will forward to respective person. If you want to forward that email, you can also do that. You have that option, forward. And the host logon, just now as I highlighted, that's what it is. And the private thing, you guys know, like log messages. If you want it or not, you can keep it. Next, apart from that, you have some options. If you want to continue on error, you can enable it. If this activity throws an error, if you want to continue, even if it throws error, then you can enable it. If not, you can disable it. See, these are the certificates. As I said, right now we are using a publicly available server, but when we are using an organization servers, there it will be encoded with some certificates. It will be authorized. So that certificate things to be enabled if it is being considered and all, you need to enable it and you need to pass the appropriate things. So that is the one. And is your body HTML? See, right now, this one. See, this body is HTML body it is. See, you have the images, buttons, and all. This is HTML body. If you have designed in this way and if you want to send out an email, then you have to enable it. And when you enable it and when you're sending out an email in terms of HTML, then the bot consider, okay, it's of an HTML code, it will represent it in this way. But if you pass the HTML body and if you don't enable it, you will get that brackets and all. So let me quickly show you how the HTML email body UiPath. Let me put it up. Let me give you a gist of how the email body gonna look. It's completely in HTML code. Do I have here? See, look at it. See, this is the way how the email body it will be. It's a HTML code. Like here, the body design and what it all it has to specify, everything we're gonna do it. I think I don't have a proper image for this. With email body, I think this is the one. Yeah, see here. See, this is the way how it's gonna be. Email body, HTML. Here we're going to give all the tags, dear HR manager, but these are formatting, paragraph, these are the HTML body, how we're going to give. And when we send out an email, it's going to be proper formatted. Like here, they have not shown about it, but it will be proper formatted and properly bold and all. See color, if it is accepted, here you're going to get a different color in a center kind of a things and all. So this is HTML body. If you enable that HTML body and when you pass this as a message, it will convert this to an HTML code and it's going to send it across. But when you give this as a message and if you don't enable it, it's going to send you the same way how you're seeing over here to the email. So be aware of this. So that is what is body. And reply to. Let me give the reply to as UiPath at uipath.com. I've just given this. I will explain what exactly it is. See, UiPath at uipath.com. That's the thing what I have given. And secure connection, it's auto. And output, whether it's of a success or not. After sending out an email, if you want to decide like whether it has sent out an email or not with the if condition, you can take this as an output and you can do it. So this is of an output section. Receiver, to whom it has to CC, BCC and all, you can pass it. And sender, from and the name. So name, let me specify as UiPath robot 123. Let me see it as this. I'm just giving this name. I will show you how it is represented when we get an email. So I will show you all this, but right now I have given this as a value. So on an overview, this activity is just for sending out an email, but you got a large varieties of options. Now let's take up some use case and let's send out an email, appropriate email with attachment and all the details. For this, let me hit that, create argument and give the path, screenshot.png. If I hit OK, that's it. See, what bot is doing, it is taking snapshot and it is saving screenshot.png. Screenshot.png, then where it is saving exactly. See, when you see only the file name .path or ending with extinction, the above part, the front end part, the bot will take automatically. If I give this, the bot has it capable enough to understand, okay, if they are giving me this, then the path, actual path is to my project folder. See, the bot will understand because the bot is running that project folder itself, that project folder. And after that extinction is this path. See what I'm doing? I'm taking the snapshot and attaching that file and I'm sending out an email. Now let me run this and check it out, the output. See, robot 123, unusual situation encountered 0 minutes ago with current date and time. Here I got it. And with an attachment. See, when I was running the flow, this was the screen what bot was seeing. So whatever the screen the bot was seeing, it is taking the snapshot of that screen and it is sending out as an attachment. The name UiPath robot 123. And if I hit reply, to which email address it is pointing? uipath.uipath.com. How it came up? Because of the configuration what we have given here. See, name we have specified as UiPath robot 123 and reply to as this. So that's the reason when you hit reply, it is happening that, and that's the reason you are seeing that as a name. So this is what email as an output. Here, this like right now, what scenario you have seen, we're gonna implement the same way in a real time as well. We're gonna create this as a module and we're gonna keep it. We're gonna ask the bot to take a snapshot of the screen, attach it over an email, and email body obviously it's gonna change based on the customer name, and that attaching that timestamp and all, we're gonna do it and we're gonna send out an appropriate emails. So this is what the thing about email as an output. Any questions, guys? I can see someone has raised the hand as well.
Yeah, Kartik, so you answered one question. So, but if you do a Word document with an image inside, like how they do charts and stuff, so can we do that image inside of a Word document, or will we have to do that image as an attachment?
I have another question. You have used for timestamp curly braces and zero. So it is used for only timestamp or anything else?
Now it's gonna fetch the current date and time.
If I want to replace time,
As a human, like how do we interact with our machine? Machine means that I'm representing as a laptop or a personal computer, what you guys are using. So as a human, how do we communicate? Like if you want to do, if I want to create some document, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my mouse driver to open up the Word document. And I'm going to click on that Microsoft Word, open it, and I'm going to use my keyboard drivers, what I have already, it's already there. I'm going to use that. I'm going to type in, save it, and export it. See, that's the way how we interact, right? See, we either use a keyboard or a mouse or anything, and we're going to do it. See, that's the way how we as a human will interact with the machine. And similarly, there are some set of options which is available for the bot as well. See, we as a human, we are sitting outside the machine, but whereas the robot, it is sitting inside the machine. So by sitting inside the machine, what and all the possibilities it has got and how it can interact and how it can do the automation, that's what we're going to see it now. That is what UI interaction and UI elements is. These are the two different set of topics, UI interaction and UI elements. First, we will take UI interaction. In UI interaction, I can divide into two different sections. One is input actions and output actions. These are the two things what we have. Input actions, output actions in UI interaction. In this, let me take first input action. Input action is nothing but how we give an input for the machine and to respond something. See, we do a click. Then we as a human, if I hover over here, the mouse cursor will come over here. If I click on some application, it will open up, right? See, that is the input as a human I'm giving. Now, similarly, we will see what is the option we have for the bot to send an input command to do an automation. Input actions. See, these are the three different input actions what we have got. Click, type into, send hotkey. These are the three input actions what we have got. And as a human, if you think in terms in perspective of a human as well, even we're going to do it or either of these three things, right? Either we do a click, either we do a type into, or send some hotkeys. Hotkeys is nothing but Control C, Control V, copy, paste, that things. That is the hotkeys. These are the only three things, right? Even the bot have got only these three options: click, type into, send hotkey. Now, to achieve this actions, to achieve this input actions, we have got some set of methods. See, we have got some set of input methods. Input actions is this. To achieve this, we have got methods. As a human, if you want to do click, type into, what we're going to use? What we're going to use as a method? We use a mouse to move it. We're going to use a keyboard to type it, right? This is the only method how we can interact, how we can give an input. That is the input method, what we have got as a human. Now, we will see what in all the methods bot have got. Robot, which is sitting inside this, have got. Let's see that. That is what input method is. These are the three different section of input methods which are available within UiPath. Default, send window message, and simulate. These are the three input methods which are available. Now let's take one by one and let me just highlight. Here I'm going to stress a bit more on the theoretical end. Now I'm just going to explain, and later we'll jump on to the workflow and we're going to do the automation. First, default section. Let's see the working behavior. If we give input method as default, and if we ask the bot to do any of the actions, how it's gonna perform? See, method. This is action. Click, type into, send hotkey. I'm saying as do a click by using this method. Do a click by using that method. Do a click by using this as a method. See, action is different. Method is different. Action is what need to do. Method is how you're going to do, what path you're going to choose to do that. That's what the method is. See, first we are discussing about the default method. Let's understand the working behavior. The clicking. Click. The bot uses the mouse cursor move across the screen. Typing means it uses the keyboard driver to type the individual character. Like as soon as I see working behavior, it is same as us, how we are doing. See, we are also using a mouse driver to move the mouse across the screen. We are using a keyboard driver to type the things. See, that's the same behavior. When we choose default as a method, the bot gonna work in that way. Next, with this, what and all the implications are. Attended user. Attended user means we as a human. When the bot is doing an input action by using default method, we cannot touch the mouse or keyboard during the automation. That means, suppose you're using your laptop and your friend has also want to use a laptop. So both of the people can work on the same laptop. He wants to create a Word document. You want to do the automation on UiPath. Can you guys both use the same machine to do it? No, right? We cannot do it because I'm using a user one using a mouse or keyboard to do it. Even the user two wants to use a mouse or keyboard. How can they both do it? That's the same thing here. When the bot is using the drivers and doing the things, as a human, we cannot touch. If I touch it, it will interrupt. It will interrupt the automation. So that's the reason. Implication is cannot touch the mouse or keyboard during the automation. Next, it has a lower speed and load time can impact the accuracy. See, this default behavior, it has got a lower speed and load time. There is a load time, which going to impact the accuracy of the workflow. So these are the two implications. But the strong points are, see, it supports the special keys like enter, tab, and other hotkeys. Hotkeys are nothing but, like as I said, right? Control C, control, enter, tab. Those are the hotkeys. Function keys, F1, F2, and all. See, it will support. And this default option, it is 100% compatible. Whatever might be the use case, this default behavior will work. This is 100% compatible. But in this also, we have got some limitation. Limitation is that it doesn't automatically erase the previously written text. For example, whenever you open your browser and when you want to log in into your social media account, as soon as you log in, as soon as you go to that website, for example, LinkedIn, you go over there. Since you have already logged in previously, your username will come there by default, right? See, that is already, there is already text over there. Now, when you're running an automation, the bot, what it has to do, it has to clear the previously written text and it has to type the new email address over there. If that's the case, this default behavior will not do it automatically. See, we are specifying over there automatically. It doesn't do it. We have to give some command or instruction to do it, which is possible, which we can do it, but automatically it will not do it. That's what we are seeing here. See, it will not automatically erase the previously written text. Next, see, it doesn't work in the background. Obviously, since the bot is using the keyboard driver and the mouse driver, it will not work in the background. It will work in the foreground itself. That means it will show the human what it is doing, how it is doing, and all. So that is what the default behavior is. Now, let's move on to the next, which is of send window message. What bot gonna do now is, see, previously the bot was holding the drivers, keyboard driver and mouse driver, to do the automation. But now the bot will keep a hold of operating system, Windows. It's gonna use Windows as a medium to do an automation. See, previously it was giving a command to the drivers were using that, the bot was doing an automation. But now the bot will give a command to the Windows. Windows is the operating system, that is a main, that is a core, right? It's going to give the direct instruction to the operating system. That operating system will do the task. The bot gives a command to the operating system will do the task. See, that's what replies to the window messages that target application receives when mouse or keyboard is used. Clicking and typing occurs instantly. See, since the bot is using the Windows as a medium to do an automation, so click and typing. See, bot gonna give a command to the Windows, hey, click on that application. So since the Windows, which is sitting in the background, who is the master of everything, sitting over there, as soon as it gives instruction, the task will happen instantly. So clicking and typing will occur instantly. For example, see here, I have a mouse cursor here. If I want to do a click on this simulate, see, as a human, I'm using a mouse driver, means I will need to take my mouse cursor and do it over here. Click. If I use window message and if I ask the bot what it does, it suddenly disappear my mouse over there and it will come over here and it will click it. That is what instant is. Default driver means move the mouse across the screen and do it. Instantly means within just a like a fraction of a second, it will happen instantly. That's what the working behavior is. And that is the way how it's going to give the command and it's going to do the automation. Next, what is the implication? See, obviously it works in the background. Since it is giving a command to the operating system that is doing a task. So obviously in the background it is happening, works in the background. And see, comparable to the default, this is faster. When you use a keyboard driver, the driver is doing a task, but here the main master operating system itself is doing a task. So this is a bit faster when I compare to default. Strong points. What's the strong points is? See, it suppose special keys like enter, tab, other hotkey like same as this. And see here, user can work on other activities during the execution of automated process. See, this is happening in the background. If this is happening in the background, we as a human, we can use our machine, right? In the background, the bot is giving instruction to the Windows and Windows is doing a task. In the background, it is happening. We as a human in the foreground, if you want to open up some Word document and do some task, we can do it. We can we can, since the drivers are available, we can use the drivers and we can do some other task. See, that's what it is. User can work on other activities during the execution of automated process. And we have got some limitations as well. Limitation is that same as this. It doesn't automatically erase previously written text, and it works with application only which responds to window messages. See, there are some application which will listen to the operating system messages, Windows messages. But there are some application which will not respond to window messages. For that, it will not support. See, the bot is giving instruction to the Windows. The Windows is giving instruction to the respective application to do the task, which is happening. But there are some application, because it has been designed in that way, that application doesn't support Windows commands. In that case, you have to find some other alternative. Now you can ask me a question like, which are that application? How you can find it? The only way to find it is use this option. If it is working, it is supporting. If it is not working, it is not supporting. In that way, you can find it out. So this is the working behavior of this send window message. Now let's move on with the next. Next is simulate. See, this simulate uses a technology of a target application. It uses an API level. How it works is, first option was using a drivers. Second option was it is going through the operating system. The third option is it is not at all using any mediums. It directly communicating with that application in an API level. In the background, in an API level, the bot is directly communicating that to that application. Previously, to communicate that application, the bot was using drivers to communicate. And it was using the operating system to communicate with that application. But now it is directly communicating with that application in an API level. Since it is communicating directly with the API level, the clicking and typing occurs instantly because it is working in background. See, implications are works in the background and actions are lot faster than the other compatible limitations. See, previously drivers slower, this window message bit faster. Since it is directly communicating now, it is even more faster. Strong points are, see, the two drawbacks what we had can automatically erase previously written text. It can automatically do it. Whereas these two methods, it was not able to, but this can. And same advantage, user can work on other activities during execution of automated process. It is possible. Limitations are, it doesn't support special keys like enter, tab, and other hotkeys. It doesn't support. Whereas this, it was supporting. See? And it has got a lower compatible than the other two. See? This keyboard drivers, it will work all the time. Window messages, it will work with only application which supports it. Whereas simulate, it will work with applications, but some applications will restrict itself again. So compatibility wise, it is lower when I compare with the other two. So these are the three different methods, and this is what the working behavior of it. If I want to just summarize up everything in one go, see here, these are the three input methods. Hardware events. Hardware event is like default. Default is hardware event. Send window message, send window message. Simulate, simulate. And apart from that, we have something called as a Chromium API. This Chromium API, we have designed it for dedicatedly for browsers. Dedicatedly for browsers. Like installed application means you can use any of this above methods. But for browser, when you want to do an automation on the browser, you can use this Chromium API as a methodology. Now, what is this and how, what and all the things we have got? See here, hardware event, as I highlighted earlier, it is 100% compatible with all applications. Not only application, with the browser also it gonna applies. Background execution, no. Speed is 50%. Hotkey supported, yes. Auto empty the field, no, it will not happen. Send me no message, it is 80% compatible. Background execution, yes. Speed, 50%. Hotkey support, yes, it supports. Auto empty, no. Simulate, see, 99%. It is compatible with the web apps. Web apps means with the browsers. 60% with the desktop, because sometimes that application might respond to the API or not. So 60%. Background execution, yes. Speed, 100%. Support key, hotkey, no. Auto empty, yes, it can. Now look at it. Chromium API, which we have designed for only browser, 100% compatible for this. We have took some of the strong points between these three. We added it up over here. See, background execution, yes, in background it's gonna work. Speed, it is somewhere 50%. Hotkey supported, yes, it is supported. Auto empty, yes, it is also supported auto empty. See, we took the strong points of above ones and we kept it. But the speed is bit lower. That's the only thing what we have. But apart from that, for Chrome, like for browsers, it's gonna work perfectly fine. So this is what the thing about the input actions and methods. Now and I believe guys, even you guys are using the same version. It's of a latest version itself, which I'm using. So all the options, all the things, whatever I'm seeing over here, it will be the same for you guys as well. Now, before I move on to this topic, let me introduce you two different designs. We have two different design. One is modern design and another one is classic design. See here in the activities, here you have filter, right? If you hit filter, here you have got classic. By default, it is a modern design activities. Let me show you the difference. Let me hit this filter and hit classic. And let me use something as click. Click activity. And this is classic click. These are the two different set of activities, but both of these activities gonna do the same task. Both it's gonna do the click. When this UiPath has been created, from that time till this time, there was some set of activities they have maintained, right? Click, type into and all. So those are classic activities that has been designed. But now UiPath have introduced a new set of framework, which is of a which new set of design, which we call as a modern design. In that, what we are doing, we have already encoded some of the AI skills to that activities itself, which were not available in the previous activities. In the previous activities, it was not there, that AI skills and all. But whereas for new set of activities, which is of a modern design, it has got some AI set of things. See, look at it. That's the reason. You look and feel of the thing itself, it is different. But both the things does the same. Click, click. Both the things does the same. But it has got more features, functionalities than this. But in this sessions, like I'm gonna highlight both the things. Obviously, in the future, we'll not be having a classic design. We'll be having only modern designs. But still, like many customers are still using the classic design and they want to hold to the classic design itself. Why? Because classic design is stable kind of a design. Whereas modern design, it has recently introduced, right? So it is taking some time to put up its hold. So that's the reason, many customers, they don't want to opt to modern design as of now. But many customers, they are using the modern design, but some customers, they are using classic design still. And also guys, you guys are appearing for some certification. In certification, they're gonna ask you on both the things, classic and the modern designs. So it's my responsibility now is to train you guys on both the things. Obviously, in the future, we'll be having a modern design, but it's a necessary for you guys to understand about the classic design as well. Why? Because in the interview, in the certification and all, they're gonna ask you about the classic design as well. So this is the way how you can get both classic design and modern design activities. But if you want to enable, see project settings, and here, if you scroll down further, here you have something called as a modern design experience, right? See, right now by default, it is enabled. If you disable it, it will be in all the activities you're gonna see only in the classic design. See, right now, we have just disabled that and it is creating the workspace. Yeah, so right now we have changed it to the classic design. So whatever the activities you choose over here, everything gonna be the classic. See, you don't ever you get the modern. If you want, see, again you get an option. Let's do one thing. So let us keep this as a modern itself, and let us create another one. And let's keep that as a let's keep this as a classic and that as a modern one. And I will show you the difference of both, how it is. Let's create a new, and I will say as modern, and that is modern. Now we will whatever the use case we take, like the click type window and all, we will do it in the both the things so that you get a proper understanding about how it is happening. These are the three set of input actions. Obviously, like in the properties, you can see continue on error. If you enable this, if any errors, it will not highlight, it will continue further. Delay before and delay after. Before doing a click, if you want delay, that means before you do a click, wait for 2 seconds. After doing a click, wait for 2 seconds. That is a kind of a case you have, you can give that. Delay before, delay after. Display name, you can change it anytime. And click type, what is the type of click you want to do? Single, double, down, up, whatever it is, you can choose it. See, like next, the mouse buttons. See here, left, right, middle, all the buttons. And if you are not able to get any of the particular properties or anything, just hover on it. See, you're gonna get a tooltip describing what is that property is. The mouse button used for clicking actions. By default, left mouse is selected. If you want to choose anything, you can choose it. Next, target. Don't worry about this target section in any of the activities for this session today, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about the selectors. In selectors, I'll be talking about this in detail, this target section. So this private thing, you know. And apart from all of this, next you have a cursor motion type. See, instant and smooth. These are the two options what you have got. See, cursor motion, like if you want to close the studio, see, if your mouse cursor is here, if your bot has to go in this way, in smooth way, like from this to that end, you can choose smooth. Instantly, if you want to go, you can choose instant. And cursor positions, like sometimes you have to give the screen position every time the bot has to click over here at this point itself. You're not giving any indicator or anything, but you're giving the coordinates. Every time the bot has to click at this area only. That coordinates, if you want to give, you can give it X and Y axis. So that is mouse cursor, mouse position. Next, key modifier. See, sometimes you wanted to do alt click, control click, shift click, and all. So in that case, you can choose these options. Within this activity, you can do that. And apart from this, like you have something called as unblock input. and alter if disable. See, alter if disable. If any that particular element, if you see, if selected, the simulate click is executed, even the specified UI element is disabled. Specified UI element. Sometimes what happens is, do I have example here? What we are trying to say over here is, even though that like you as a human, we are not able to select any particular thing, but it is in a disabled manner. You cannot do a click. Even then, if you want to send some instruction from the background to selected, in that case, we're going to use alter if disabled. There are some applications. I think I don't have any. I'm not finding any one. So this is disabled right now. See, these are enabled. This is disabled. Even this is position is disabled. Now it is disabled. By using a mouse driver or anything, I cannot do it. But when I enable this alter if disable, the bot will communicate from the background in the API level with this application, and it will make it as an enabled. There are some cases where it happens. We need this unblock input. Last option you have, right? It is used when you are dealing with the triggers. Like if you want to give an example, as soon as, see, it is used when you're dealing with the triggers, a model dialog box, or you can see only works together with simulate click. That means, like, what I'm trying to highlight over here is, if that input area where you want to give something, for example, see right now, this input area, it has been disabled. Like it is same as like alter if disable, what you can think as. But this unblock input will work with something as a trigger activity. Let me show you trigger activity. Trigger activity, what it does is, that is trigger. Based on the trigger, the bot should do it. And when that trigger happens, if any one particular input block or any box, if it is blocked, that means if it is in a disabled state or anything, the bot, it will try to unblock it and it's gonna do the action. Similar to this, like if it is check marked as this, if it is enabled, I'll be able to type in something over here. If it is disabled, I will not be able to type anything over here. That is the kind of a scenario what you can think of. If it is enabled, you can type it. If it is not, you're not able to type it. When you choose unblock input as a method, and when trigger happens, the bot will come over here. Even though you don't have an option to enter it, the bot uses a simulate method and you can easily enter the text over here. That is what unblocked input method is. It all takes the Boolean value. See here, true or false. True or false value. True means do it. False means not to do it. If not, it's in a disabled state. That's it. So these are some of the properties what you have got over here. And apart from that, I have stated right methods, input methods, default, send window, and simulate. See here. If you haven't selected anything, see right now, send window message, simulate. These are the things, right? If you haven't selected anything, then the bot uses a default behavior. Default means the bot uses a drivers. But if you want any specific ones, for example, send window message or simulate, you can enable the appropriate ones. This is the place where you decide the method the bot has to run on. Next, type into activity. Type into activity has also got some set of activities. See the same set of activities as above. Common, miscellaneous. Next, input. Input, the target, let's keep it on hold. Text, what it has to type. See what it has to type, we have to give it over here. Everything. And simulate type, send window message, you can choose it. If you're not selecting, the bot uses a default behavior. See, as I said, right, default and send window message, it will not automatically clear it, But if you want to clear it, here you have one property, empty the field. If you enable it, the bot will automatically clear that area and it's gonna enter. See, for example, we have already some text over here. The bot has to do is, it is empty this and it has to enter a new text over here. In that case, if we enable it, it will do it when you're choosing send window message and default. When it is of a simulate, the bot, irrespective of whether you choose this or not, the bot will automatically hear it and it's gonna do it. That is what empty the field. Deselect at the end. After typing some text, if you want to deselect, that means right now this is selected. See, you can see one blinking. Now I have deselected it. If you want that as a behavior, deselect at the end. Delay between the keys. That means when you enter that, for example, if you want to type UiPath, after you want 2 seconds delay. After I, 2 seconds delay. P, 2 seconds. A, 2 seconds. See, delay between the keys. If you want to delay between the keys, you can do it. And click before typing. Click before typing means, see here, before it types over here, the bot has to click and then type, right? If that's the case, click before typing, you can enable. And alter if disable, the same as earlier. And activate means, it will bring, if somewhere, if it is in the background over here, right now, my studio is in the background, the other studio, it's in the background. Now, when I use a simulate or anything, it will happen everything in the background, right? If I want it to bring it to the foreground, then I can use this activate. Activate as an option. It will bring that to the foreground and it's going to showcase. That is what this property says. Send hotkey. Send hotkey, it is just sending out the shortcut keys. Control-C, Control-V and all. And if you see over here, what and all the keys I can pass. See, backspace, tab, num enter, home, left, right, like a Windows key, and num 0, 1, 2, 3, and function keys, all the things, whatever it is, you can find all the things here. And the properties, see here, the key, what you have to press, activate to bring it to the foreground. Click before typing, delay between the keys, empty the field, key modifier, see, the alt, control, key, shift, all the things. And send window messages here. And the special key, if you want to pass any special characters, special keys, you can give it over here. And if you observe, you don't have something called as a simulate. Why? Because as I highlighted earlier, simulate doesn't support the hotkeys. So simulate will not at all work. So this is what about the hotkeys. Now, let me take up one example and let's do a quick automation. Let's create a new one. I will see as data scraping. Now, what is this data scraping? So, now what is this data scraping and do? How does it use? And what is the main use case of this? Now, if you observe, like in the yesterday we saw about the output actions, right? And we saw different methods like get, full text, native, OCR, computer vision, so many things we have seen on the in terms of the extraction. Now, if you observe, like we are extracting like a single value data, like a single text, single value data we are trying to extract out of the application. Yeah, single value is nothing but, see, if I just highlight this section, the bot was extracting only this part. Now, suppose if we have like a range of data, for example, and let me just go to the video section. See here, right now, I just want to extract this data. For example, the title, description, and all. See, I have how many data? I can just highlight this entire page. It will extract it. But similarly, I have the data in multiple pages. Even I want to extract that. How? How can I do it? Till now, we were extracting a single data. Now I want to extract a range of data in a structured, in a structured format, which I have the data here. I want to extract that. How? So this is the place where the data scraping comes in. Let me show you how this data scraping gonna work and how you can extract this data. And as soon as you open up, I'm in the modern design. It's not a classic. So on the screen, here you have something called as a table extraction, right? See here, hit that. You're going to get a canvas. Now here, select the data to extract. Now on this page, what I need to do is I need to extract this title. This title, what I have. If I hit on this, see, it is asking me whether you want to extract the text or URL because it has got two things, text and URL. The bot is intelligent enough to analyze the thing. So first I want the text. Let me select the text. Okay, selected. Now, similarly, let me select the next one as well. See, the bot selected. And if I scroll down further, see, all the values, all the title which is under the bottom, it has been extracted. The bot identified by itself. I just shown the pattern of the thing. See, the first it was here, second it was here. I just highlighted, but the bot itself have understood the pattern and it has started extracting. See now after selecting this, let me just hit confirm and it asks for the what's the column name. I would say as title. Yeah. Now let me extract some more data with this. So let me select data to extract. Now let me just try to extract this description. Selected that. And similarly, I just want to select the description here. See, again, it got selected all. Now, if you observe, see, it is saying as columns and rows. The data, what you're seeing over here, the bot gonna take it, extract it. It's gonna give you the data in the form of a data table, rows and the columns. See, I have given the column name as title and all the values it's gonna give me one after the other. Similarly, if I have, let me just hit confirm and I will see as description for this. Now, yeah, for the description, and these are the data which the bot have extracted. Now, let me just again select the multiple other data. So let me just go to the top and let me extract this entire thing. Who is uploaded and the date when it was uploaded. Let me give that as a thing. And here also, let me give and showcase the pattern. See, it got selected all. And who was the one who uploaded and what's the date you have, right? So let me just hit confirm and I will say as author and date. Okay, so these are the data. Now I want the URL as well. So URL which is holding this. Let me select the data again and let me highlight this. Now it asks me what you want. Since you already selected the text, do you want the URL? Yes, I want the URL now. See, as soon as I select the URL, the bot identified and given me title URL by itself. See, I'm good. See, these are the data, how it has the bot have identified and it is ready to extract. Now, after this section, these are the 4 columns which I need and those many rows, I have the data now. Now, the next question it asks me, do you want to extract the data in multiple pages? Yes, I have the data in multiple pages. See, how many pages I have? 10 pages I have. Yes, I want to extract. As soon as I do that, it asks me, hey, indicate the next button, how I can navigate. Here itself, you have next button, use that. See, as soon as I showcase, the bot capture all the things, what it has to do if it wants to move to the next page. And if I hit save and close, see, that's it. It created a workflow for me and like an activity where it can extract the data. See, there is this activity is generating output as data table. See, this variable is also created already. What I need to do is just, I want to ask my data to write this data into a CSV. So I will say as write CSV activity, drag and drop and give that variable, which is a extract data table. And let me give the path. Let me store it in the project folder itself, modern project folder. So it will not give me entire path, just a name.
And if you observe this activity, extract data table, what it does is, just now we saw, right? That data, it's gonna analyze the thing, it capture it, and it's gonna generate the output as data table. That is what this activity gonna do, extract data table. Now, in the properties, if you see, you have multiple things. If you see from the bottom, see number of items you want to scrape. Right now, if you give 0, that means it has to scrape all. See, if I hover on it, you can see the maximum number of results to be extracted. If the value is 0, all the identified element are extracted. If you want to restrict to, you want only 10, 20, 30, something, you have to put it up over here. If not, if you want to extract all, just give it as 0. And limit extraction to how many? If I hit this drop down, maximum number of rows or maximum pages. See, if I hit maximum pages, see 100 pages. I don't want 100 pages, I want 10 pages. If I want to say as rows, see maximum 1000 rows. I don't want 1000 rows, I just want 100 rows. You can select that. You can limit, because if you observe, see, in this use case, I have 10 pages. If I bot goes to 10th page, if I scroll down, see, I have got multiple pages again. If I go to the 19th page, again, if I scroll, see, the pages are never ending. And if you see over here, see page 19 of about how much number, see, 3460K result. That is the thing what we have. So the bot will go on by page. So you have to set a limit. Hey bot, this is the limit. This is the maximum number of extraction what you can do. Beyond that, please don't do it. So that is the kind of an indication which you have to give it. So that's the reason there is an option for you to choose whether you want to restrict by number of rows or whether you want to restrict by maximum number of pages. Now, in this case, in my use case, I will just see as maximum number of pages as 10. 10 pages it has to extract. Now, see here, delay between the keys. After, see, right now I'm using a browser and I have a strong internet connection. So as soon as the bot hit next page, it is loading up. And also you can see the response time, which is 0.26 seconds. Within that, the page has loaded up. But sometimes due to some network performance or anything, it will take more time, right? And you know, like that is a kind of a case which is happening. In that case, you can give some delay. After extraction the data in one page, have some delay, like around 4 to 5 seconds, and go to the next one. In that case, you can specify the delay over here. And input mode, as you saw, see, yesterday we have highlighted use application of browser. It uses a default. See, since we have indicated the browser, Chromium API. Yesterday I have highlighted this. So even this activity, it has been inherited from that activity, same as app or browser. If you want to change it, you can change it. That's the thing. And this part regarding the selector, which we're going to see that. So this is the thing what we have about the extract data table. Now let me trigger it and let's see how it's going to run. But before that, let me just see the properties of it, whether it is opening every time or not. Let me ask my bot to open every time. And after extraction, close. Resize this to the maximize. Now, what I'm going to do is let me save this. Let me close my browser and let me trigger the flow. Just see what happens. The bot opens up the browser. It navigates to that page. It starts extracting the data one after the other. See, the workflow has started. It opened up the browser. It navigated to that page and it started extracting the data. See, right now it is in the page 2, page 3. See, it is going pages by pages. It is extracting all the data in one go, one after the other. Look at it, how fast it is. I have given us maximum 10 pages. So after 10 pages, it should end. See, 8, 9, 10. After extraction, the workflow ended and the browser also closed. Now let's open up the CSV and see how the data looks. If I go to my project folder, here it is, untitled.csv, which just now it got created. If I open it up, see, title URL, and description, see, and author and the date. How many records I have? I have around 100 records. Yes. In each of the pages, we had 10 records. So 10 into 10, it's 100. So 100 records I have. The first row is of an header. So that's the reason you have 101 records. So this is what the data scraping is. In one go, this is the how you can extract. Not only on this web browser you can extract. If it is a case where you have some installed application, you have a table kind of a data. If you want to extract it, you can do that. If you have the PDF file, in the PDF file, if you have a table kind of a scenario, if you want to extract, use this table extraction, it will extract it. Not only, it is not restricted to only this. It can extract all the data, but it should be a structured data. Let me highlight it. It should be a structured data. What do I mean by structured data? See, this is a structure. First, I have a title, description at this place, and the published date and published date here. See, title, description, date. Title, description, date. See, look at it. It has got same pattern. It's properly structured. It is properly structured here. You can see all the things. Even in Amazon, if you just go to your Amazon orders, like if you want to buy some products or anything, see, even over there, you'll get a page with the product image, with the product name, below description and price, and add to cart button. Same thing you have for the next product. Same thing you have next product. See, those are structured data. When you have a scenario of a structured data, you can go ahead and use this table extraction method to extract this data in one go. If it is of an unstructured data, then you have to use a combination of some other options. For example, first you have to extract the data and split it something and use a regex and convert that to a data table, put it up. So many things you have to do it, but that's a different story. But for when it is of a structured, this is the approach which you can use it. So this is what all about the data scraping. Any questions, guys, over here? Okay, this is what all about an UI interaction. This is the way how you interact and get the data appropriately. Apart from all of this, we have got some set of UI elements activity. If I just type element, see, these are some of the UI element activity. Let me drag this, check app state, and find children, and see, these are related to the elements. Elements is nothing but the selectors. So what is this is, like here, as the name itself says, check app state. What it is going to do is, it's going to check whether that element is appeared on the page. If it is appeared, then what to do. If it is not appeared, what to do. That is something like here. See, as soon as I go to my browser, if I have the logo, then I would say, yes, this login was successful. Opening the browser was successful. See, I'm going to check the thing, whether this thing is available. See, previously and all, we were using a if activity, but we were giving some condition. But now we are showcasing the bot. Hey bot, if you see this as a logo, then you have landed up on the same page, right place. If you see something as different thing, like if you don't see this as a logo, that means you are not being at the right place. You have to retry it again, something like that. So that is element. Based on the element, you're going to take a control. And similar to that, you have find children activity. And if I hit this drop down, see, you can ask this activity to, as soon as the element disappears, do this action. See, as soon as I click some VT over here, see, that logo disappeared and something other logo has came up. See, as soon as disappear, what you have to do, that you can configure it here. Element appear, element disappear. You can do that. And you have something called as a find children activity, which I will talk in detail about in the selector, this find children. So if I'll take up one use case and I will explain that. And apart from that, you have something called as a wait for element to vanish. So many things are there. These are the some of the activities. These are the some of the very limited number of activities in modern design what you have got. Similarly, like I think I need to open it again. In an classic design, you'll be having some bunch of other activities. So UI interaction demo, that was the one which we converted to a classic design. Let me just open up. And here, if I just type as element, you get a bunch of options. See, on element and vanish, what you saw over there, that activity. And apart from that, see, element exists. This is same as the previous activity in the model design I have shown here, right? So here, if the element is appear, then what to do, what not to do. Here, it returns Boolean value, true or false. Whether it is exist, it returns true. If it is not exist, it returns false. See, Boolean value. I need to use the if activity to decide the thing. But whereas in the modern, they have encoded, they have fusioned it up with the if activity. And apart from that, see here, you have multiple other activities. Wait for element to vanish, get the source element, and element scope, so many things related to the elements. You have a bunch of activities over here in the classic design. So this are, see, UI elements is all about based on the element, you're going to take up a decision. UI interaction is all about how you started interacting with the elements on the screen, how you do interact, how you send a command. That is UI interaction. Whereas UI element, it's all about based on the things available on the screen, you decide the flow. See, as soon as I open my browser, if I see this page, if I see this logo, okay, then this is the right page. If I click on all, then if I see some description, okay, this is the page. I, as a human, I can understand. How will the bot understand? For the bot to understand, you have to use this UI elements activity. This has very limited UI element activities as I highlighted. Element exists, find that element, wait for element to vanish, so many things, which we're going to talk in detail about the elements in just few minutes. So this is what about the UI elements, what we have got. Now we will see in detail about this UI element in the topic of the selectors. Yeah, like another thing I just wanted to highlight, see, this is the modern design, right? This is the modern design which we have enabled. And as I highlighted, how to change the classic and modern design in the framework. So when it is of a modern design, you see, this is the options: app or web recorder, computer vision, user events, table extraction. But when it's of a classic design, see, previously this was the case. See, you have got a recording. You have got a different types of recording, basic, desktop, web, different kinds of, I think, computer vision also it's here. And screen scraping. This is data extraction or table extraction. Both are one and the same, but here it is data scraping is used to extract the data from the browser or application. But whereas it's a table extraction, when you have the table kind of a scenario, like in a PDF files or anything, you can use this. So in a classic design, they have maintained it in an independent way. And user events, even there you have got. Here, additional thing what you have got is something called as a screen scraping. Screen scraping is nothing but as soon as you click on something, and if you highlight, this is the data which you want to extract. So the bot will run the query in the background, and it's going to give you this data. See, in one go, the bot use this full text, and it has extracted the data. If you want to change it to native, see, these are the different methods, right? See, if I hit refresh, see, in the native, the data is not extracted. If you want to get word info, if you enable and if you hit refresh, see, still no. And similarly, if you want to use an OCR,
with the different OCR engines, I said, right? You can choose different OCR engines and you can select the things. And if you hit refresh, the bot uses an OCR technology to read this and give you the result. So the OCR is still running. As I said, right, OCR is one of the slowest. Yeah, it extracted. See, OCR result is this. So if you want to, if the accuracy is not good, if you want to change it, you can change it over here itself. And you can do all the modification which is required for you. And if you hit finish, it will create an appropriate workflow for you. See, attach window, get OCR text. So that is the result which you're gonna get. So that is what the screen scraping kind of a thing which you have, where you can decide to choose which output method you can use by just seeing at the first itself. By trying out all the things based on the things which is the best, you can choose one and you can save it and you can start using it. So that is one option what you have in the classic, which you don't have in the modern design. So that's the one which I just wanted to highlight. And I got one question, like in the project panel, we have the settings like Excel modern, Excel classic. So which one to be used? Let me just show you that in the settings. So Excel modern. So this is the one. So don't ever worry about this, guys. Like, let it be as it is. Whatever it has been selected, let it be as it is. The only thing what you have to just worry about is, if you want a modern design, enable this. If you want a classic design, disable this. Based on this option, all the things will be taken care by itself. So not at all worry about it. So if you want to use a classic design, you will get a classic activities. If you want to use a modern design, you're going to get the modern activities. That's the only difference. So don't worry about the other options as of now. Now, what is this selectors? This selectors is one of the most important one. I would say selector is a heart of UiPath. If you have built a reliable kind of a selector, a valid kind of a selectors, then I would say your automation is gonna work perfectly fine. So like this is the main core of UiPath, how it gonna understand things. See, this selectors in UiPath Studio, that is a feature which will enable the bot to identify the UI elements. See, previously we were in the UI interaction, we were just going over there and we were clicking the things. The bot was understanding by itself. See, UiPath have made us easy by just clicking the things was happening. But in the background, how was the bot able to identify it? How it was identifying that elements? We were just highlighting, yes, we were highlighting, but how it was analyzing, how it was identifying it. That is the place where a topic comes in, which is of selectors. That is a selectors. It's a combination of address and attributes, which is stored in the XML fragments. Those we call as an selectors, a combination of address and attributes, which is in the form of an XML fragments, that we call as a selectors. This element identification is done for a specific kind of an activities in UiPath automation project by using a click, type into, or element exists, whatever it is we have seen, it is generated by itself. And as soon as I say like address and attribute XML fragments, it's not necessary for you guys to understand and read about the XML fragments, take some other videos and look into that and all. It's not at all required. Why? Because these selectors are generated automatically by the bot. The bot will generate the selectors by itself. But as a developer, what we have to do is we should be having a knowledge to modify it. That's it. There is no necessary for us to write each line by line, character by character, that XML fragments. The bot does everything for us. But if it is not right, we should be capable enough to modify it. That's it. That's the only thing what we have to do. The rest of the job is done by the bot itself. Now, let's understand this, how this selector gonna work. For this, let me take up an example as, suppose, let's assume you have a friend who is based out of US. Now, he wants to send out a letter to you. Right now, we are in the digital world. So letter things and all is not all there. But still, for this, let me take up that as an example. He wants to send out a letter to you. So what he gonna do? He gonna write up everything, whatever the information he want to convey. He gonna put up everything over there, and he gonna put up your address and all, and he gonna put it up to the post box, who is based out of US. Now just observe how your letter will deliver to your doorstep. What postman gonna do is he gonna picks up the letter from that box. He gonna go to that distribution unit and he gonna see where does this letter is pointing to. As soon as he gonna see the country first. Okay, it should be navigated to the India as a country. So he gonna push that letter to the India country, India region. So he gonna segregate that. So the letter will travel from US to India. As soon as it lands upon India at some place, again, the respective postman, he gonna see that letter. He gonna see that, okay, this is to be delivered to some respective state. So let's take an example as Karnataka. Karnataka as a one state we have in India. So that is a place, that is a state, it has to be delivered. So the letter will travel again from that India, some different state, from the different state to, it will land upon the particular state, which is of Karnataka. Next, in Karnataka, again, the postman gonna see, he gonna see on which city, which like a city, it has to be landed up. As soon as he see that, okay, this is the kind of a city, it has to be landed up. He gonna segregate that and he gonna push that letter to that particular city. Let's take one example as Bengaluru. So the letter will travel to the Bengaluru as a city. Now again, here the postman gonna see, okay, we in Bengaluru, at which place it has to be delivered. So he gonna see, okay, this is the street and this is the locality and this is the apartment and this is the door number. So he gonna push that letter to the appropriate locality. In the locality, again, the postman picks up the letter and he gonna take up the route and he gonna see, okay, in this locality, he is situated in that particular street and he gonna navigate to that street. He gonna identify that apartment and he gonna go to that respective apartment. He gonna deliver to the appropriate door number. See, if you observe how the letter have traveled, see, it traveled from country, state, city, locality, which is like a next street, apartment. In that apartment, to your respective apartment number. See, the bot have traveled from the country to your doorstep. See, it went layer by layer. The same way, even the UiPath bot, like UiPath Studio, it's an additional application which they have designed dedicatedly for selectors itself. See, if I hit open, it will open up one application which is of a UI Explorer. So that people have designed it, they kept it for designing an appropriate selectors only. I'm going to use that now. I have just opened up. And for this use case, let me take this as an example. Now, what I will do is see here, indicate element. Hit indicate. I will just indicate this area. I got some selector. Now, if you see, how did the bot identify this element? Let me select the entire thing. Let me bring it over here. Yeah. See, first, I have given this as an element, right? We were just, even in yesterday's session, we were just clicking on this. The bot was doing the appropriate action. How was the bot identifying it? First, the bot identified this as an application. See, it was identifying this as an application. In this application, see, it has got one file tab. It was identifying that. file as a tab. See, layer by layer how it is going. And in the file tab, it has got 3 more tabs. One is people, company, and others. But the data what we have over here, it's in the people tab. So it identified the people tab. And in people tab, we have got multiple sections like commands, email, phone, address, name. So in this, the data what we have selected, it's in the name section. So the bot identified this name as a section. In this name, we have multiple things, first name, last name, and the selection. So here, the first name, and this the area. See, this is the way how the bot identified the things. If you see, this is a kind of a selector which we have got here. First, if you see window app mycrm.exe, see my CRM application, the first box it identified. Next, control name, tab control 1. See, this is the for tab, file tab, it identified. Next, see tab page people tab. See next box, it identified the people box.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose for breakpoints in UiPath Studio during coding? Option A, to stop the entire automation process. Option B, to pause the execution of the workflow at a specific activity for debugging. Option C, to fast forward through the workflow execution. And option D, to highlight syntax errors in the code. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
And next, in this people box, we have multiple different sections, right? Comment, email, phone, address, name, and all. So in this, it has got its own representation. In this group box 5, this is of a group box 5 itself. So that is the group box 5. In this group box 5, what it is? People first name, people first name. This is the area. See, this is the way how the bot identify it. It goes from the top to the code. Let me just copy this and put it up here. For your reference, I will just keep it here. So later you can just use it for your reference. Now, as I highlighted, if you observe, this is the thing how the bot have identified the element from top to the code, like layer by layer. Usually our selector, it is required for us, for the bot to identify only the first level and the last line. It is more sufficient. See, we have got this activity, this application, right? To identify any element, the bot, it requires only the first and last line. It is more sufficient. See here, if I remove these 3 lines with area once, and if I hit validate, see it is valid. If I hit highlight, see it is highlighting that element. This selector is pointing to this element itself. So that is what it is. See, the first line and the last line, it is more sufficient, but bot keeps some additional lines by itself. If you want, we can keep it, or if you want, we can remove it. It's all the freedom what we have. But sometimes it is better to have multiple nodes. This we call as an each line as a nodes. Each nodes. Why? Because suppose right now in the name we have only first name here. Similarly, let's assume here in the bottom also we have email, and here also let's assume we have a name, like same as first and area, the same here also first area. Now if I give first line and the last line,
The bot will be in a confusion state now. Okay, this is the application. And I have got first name here as well, here as well. What to choose? Whether do I need to choose this or this? So when you run one time, the bot will choose this. When you run the next time, the bot will choose this. The bot itself doesn't have a clarity what to choose and which to choose. In that case, the bot will be running in this way. But if you give multiple nodes, the bot will be more confident. See here, I'm saying as my CRM. And if I say as group box 5, if I just keep that, this only group box 5. Group box 5 is nothing but this box, group box 5. So in the group box 5, it's a first name. So every time the bot will be very much confident that, okay, I have to choose this as a box, this as a first name, it has to choose. So in that way, we're gonna highlight bot. So these are the nodes, and this is the way how you identify the things, and this is the way how you decide which are the nodes you want, which you don't want. Now, before I go in detail, let me just highlight some of the challenges what we face in the selectors. While dealing with the selector, what and all the kind of a challenge we face. For that, let me just open some couple of other browser thing. Let me just open up RPA Challenge one website, which has been hosted and maintained by UiPath. The first challenge what we face is, see here, let us assume we are doing an automation on this browser. We want to, like this is of an RPA Challenge website, what we have, the bot has to every time select the email. See, this is the area. As soon as I click that, I got some selectors. If I hit validate, it's valid. Valid means this selector is good. If I hit highlight, it will highlight the required things. So this is the selector. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to use this as a selector for type into activity, and I'm going to type it. I'm going to use that for that selector. I'm going to give this selector, and I'm going to ask the bot to type the email address at this place. So it's going to run perfectly fine. So this open RPA challenge website, which I'm going to use. So it will run fine. Now, after giving the email address, the bot will obviously, it has to hit submit. Let it hit submit. See, as soon as I hit submit, all the position of the things have changed. See, if I hit submit again, position changed. See, email right now it's here. The next email is here. If I hit submit, email is here. See, every time it is shuffling out. See, every time it is going here and there. The bot is not able to identify. See, every time the position of the thing, it is changing. We have to build our workflow in such a way that it identifies the appropriate element every time. Now, we have just now created, we got one selector, right? That one, this of a selector, which is, and it is valid. And if I highlight, it was highlighting. Now, let me revalidate it again after hitting submit. If I hit validate again, it's gonna validate. But now it says as invalid. It's not a valid one. Okay, let me re-indicate it. Let me indicate email again. I got one selector. So if I hit highlight, see it is highlighting the email part. And if I hit submit, obviously it's changed. If I hit valid, see, it's invalid. I cannot be keep on changing the selector every time, right? See, obviously the page, the web browser means now today the page can be holding in that way. Tomorrow it can change. But with that small change, if my workflow itself is not running, then how can? So we have to build our workflow in such a way that it identifies the element irrespective of the positions. Now, if you see over here, in the selector, we have got something called as a dynamic ID. See here, if you observe this part, right now, this is of this value. Let me indicate it again. Let me indicate the email thing. I got this selector. Let me copy this. See, I got ID is equal to some value. And if I hit submit again, email is here. If I hit indicate
And this part again, I got something else. See, if I just open up, okay, let me just bring the ID itself. If I just compare the previous selector with this, see, this, the first line, it's perfectly the same. The second line, web control, and the tag input is the same. But ID, see here, it is changing. Because of this, the bot is not able to identify the element. See, this is my previous selector, right? See, if I just take this selector and if I hit validate, it's invalid. If I take the newly generated selector and if I hit valid, see, it's valid. If I hit highlight, it's highlighting. But when I hit submit and if I go to the next page and if I hit validate, it will not validate. Why? Because we have got something as a dynamic ID. See, in your selector, like this is of a one type of a challenge which we face when we are dealing with the selector. If your selector is holding a dynamic ID where this is not predicted, every time it is changing. If you have a dynamic ID, you have to avoid it. I will show you how to avoid it and how to tackle the things and all. So this is of a first challenge what we face when we are dealing with the selectors, which is of dynamic ID. Now, so that is the first challenge. The second challenge is, suppose let's assume this is of a PDF files, right? Let me just use indicate element and I will just highlight this address part. I got it. I got the selectors. It is valid. If I hit highlight, it's highlighting. It's highlighting the required thing, which is good. And if you see there, I have a similar kind of another PDF. See, it's exactly the same. There is no difference between these two selectors. Obviously, the value is changing, but the format, the look and feel of both the invoice are one and the same. See here, I'm just switching between the PDF files. Both are one and the same, but the values are changing. That's it. Now, I have got a selector for this, right? Let me close this. And if I hit valid, see, it is invalid. Let me indicate it again. This address section. I got a new selector. If I want to compare with the previous selector, what's the difference? See, if I want to compare from the bottom, the graphic, the name, control, and the window is the same. If I want to compare character by character, it is exactly the same. See there, if I compare, I'm comparing this with this. The last line is the same. Even this is the same. This is the same. And the first line, the exe, and this value, and the title. Title is different. That's it. Title is different. Apart from that, everything remains the same. See, this is the second type of challenge what we face. See, we cannot build different workflows for different PDF. See, for this PDF, one workflow. For another PDF, another workflow. For if I have 10 workflow, 10 PDF, I cannot build 10 PDF. In what way I need to build this? I need to build one workflow which will work for all the 10 PDF. That's the way how we need to build our workflows, right? But here, in this case, the selector of one workflow is not working for the another. Why? Because our selector is being too specific. See here, as I said, the selector is too specific. It is only pointing to sample invoice B. This selector is pointing to only this invoice 38645. This is of a second type of challenge what we face. Our selector B is too specific. It will always be very specific to that particular file only. So we have to tackle that one as well. So this is of a second type of challenge what we face. First type of challenge is dynamic ID. Second type of challenge is our selector is being too specific. The third type of challenge is, see here, right now, let me give you a scenario. See, I'm not the owner of this website. And right now the website looks in this way. And after some couple of months, the owner of this website, what they're gonna do is, hey, I think this submit button, it doesn't suits here. Let's keep submit button here. So they're gonna change the submit button from this place to this place. See, there is a change in this application. You have built some automation where the bot gonna select this required things and it gonna hit submit. But the owner have changed it because it is his product. He have the complete freedom to change it. Because he changed that, our workflow will stop running. The bot will see submit button ever like here somewhere at the bottom. But right now they have moved submit button over here at this place. Now the bot will struggle and it will stop the workflow. See, because of the version change. See, right now I'm just seeing as a web application. Similarly, the applications, installed application right now, the Excel looks in this way. But previously, Excel was not at all like this. We were not getting such a kind of a colorful kind of an options. It was very pale and it was very limited kind of a options were there on the Excel. Previous versions I'm talking about. But now in the latest version, we have got many features, functionality, the look and feel, everything changed, right? See, the version have changed. Because of this version change, our selector might fail. See, previously, in the previous version, I was not having the conditional formatting here, but now I have got a conditional formatting here. See, this is of a change which has happened. Because of this, the bot will not able to identify the element. Previously, it was not there. It was the bot was going to some insert and there it was a conditional formatting. But now they have moved to this place. What bot does? It will go to the insert and it will look for conditional formatting here. But it is not here. They have moved to home page. See here, the bot will fail. Because of this version change of an application, your workflow might fail. See, this workflow is completely, as I said, right? UiPath, the heart of UiPath is the selector. If you have a valid selector, then the workflow will run perfectly fine. If you don't have a valid selector, it will fail, right? See, that's the reason I'm talking about the workflow will fail. Why? Because of this selector. The bot was not able to identify the element. If the selector is failed, obviously the bot doesn't able to identify the things. So that's the reason I'm saying selector is the heart of UiPath. See, because of the version change, we can see an exception. This is of a third type of challenge what we face. The first challenge is dynamic selector. The second challenge is our selector being too specific to that particular document. And the third challenge is version. Because of the version change of the application, it can happen. And the last but not the least is the fourth challenge. Let me show you the fourth challenge. Let me use this UI Explorer and let me indicate this phone number. See, I got some selector here. If I hit highlight, see, it's highlighting, which is good. Now, what I will do is I will just hit submit. So phone number, it's here. Now, if I hit validate, see, it's valid. If I hit highlight, it's highlighting first name. But previously I have highlighted the phone number. Why it is highlighting the first name? Okay, let me hit submit again. So phone number is here. Now let me just hit validate again and hit highlight. It's highlighting email now. See, every time it is highlighting different things. First, actually I have given for phone number, but now previously it was highlighting the first name. Now it's the email. If I hit submit, if I hit validate, see, it's highlighting the address now. Why? What's happening? See here, you have something called as an IDX, right? See, it has got 4. it always look for the fourth position. If you observe, every time the bot is highlighting the fourth position address. If I hit here, it will highlight the last name, fourth position. If I hit here, company name. If I hit again, the fourth position is first name. It will highlight the first name. It will always point to that particular position. This defines the position. Every time fourth place, it has to select. So this is of a type of another challenge which we might face. These are the 4 different types of challenges what we're gonna often face in terms of selectors. First is our selector. In our selector, we'll be having a dynamic ID. The second challenge is in our selector will be too specific to that particular document. The third challenge is it like due to some version change of an application, the bot will fail. The fourth type of challenge is if we have something as an IDX, the bot always look for the appropriate position only. So how to handle all of this? That's what we're gonna do it now. So this is what about the selector challenges. Now let's take one by one and address it. But before that, let me just highlight let me give some more information about the selectors. See, our selector is a combination of tags and attributes. Our selectors is a combination of tags and attributes. Now, what are these tags and what are these attributes? And again, I'm highlighting, guys, there is no necessary for you guys to understand about the XML, because the selector, what you're seeing over there, it's a combination of XML fragments itself. So it's not necessary for you to understand the XML. Only understand what it is and how to modify it. That is more sufficient. And as I said, our selector is a combination of these tags and attributes. Now, what are these tags and what are these attributes? Tags. Tags are nothing but nodes. Nodes in an XML in the selector, which is of an XML fragments, which corresponds to a visual element on the screen. First node is the app window. Last node is the element itself. Example of nodes are window. Every attribute has got name and value. So how to identify the attribute? It has got 2 things, name and value. If it got a name and value, that is of an attribute. And here, mark this word. You should use only attribute which is constant and known values. For example, like this parent ID is equal to this, tag is equal to this, a name is equal to this, class is equal to this. If I want to see with my selector, see, control name is equal to some value, this is equal to this value, and all. And also, as I highlighted, you have to use only the things which are known and constant. See here, in the last line, see, group box 5, right? Group box 5. In this, like a name is a name. Obviously, name, it's here. See, group box 5, name. So, see, this is the known value, which I can see here. So, it is known value for me. I'm adding in my selector. See, and class. See, this class, I don't know what it is. Windows 10, Windows 8, I don't know. So, which you don't know and which are not constant value, remove it. Which are required, use it. Which are not required, you remove it. Now, which are constant values? See, this class, it's a just see for this selector. This is the value. And just see for other one, what is the value you're gonna get? Whether it's the same or a different value. Just see about this. So if it is the same, you can use that as an attribute. See, these are attributes. These are the attributes which you can use in your selectors. Now, in these attributes, you have to use only the known and constant values. In this, which are known for me, a name, I know what it is. So let me keep only the a name, and the title also I know, which is of name, both are one and the same. I can keep this. And if I hit validate, see, obviously it will be valid. And if I highlight, see, it is still highlighting. So this is the way
how the tags and attributes form a required selector for us. This is a tag. These are attributes. You can add as many as the attributes you want, but remember constant and known values. You have to add it. Yes, tags and attributes. So this is what about this two things. Now, before I take up the challenges and solve it, anyways, since we are frequently using this application, let me give you a quick heads up about this, what are all the things we have here. See? See, it has got multiple things, which you guys are already started aware of this, like validate button, highlight and all. Let me give you again a heads up about this. This is of a UI Explorer, and this UI Explorer is dedicatedly being used to design your selector. Now, to design your selector, in UI Explorer, you have got multiple options. What are those options? See, first is the validate button. If you hit it, this validate, this is of a designer area. Whatever the selected you have in this designer area, it's gonna say whether it is of a valid or not. So it's gonna give you that. This validate button. If it is valid, it's gonna give you in the green. If it is not valid, as you saw earlier, it's gonna give you in the red. That is what this valid button is. Next, indicate element, as you saw. Like in the activities, you have a type into activities and all, right? For example, this, see, as soon as you drag indicate thing you're gonna do. As soon as you indicate, you're gonna select the appropriate thing, right? The same indicate button you have got here. If I hit indicate, I'm gonna get the appropriate option. If I click on that, I'm gonna get an appropriate selector. This indicate button will help us to indicate the appropriate elements on the screen. And anchor, I will talk about it. I'll just keep this on hold. Indicate anchor thing. Now, let me just indicate one thing. So this is of a selector which I have got, and it's a valid, as you saw. Now let me just hit submit, and if I hit validate again, obviously it is invalid. As soon as it is invalid, I'm gonna get one option which is of repair. See, sometimes when your selector is not valid and you don't know what to fix, the bot has got its own intelligence to fix the selector by itself. See, now the selector is invalid. If I hit repair, and if I highlight the same element, which is of email I have highlighted, right? If I hit highlight that again, see, the bot, it tries to make the selector valid. See, now it is valid. If you see my selector, it is having the IDX. IDX means it always point for the fifth position. See, the bot did its job. It made the selector valid for all the cases. Whatever you hit submit, you're getting a valid selector. Now see here, it's valid, and if I hit highlight, it's highlighting the, okay, let me just hit validate again. Let me hit submit. And if I hit validate, okay, I think it is highlighting somewhere different place. Okay, don't worry. Like I think there is some flaw which I will see it later. But this selector will point for the fifth position every time. But as you saw, the selector is valid every time. How many evers I hit submit, the selector is valid. The bot corrected itself, which it has got some dynamic ID, which it replaced with some IDX as a value. See, the bot
what it does is it tries to make the selector valid. That's it. But it doesn't properly understand the use case, and based on that, it will not correct it. It will just make the selector as valid. That's it. Now, as a human, yes, after repairing the selector appropriately, we're gonna see that selector, right? Based on the selector, we need to choose the appropriate attributes and we need to correct it. See, first, you need to indicate an element and you're gonna hit valid. You're gonna get a valid selector. But when something changes, if your selector is invalid, the bot gives you an option to repair. Once you hit repair, sometimes the bot itself will repair it appropriately based on your use case. The bot itself will do it. But sometimes when it is not happening, then you have to use your appropriate attributes, your own skills to modify your selectors appropriately and use it. So, but bot gives you one option to repair by itself, by bot itself. That is what the repair button, what you have here. Next, highlight. As you saw highlight earlier, based on the indicated element, if it is of a valid selector, then you will get an highlight. If it is invalid, you will get a repair. So these are on and off based on this. Next, options. If I hit this option, first option I have got UI framework. I have got three things: default, active accessibility, UI automation. Default is the one which works for all of your use case. Default is the one which will work for all of your use cases. But there are some use cases where you're going to deal with a legacy application. Legacy application means old application, which was introduced in the year of 1990, in 2000, somewhere like 20 years ago, that product was introduced, and those are legacy application. But still, many IT companies, they are using those application. So those are the application which they are still using, and now they want to do an automation on that legacy application. When we want that legacy kind of an application to be automated, see, they want the automation, they are asking the right thing. But for the bot, since it's an old application, old framework, old technology, they have used it and they have built it, the bot will not get an appropriate selector. In that case, what we're going to do is we're going to change the framework. Active accessibility is the one. Active accessibility is a framework which we're going to use it for our legacy application to do an automation. Legacy applications. This UI automation. This is used for dealing with like a very new applications. That means like a couple of months ago, a new application I have introduced. So that application, in that the latest application as well, sometimes you don't get a required selector with in that new application. In that case, what we're going to do? We're going to change the framework to UI automation, and we're going to try to get the selector. This framework they have designed for getting the selectors in the new updated applications. See, both of these frameworks has been designed by the Microsoft. So this frameworks, all the application, they're going to use any of this framework itself. So based on the framework, the bot will identify the elements on the screen and do the automation. Usually for all of your use case, default will work perfectly fine. But when there is a case, you're not getting an appropriate selector, when you're dealing with a legacy application or old application, you can go ahead with the active accessibility. When you're using a new application, you're not getting a required selector, then you can use it UI automation. So those are the three different framework options what you have got. Next, you have got something called as a delay restore. What is that delay restore? Delay restore, it is, yeah, see here, this. If I hover on it, I'm going to get that below drop downs. But if I just take out my cursor, it will go away. If I indicate an element, see, function F2, pause. Now I got an option and see, it went away. In this case, to identify that element to appropriately, this delay restore gonna be used. Now, in that case, like I have just shown that as an example, but similar kind of a thing, what it happens is when the bot is in selection mode, we still have that drop down available, but there it is going away. If it is going away, I will show you what option we have. I will just explain in the visual tree what option it is. But sometimes what happens is we're gonna get, when the bot is in the selection mode, we're gonna get this option. We're gonna select the appropriate thing. When we select the appropriate thing, the bot capture that selector. That is of a delay restore. Delay restore, it will take that selector appropriately and use it. That is the one. And after this, you have trigger selector. Trigger selector are the ones when you're designing a trigger activity. If something happens, that should trigger some other activity. If that is a kind of a thing, you're gonna get a trigger appropriate selector. We have a trigger activities in UiPath. For that, you're gonna enable this trigger selector and you're gonna build a selector appropriately, which increases the accuracy of the triggers when you use this. You can still design with this default frameworks, but if you enable this, it gives you some additional accuracy. See, if I hover on it, you're gonna get the tooltip. See, ensure the uniqueness of UI element with its parent while increasing the monitoring accuracy. See, monitoring accuracy. Use this option when you're dealing with your generating a selector for trigger activities. You're gonna use this. Those are the options. Next, apart from this tool palette, like we have some other sections as well. See, multiple sections. This is of a visual tree. This is of a selector editor. This is for the attributes. This is a property explorer. Now, you can think this selector editor, this area is for the nodes. Nodes is nothing but this. See, if you want a multiple nodes, you can use this area to add multiple nodes. Whereas this is for the attributes. If you want a multiple attributes, you can use this. This of a selector editor, this of an attribute section where you can add multiple attributes. So these are the two things. Next, this is of a visual tree. This defines how this selector have came in. See here, here also you have something called as an highlight element. If I hit highlight, see the selector right now, the selector is this. The selector is highlighting this part. Now, if I hit double click on this, see, it is highlighting this. See, this are visual tree. It defines how the website selector it has been, how the bot have captured it. See, first. Now, if I just double click on this, see right now, I got one selector, which is pointing to this role in a company area. Now, if I just double click on this, right now it is pointing to this first name section area. Next, if I just double click on this, see every time, if you see the selectors are changing, and if you want to have the appropriate selector, see, you can explore that. And see here, if I hit label, see this selector, it's pointing to the label first name. I think the highlighting thing, it is something like messing up, but that selector, see here, address is somewhere here. This is the one it is pointing to, but it is highlighting as somewhere here. But when you highlight in the terms of your activities, it will highlight. I think it is something else missing up here. I've used the modern activity itself, version 23.6. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Don't worry about it. But the main thing here, what we need to understand here is the visual tree is used to understand how the selector have been derived. And if I want to use an appropriate one, how to use it. See, one example, this one, if I highlight it, I got this selector. See, I got, this is the selector. If I enhance this below itself, I have, see, if I hit double click on it, I got something as a drop down. If I double click on it, bot have captured all the selectors and it is kept in the visual tree. And based on the selection, the bot is giving me the appropriate selectors. Now, some of the selectors which I cannot get it, I can use a visual tree and I can fetch the required things. So that is what the visual tree is. And the selector editor, as I highlighted, this is for some additional nodes. And this selected item is for the additional attributes, what it is. Next, Property Explorer. This Property Explorer, it's all about giving some more details about the selector, what we have selected. See here, if I scroll down further, see inner text, JA, which is we are getting here itself, but some other parameters which is not there here, which we're going to get it from this. See, if I want to have some PID number, sometimes based on the use cases, we want to have some numbers as such. And if I scroll down further, like, see, what is the URL? See, you don't have the URL here. If you want to fetch what's the URL it is pointing to, you can get it from the Property Explorer. To get this URL, you have something called as get attribute activity. Get attribute. This get attribute activity are the ones which you can use. You have to indicate that element. And here you need to choose which value you want. You want the A name. See, if I scroll down further, you'll be having something as CPID number, PID, text, and URL also you'll be seeing somewhere. See, URL. All the things which it is not available. See, from the selector, sometimes you want to get the values as such. If you want that, you can use that get attribute activity and you can fetch it. This Property Explorer will give you some additional information based upon your use case. You can use it appropriately and do it. So based on the selection, you're going to get the appropriate selector. Once you feel this is the selector what you want, you can copy this selector. And if you want to use this type into activity here, in type into activity or anything, for example, this get attribute itself you want, hit this property section, hit this target. See here, you have a selector option, right? Click over here, give double quotes and paste it. That's it. If I hit this, see, I got the selector. Within double quotes, I have pasted that. What I built the selector over there, I'm copying it and I'm pasting it over here. This is the selector section, which we are giving the modified one based on our need. Whatever we indicate, that's the default one which you're going to get. See, if you want to see the selector, see, this is the default one which you're going to get. If you want to modify it, you can easily modify and you can paste it over here. See, if I hit this, if you want to indicate on the screen, if you want to edit it, or if you want to use, open this selector in UI Explorer directly. See, open UI Explorer. It will open the UI Explorer directly and it will show you the things. If you want to modify anything, you can do that. See, this is what about the selector options, what you have got. And for all the activities, as I highlighted, right, in the target section, you're going to get a bunch of options. See, this is the bunch of option, what it is. Wait for element to ready. That here, element is nothing but a selector. Remember that. Here, wait for that particular element to ready. Here, if you hit this drop down, you don't have to wait, continue further. Interactive means as soon as it partially loads up, continue. If you hit complete, it will wait for that entire element to completely load, then continue. So these are the three options what you have. Usually we use the complete. We will wait for the entire that element to load, then only the bot should take the next action. So wait for ready, you can use this. Timeout. See, every activity, see, someone has in our, like while discussing the data scraping, if that due to some network issue, the page didn't load up, something happens, what happens? The bot will wait for 30 seconds. That's a default time. 30 seconds it will wait. Even then, that page didn't load up, then it will throw an exception. By default, 30 seconds. If you want to increase that,
you can give it over here. That is what the timeout is. See here, the default value is 30,000 millisecond. Millisecond means if when you convert to a seconds, it is 30 seconds. If you want to convert to an like if you want to have more time, you can give the appropriate value here. So that is what the timeout is. You can increase the timeout of any activities, but by default, it is 30 seconds. Remember that. This is of a selector, which we have saw now. Element. There are some activities which generate output as selector itself. That we call as a UI element. Data type of that selector is UI element. That UI element, if you want to pass directly over here rather than giving value as this, you can use this, which I will take up a use case and I will show you this part. Just see what happens. See, the workflow has started, it opened up, it is replacing with the double space with a single space, and it is closing. It's a simple workflow which I have built, which is running as expected. Now, let me close this notepad. And I have got a similar kind of another notepad, which is also the same case. I want my bot to do the same automation over here. Now, if I trigger it, the workflow started. And it got stopped. It's throwing an exception. See here, it says that cannot find the UI element. This of an UI element, the selector is not able to find it, it seems. But I have just opened up, right? This of a notepad, it's here. Why it was not able to find? Let's investigate. Let us stop this workflow. Let us open up the selector. Let me hit edit selector. This is the selector which I have got. Now it says as invalid. Let me copy this selector. Let me see what is the selector it is looking for. Let me indicate this. Let's indicate this notepad. Now I got a valid selector. Let's compare with the previous selector, which it was failing with. Now let us compare what's the difference. Window, app, notepad.exe, class, notepad, title, letter. And here it is 1, here it is 2, 6, 0, 7, 2019.txt hyphen notepad. If I see the difference, there is only one letter difference. See here? Here it is 1, here it is 2. When you encounter this kind of a scenario, what you can do is, see, every time you cannot be keep on coming over here and changing the values from 1 to 2 to 1 and all. Here, we're going to use something called as a wildcard. Wildcard, what it does is, see, this is varying, right? This position value is varying. Now, what we're going to do is, we're going to replace that position with something called as a question mark. See, question mark. That indicates, irrespective of the value, here, whatever value it is, whether it is of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or A, B, C, D, or dollar, or some special characters like uppercase, like a and percentage, or hash, whatever it is, the bot consider it and it will move forward. Only at this position. See, I have given that position as question mark. That means at this position, whatever value it is, the bot should consider it and continue further. If I hit validate, see, it's valid. If I hit OK, and if I trigger it, see, it's running for 26/07/2019. Okay, let me see for the other file. If I open up this and let me trigger the flow again. See, even this is running fine. What I did, I've replaced with a question mark. Okay, which is good. See, it's invalid. Let me copy the selector, what I have built. Let me indicate it, the selector, and let me see the difference now. What is the difference I have got? So exactly the same. Here, 0, here question mark. So whatever it is, it will replace. Next, it is 2, here it is 6. Okay, let me replace that with a question mark. Here 0, 0, fine. Here it is 6, here 7. Okay, let me replace that 7 with a question mark. And 2019, here 2018. So 9, last position, let me replace with a question mark. And rest all remains the same. Now what I will do is I'll remove the upper selector and let me hit validate now. See, it's valid. If I highlight, it's highlighting. Now, if I hit OK and if I trigger it, see, it's running as expected. Let me close this. Let me open the randomly other file. So let me randomly open up this 26 and let me see whether it's going to run or not. See, it is running. It's running as expected. See, this is of a wildcard. The question mark is a wildcard. What it does, it's going to replace only one character. Let me repeat it. It will replace only one character. See, this was one character, 1, 2, 3, 4 characters. I'm just replacing with a question mark. So at this position, whatever might be the value, one character, the bot will consider it and it will continue further. So that is what it is, this question mark as a wildcard. Now, okay, right now it's a happy path for me. For all the notepad, it's running fine. But let's assume there is a use case. What's the use case is? Right now, I have the notepads with this naming convention, letter 02 something, the date dot text file. But in future, what happens is I'm going to get letter underscore UiPath date. In that case, the date I have replaced with question mark, which is good. And UiPath means UiPath. 6 characters. So 6 question marks, I need to place it over there. Star. It replaces 0 or more number of character. See, what does this? It's going to look for something as letter underscore. It just looks for that letter underscore. If it has letter underscore, irrespective of any characters, if it is ending with .txt, the bot will take it and it will process it. Irrespective of any values, whether you have 100 characters in the mid between letter underscore and .txt, the bot will take it. Whereas question mark, it was taking only one character. But whereas asterisk, it will take 0 or more number of characters. See, if you have a file which is starting with letter underscore .txt, the bot will take it. Why? Because this asterisk will replace 0 characters or more number of characters. That is what I have highlighted here. Asterisk replaces 0 or more number of characters, whereas question mark replaces only one character. Now, with that asterisk in place, if I trigger the workflow, see, I have got cache in, honest check, not honest check. What my bot has to do is, it has to read that Excel file, it has to take cache in, which is of 100, and honest check, which is of 28. Not honest check, it's 72. Hit accept. Similarly, it should do for the next one, 278, 273, 35, 47, 142, 28, 55, 324, 44, 78. It should enter all the things and it should hit accept. So in what we have coded is, I'm asking the bot to read this Excel file, store that to a data table, and enable this use cache count, and see here, see, reading the Excel file, enabling this checkbox. I will explain why I'm enabling this checkbox. Right now, I'm just enabling this checkbox. And next, see, I'm attaching that window, this application. For each row, I'm iterating through each one of the row. See, row of cache in. I'm going to get cache in value. So, row of honest check. I'm going to get honest check value. Not honest check, not honest check. And after entering all of those, hit accept. Simple use case. Let me run this and show you how it's going to run. Let me close this notepad since I'm using this file level access. Let me trigger the flow. The workflow started. See, it enabled the cache in. It is typing in the characters one after the other. See, it's a simple use case which I have built. If I ask you guys to build it, you will build it in just around 2 to 3 minutes. It's a simple use case which I have built it. Now, what's my use case is, Here, what we are trying to understand here is, if you observe this Excel file, now what my bot is doing, it is reading this notepad, sorry, this Excel file. It is clicking on use cache count and it is typing in the characters, right? 100, 28, 72. So before it types this, the bot should use this value. See, use cache count. It is use both. The bot has to select use both and enter those values. Next value, it has to click on use piece count. Here, it has to enter this value. Next, it has to click on use both, enter the values. Next, use amount. It has to enter the value. See, every time based on the value, it has to click the appropriate value based on this. To select this, we are enabling this cache count. See, if I don't enable, I don't have an option to click this. It is disabled. If I enable it, then I'll be having an option to do this. See, this is the thing what my bot has to do now. Based on this value, the bot has to click appropriate. See, now what I'm trying to do is, I'm going to use a variable in my selector. The selector, what we have built, right? In that selector, we're going to use a variable. See, obviously this value, how can I pass? Through a variable itself, right? So through a variable, I'm going to extract this value and I'm going to use that, that variable in my selector. Let's see how we can do that. See, read range, click on the checkbox. And for each of the row, what bot has to do? First, let us fetch the this value, which is of use cache count. So what I will do is, let me use a variable. I will see as, anyways, I'm iterating for each one of the row of use cache count dot toString. I'm extracting the data. Let me store into a variable called cache count. See, cache count is a variable. In that, I'm storing this value to this. See, here, row of cache means the bot was typing in the number, which is of 100. Now, if I say row of use cache count, that value, it will be stored to this, which is good. Next, what I want to do, I want my bot to click the appropriate thing, right? Drag and drop. See, right now I'm using a classic design. Look at it. Here, screen scraping, data scraping as an option I have. That means classic design. I'm building it in the classic design. So click here. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to indicate. Let me open up that application. So I will just indicate this use amount. For now, I will just click on use amount. I got one selector. If I hit highlight, it's highlighting the use amount. Now, suppose if I want to hit use both, let me double click and I will say yes, use both. I'm just manually changing it. If I hit validate, it's valid. If I hit highlight, see, it's highlighting use both now. Similarly, if I give use piece count, it will highlight the use piece count. That means if I change the values at this places, the bot will click on the appropriate thing. So this is the selector what I wanted. Now what I will do is, I will just take this selector. I will go to my workflow. Here, edit selector, paste that selector which I have copied up. And if I hit valid, it's valid. See here, above, edit attribute. Here, above section. If I scroll down, see, name, comma, name, name, comma, name. Here it is holding use both, right? Just click on that, remove that. Hit control space. See what I did? I'm going to click over here, control space. As soon as I do that, these are the available variables which I have created in this workflow. If you hit this variable section, you can see all these variables over there. Now, I want, previously we have stored use cache count value from the Excel into this variable, right? So let me just double click on this. See, that variable came in and you can see this is the place where the variables came in. If I hit validate, obviously it is invalid. Why? Because it is not holding any value right now. So it will be invalid. Don't worry, it will work. If I hit OK, and if I trigger the workflow, just see what happens now. So this is the workflow, and here let me just disable this. Now let me trigger it, but before that, let me close this Excel file. Now let me trigger the flow. Now the workflow has started. See, use cache count. It clicked on use both. It is entering. It clicked on use piece count, which is the data which is I'm getting from the Excel. And again, use both and use amount. See, it is typing in the appropriate value and it is closing the browser. See, it is running as expected. You're using a variable in your selector. See, this is the way how you can use a variable in your selector and you can ask your bot to fine tune it based on your requirement. So this is all about using a variable in your selector. Now, in the modern design, if you want to use a variable in your selector, obviously like use application here, let me, okay, use application, let me minimize this. Let me comment this out. It would be the same approach, but I will show you the difference. I will use a web recorder now. So here, I just want to click on this. See, as soon as I click on that element, I got something as check mark and something as anchor, something as delete. See, I got some multiple things over here. See, check mark is, that means the selected element, the target you can see, it is the target, which is right or wrong. It is asking. Yes, if it is right, hit confirm. If it is not, delete it. Or else, if you want to give some anchor to it, let me show you what do I mean by anchor. See, if I want to click on this caption, the bot automatically create this anchor. What bot is, in terms of modern design I'm talking about, in the modern design, see, as soon as you click on any element, the bot itself will create an anchor for it. So the bot thinks that, okay, next to caption, I have some text area. I need to click on that. See, this is the way how it is identifying. Next to caption, I have something that I need to create. If you want to add some additional anchor, you don't want this anchor, you can delete that. If you want to add some additional anchor to it, see here, add anchor. And you can give this as an anchor to it. See, you add it. If you want some additional anchor, add anchor. And you can give this as well. See, you add it. If you want to add another one, see, when you hit that, it says as no more than 3 anchor can be added. Maximum you can add 3 anchors. Beyond that, you cannot add more. So this is the 3 different anchors you can add. And as a best practice, it's always good that you add only 1 anchor rather than multiple anchors. So it's always prefer that you add only 1 anchor rather than multiples. So let us delete some couple of other anchors what we have added. Now, if I hit confirm, see, it has been recorded over here. Now, similarly, if I want to click over here, just click, you'll get it one appropriate, whether it's a target, which is the one which you wanted. The bot doesn't have any anchor for this. If you want, you can give this as an anchor, but now let us keep only this and hit confirm and save and exit. You got the workflow. And here, let us create some dummy variable. For example, I will say as test pad. Now, for this, I want to add the selector, dynamic one. If I open up this, see,
In modern design, the entire thing is completely different. Whereas in the classic design, you just had some target element and all. But here you have got multiple options. Why that is multiple options and how to deal with this, let me show you. For now, what I will do is I will just drag one click activity onto this canvas. I will talk about how to use that variable, but before that, let me just highlight this. Click activity, I have dragged and dropped. Let me indicate, and here I will just click on this honest check. See, as soon as I do that, see, as soon as I indicate that, previously I was using a recording, I was not getting this option, this area. But now what I'm doing, I have just dragged the click activity onto this canvas and I'm using indicate on the screen. Now I'm getting this as an option. See, this as an option which I'm getting. Now what in all the options I'm getting and how this is working. See here, the bot is identified the target and anchor, both the things, right? See, when the bot is identified this, the bot is creating three different approach. One is of a strict selector, one is of a fuzzy selector, and another one is a image as a selector. And computer vision, if you have configured, it will capture even that as well. Now what are this? See, in the classic design, whenever you indicate anything, it will just capture one selector and it will keep it. That is what? That is strict selector. It just take the strict selector and it's gonna keep it in the memory. But in the modern design, it captures four different things. It captures strict selector, fuzzy selector, computer vision, and image. All the four things it's going to capture. Why? Because while running, in the classic design, while it is running, if that selector is not there, if any issues, for example, version change and all I have highlighted, right? So if there is any version change, or if you have some IDX or ID, something in your selector, if it is failed over there in the classic design, it will throw an exception. But whereas in the modern design, if the strict selector failed, the bot uses fuzzy selector. What is this fuzzy selector? It just tries to match the selector based on the accuracy. See here, by default it is 0.5. 0.5 means 50% accuracy. See, you can increase the accuracy of the selector. If it matches around 80% of the selector, the bot will click on that. If it matches 60%, the bot will click on that. That is what the fuzzy selector is. Next, image. The bot will look for this image area. If this image, what you're seeing over here, this image, if the bot sees this area, the bot will do a click on this or type into on this and it will proceed further. If when the strict selector is also failed, fuzzy selector is also failed, then the bot uses the computer vision or image. If even this got failed, it will throw an exception. If it is not failed, the bot uses this as a method and it will do the action. See here, UiPath is making its activities in such a way that the workflows, the bot, it should use its own intelligence and take other alternative steps rather than throwing an exception and stopping the workflow. See, whereas in the classic design, the bot has got only one approach, the bot was using that and it was stopping if it is not available. But whereas in this, the bot uses four different approaches. One is strict selector, fuzzy selector, computer vision, and image. If you don't want any one, you can easily disable over here. You can disable that. You have the freedom to do it. But if you want any one, you can keep it. So that is the way how it is. And how this selection gonna work? If you enable this four option, when this activity is running, this selector activity, once we hit confirm and all, we're going to get to one activity, right? That click activity. When the bot is running that click activity, the bot triggers all the 4 selections in one time. See, all the 4 selection, it will trigger it. And whichever in this 4 different selection, whichever returns the value first, the bot will pick that. See, all this 4 selection, the bot will trigger. It will try to identify with all these 4 selections. If any one of the selection, comes back and say that, hey, I have identified the element, the bot uses that methodology to do a click. If fuzzy selectors comes first and say that, yes, I was able to identify the element, the bot uses fuzzy selector option. If bot uses image, it uses image. Computer vision. So that is the way how the selection of the things gonna work. Right now we have enabled only strict selector. The bot is using strict selector. If I want to have additional, you can have it. So this is for the target. See, target. For target, these are the 4 selections. Whereas for the anchor, see here, 4, the same option. Even this anchor is a selector, right? Even here, it has got 4 different options. Straight, fuzzy, computer vision, and image. You have got all the things. Whatever you want, you can choose it. You can disable the rest of it. So that is anchor. When you have a selector of both the things, target and the anchor, that we call as a descriptor. That's what a new concept in the modern design. See, the bot is identifying both the things one go, and if you hit confirm, you'll be having both the things at one place, right? Both the things. That we call as a descriptor, where you have both anchor and the target. See, anchor and target, both the things if you have, that we call as a descriptor. Remember this word, descriptor. So target and anchor. So that is the way how the selections are. Next, window select. See, this is the kind of a selection which is happened based on the window over here. That is the selector. If you want to open it in UI Explorer and if you want to modify it, you can do that. Even in target, see, if you want to open up this strict selector in UI Explorer, you can open up. If you want to see what is this, if you hit it, it will enable. See, that is the way how it is. These options are. If you want to copy the selector, you can. Next, options. See, these are some of the options, what it is. Auto apply the changes. Whatever the changes it has been used in the target and the anchor. If you want to auto apply these changes to this, you can enable it. And responsive website. Some of the times what happens is, see here, this itself. If I enable this, it is responsive. As soon as I enable, this below options are enabled. I can do a click. If it is disabled, these options are disabled. I cannot do a click. So that is responsive. This options, do you want to have the selectors in the responsive? You can enable it, or else if it is disable it, you can do that. Element visibility, see all the things. As I said, right? Wait for element to appear. None, interactive, full, visible, like in the classic design. The same here, the options are. You can choose it appropriate ones. So these are some additional options which you have got. And now if you want to validate, you can validate it. And if you want to confirm, cancel, you can do the appropriate things. Now, let me just hit confirm. See, I got the appropriate selectors. Now, what in all the selection you have did over there, everything it will reflect over here in the properties. See, in the comment section, this of a default one, which you know, and this options, which we have explained in a previous session, which you know, miscellaneous, which you know. Again, here, these are the 3 different sections which is related to the activity, the selectors. See here, target and anchor, both the things, descriptor you have. See, in this, click,
fuzzy selector. Fuzzy selector, what it is, what you have got over there, you got it here. Strict selector, you got it here. And visibility check, wait for the element to ready, whatever the selection you did over there, you get it here. And targeting methods, if you wanted image or computer vision native text, if you have enabled, you would have get those option here. Those options. See, those are the things. Let me just disable those. Yeah. See, responsive website, that option, what you saw over there, that thing. See, CV, computer vision. If you would have enabled that selector, here you would have got that selector. Native text, that image kind of a thing, what you have got. If you have enabled, you would have got that. See, these are all the selectors, whatever you have selected over there, everything you're gonna get it. See, this is the kind of a thing which you have over here. Now here, if you want to use an variable, this is of a modern design, right? So in this modern design, if you want to use a variable over here, let's close this and hit Control K. Here it is Control K. Whereas in the classic design, it's Control Space. Here, I'm just hitting Control K. As soon as I hit Control K, it is asking the variable option. See here, test var, right? If I click on test var, and by default value, any default value it has to store. If you want to override it, you can override and hit confirm. See, that variable has came in. See the difference in the classic design, Control Space, here Control K, and there how it was representing in the flower bracket some value, but here how it is representing in this way. See, this is the way how you use a variable in a modern design. And this is the way how it's gonna look, the selector selections in modern design, and whereas in the classic design in that way. In classic design, it is very simple, but in the modern design, since they have enabled multiple other options like computer vision, image, and strict selector, fuzzy selector, and all, that's the reason you have got all the things here. And this is for the target and for anchor as well. See, fuzzy selector, strict selector, all the things. See, this is the entire thing about the selector target section. And the input, click type what, and all you guys know what it is. In a previous session, we talked about this. Next, see input and output element. This one I will just now talk. As I said, right, UI element. See if I hover on that, see in argument of UI element. That is a data type of selector, which I'm going to talk about it in next example. So that one, we're going to pass it over here as an input. And if you want to get the output of this UI element as an output, you can store an variable and you can get it. So these are the two things. So this is what all about the selector in the modern design, and this is the way how you can use a variable, you can use a wildcard and all. So any questions over here as of now? Anything to be highlighted, guys, before I move on? I got one question, like what's the difference between the strict selector and the fuzzy selector? See, strict selector means it looks for the exact match. See here, this selector, this is a strict selector, the bot looks for the exact match. Fuzzy selector means this is of the same selector, but it tries to match around 60%. See, rather than use both, it has got something as use count. See, if it has got use count, then it is according to the previous selector. Like for example, this is of a selector what you have given in the code.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which screen scraping method is suitable for extracting data from regions with a fixed position relative to an anchor element? Option A, full text. Option B, OCR or optical character recognition. Option C, native. And option D, relative scraping. Do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.
But on this application, the bot was able to find the selector as this. The bot is able to find the selector as this. See, this is everything is matching. Only here it is both, here it is count. Around 70% or some number, it is matching. So the bot even consider this and it's going to do a click on this. When you use fuzzy selector, strict selector means the bot tries to match character by character. Character by character, it should be the same. Whereas fuzzy selector, if it matches around 60% or 70% based on the accuracy what you're going to give, if it is matching, the bot gonna move forward. Whereas strict selector, that is the case. So that's the difference between the strict selector and the fuzzy selector. See, this is the kind of a settings which you have to do, and the same thing I have highlighted in the notepad, like you guys can refer to it and you can put it up. This is the first kind of a settings which you have to do so that the bot can identify the element on this PDF files. Now, let me navigate back over here. First, I will take doing an extraction of a text from the PDF in larger text format. Let's see how we can do that. So to do that, let me just look for some PDF activities. If I just go over here and if I type as PDF, see, I don't find any. Like I have some Excel where I can change the Excel file to as PDF. That's it. I don't find any PDF set of activities. How to get it? See here, you have something called as a manage packages, right? Just hit on that and hit all packages. And here, just type for PDF. See, as soon as you hit PDF, see, UiPath.pdf activities. Hit that and install and save. See, when you do that, this all like a related, see, you can see the activities panel. I got some set of other options. See, this is the way how you can get the dependencies, which you guys are already aware, like for getting the, what is that? Getting the asset from our Windows Credential Manager. We did the same. We downloaded some packages the same way we did. As soon as you did it, like you got some set of activity related to the PDF. Now, let's do one thing. If I just want to highlight about the things, as the name itself says, see, export PDF page as an image. Each page you want to export it as an image, you can use this. Extract image from the PDF. Sometimes in a PDF, we'll be having some images, right? If you want to extract that, you can use this. And if you want to extract the page range, how many pages we have within that PDF, you can use it. And if you want to count how many pages you have, see, page ranges, totally I have pages, see, 1 out of 1. See, I have the pages from 1 to 10, 11 to 20, something as such. That is a number. That is a range. Page count means how many pages, 20 pages, 30 pages as a thing. See, range is different, count is different. Now, if I want to join a couple of PDF, I can use this. If you want to manage the PDF password at one place, see, some of the PDF will be encrypted with the password, right? So if you want to manage all the password at one place, you can use this. And read PDF text and read PDF with OCR, which I will just highlight now with an example. So these are some of the straightforward things what you have. I recommend you guys to just explore it and use some of these activities and see how it's gonna work. For now, I will just drag this read PDF text activity, and here it asks for the file name. If I just go to this location here, and here I have one PDF. Let me copy this location. Let me just copy the path. Let me go over here and put it up the path. And here in the properties,
let me store the output of this PDF file into one variable. I will say as PDF out. Yeah. So this is often like a variable which I have used. The bot will read this document and it will store it to this variable. Next, what I will do is I will just use something called as message box and I will see what kind of a data it is printing out. So PDF out. Now, if I trigger up the workflow, yes, I got some output. And let me start comparing with the PDF file. See, this is of a PDF document which I have given for the bot to extract it. And you can see sample text, image, PDF. It was November, although it was not late. The sky was dark. See here, the bot, even though the bot is reading from left to the right, see, the bot is not reading this line next after first line. The bot is identifying this as a paragraph and it is reading the paragraph bytes. See, it is extracting as it is till writing. And if you observe, after this, as a human, we know like this is the way how we should read and later we have to go. But bot doesn't know. See, after reading this paragraph, it is going to the next paragraph. See, again, same left to right. This is the way how the extraction is happening by the bot. See, heavily embellished capitals, all the things till handoff and invalid. You got it. And see, this of a paragraph which you got. And after that, it gave me a queer feeling. See here, it gave me a queer feeling yesterday or day before while I had been going about my business quietly and in private some. See, as a human, I myself, it's hard for me to look in, but the bot is able to identify the text and it got extracted, which is good. And next, I have something kind of proverb, which it got extracted. And if you observe, I had some more data below, but the bot didn't extract it. Why? Because the below part is an image. The above part is a text. So how am I saying that? See here, if I select it, I'm able to select it. But whereas this, see, it is an image. This entire is an image. So the bot couldn't read this image. This is the output when you use something called as a read PDF text. Now, what is the alternative for this? Which you guys already know what to read, how to read an image. We have an OCR technology, right? Let's use that. So let me just type as PDF. And here, if you see read PDF with OCR, let me just drag and drop. Now, let me pass on the same path. And let me use the same variable here, which is of PDF out. Let me just comment out this. Now it asks for the OCR engine. Why? Because OCR, we have to give it. Why? Because we had the PDF file. So now if I type the OCR engine, see, these are the set of engines which are available. Now let's use the commonly free one, which is of Tesseract OCR. Let me just drag and drop it. Now let me run the flow and let us see the output now. As I said earlier, the workflow has started. Okay, not yet started. Yes, now it got started. And as I said earlier, the OCR, it will be very late. It takes more time to extract it. Even though in this PDF, we had only one image, since we are using an OCR technology, the bot considers this entire page as an image. It will try to extract from that. Even though it is of a text, since we are using OCR, the bot thinks this entire page is as an image and it will try to extract the data from the image itself. See, still I haven't got an output. So the bot is still processing. It is trying to get the text and we got an output now. If I see the output, how it is, see, sample text, image, and it was a November, although it was not late, heavily embellished. See, now the bot is going from the left to the right. It's no longer a paragraph kind of a manner. When it is of the read text, that is the way how it behaves. When it is of this OCR, this is the way how it behaves. But if you observe, the good part is you have extracted all the things, and here you have the proverb thing, and this data also it got extracted. See, it is in some different language. I'm not able to read it properly, but you can see it has extracted the data. And if you observe here, it gave me a quiet feeling yesterday or day before. See, it gave me a quiet feeling yesterday or the event. Okay, I think yes, event the crisp puffed up, and before, while I had been going about with the about my business. See here I can see something as business and quietly in private sum. See, quietly, you can see the accuracy. As I said earlier, OCR, it doesn't give me an 100% accuracy. See, it got changed. And in private sum, it's a individual words, but no full stop. The bot identified as a full stop thing. Do I have? Okay, private. Yes, I do have something. So it got extracted, but the accuracy, it's not great. See, this is the way how the output of this OCR engine will be. And this OCR results, it's totally dependent on how well the text looks like. See here, the mid area, a big catfish. See, it is how, like, okay, this one, the voyages moved cautiously. You can see how bolded and how nicely it is written. So the OCR output also will be like, it will be nice. See, the voyages moved cautiously, landed at night, even though we don't have a greater accuracy, but yes, the bot extracted in a right manner. See, look at it. This itself for a human eye, it is a bit disturbing. So this, look at the output, how it is. It is something like a geek and Latin, but here it is of an English, what we have. And same thing, the above. It totally depends on how the text is visible and how the text extraction gonna be based on the visibility of the text. So this is the way how the result will matter when you're gonna use an appropriate approaches. So this is the thing what I just wanted to highlight when you want to use something called as extracting for a larger text. And see, this kind of a result, when you're gonna get this, since UiPath have built very nicely this activity, read PDF with OCR. So in the background, the bot opens up that PDF in the bot's memory, and it's gonna use the technology with the character by character, it's gonna extract. But when you use something called as a get text or anything by using an OCR, then this is the kind of a result what you're gonna get, which I have showed here. So this is the way how it is. Now, so this is the way how you can extract a larger text. Now let me talk about the extracting of a specific text. So in the specific text means, let me take an example as this. See here, these are the two identical invoices. Now you can see the amount in both the cases are changing. Now suppose if I want to extract that amount thing, for that, let me just quickly use something called as, okay, since we are using the modern design, we don't have something called as an anchor-based activity. So what we can use is, again, use application or browser. In our case, it's an application. So this is of an application. It identified. And now if you want to extract, I will see as get text. And if I just try to indicate the value which I wanted, see the bot is identifying the things, and I want to extract, see the bot is identifying the entire thing over here. See, you can extract this specific element, see balance due, and you're getting the number. See, the bot identified, and this is the target which it is, and this is the selector for it. The bot gave me all this information. If I confirm, And if I want to store that data in a variable called PDF out, and if I just want to print that in a message box, so PDF out. And let me add a breakpoint here. I will talk about what is that breakpoint and all. Don't worry, like in this session itself, we're going to be talking about it. If I trigger the flow, so the bot has to extract this data from here. Okay, I think it is taking some time here. We're going to throw up some error, I think so. Let's see what is the kind of an exception we're going to get. Okay, so here the get text, multiple similar match found, couldn't uniquely identify the things. If I just indicate and try to extract this element. So this is the thing. And if I just give this as an anchor, let me see whether the bot will be identifying it. See, now we got in a green highlighted. So by keeping this as an anchor, the bot will identify this as an element. If I hit confirm, if I trigger it, see, balanced view, I got the respective. See, if I want to get a specific element, we can do that. It is also possible. And this is all the happy path, what I'm showing you guys. This is of a digital kind of a document. Digital kind of a document means this is the way how I can select the things and all. Sometimes the inverse kind of a things, how we're going to get it? It will be in the form of a scanned kind of a documents. In the scanned kind of a documents, the approach, whatever we are using, it will not at all work. We have to go ahead with the computer vision, or for training such a kind of a documents itself, we have a dedicated technology which is called a document understanding within UiPath. We're going to use that. So that is a way, even the document understanding, it uses an OCR, but there it has been imposed with a, we're going to train the model, ML model, and we're going to integrate it. So many things are there in the document understanding. So I recommend you guys to just have a look at about the document understanding, some videos, how it's going to work and how it's going to support. That thing you guys will understand only when you are having a complete hold on the UiPath Studio, guys. So once you have that, then I recommend you guys to move on to the additional products within UiPath what we have. But now this is the way how you can extract a specific text from the PDF and also the last text from the PDF. In both the things, this is the way how you can extract. So this is what all about a PDF automation. And I got some couple of questions over here. The question is, OCR can extract the PDF text to text as well as image to text, right? Yes, OCR. When you use OCR, whatever you indicate, irrespective the bot, it is of a text, image or anything, the bot consider it as an image. OCR means the bot consider it as an image, whether you pass the text, whether you pass image or anything, the bot consider it as an image and it uses an OCR technology to extract it. So that is what it is. And any recommended OCR engine with more accuracy. See, in the market, there are many paid OCR engines like Abby, and we have other OCR engines as well. Like here itself, you can see many things. And within UiPath itself, as I said earlier, like in the document understanding, they are working seamlessly in most of the use cases. In all of the use cases, I would recommend. But the only thing is we need to train the document. Train the document is nothing but we need to showcase, hey bot, this is the place where you see the invoice number. This is the place where you see the things and all. So if you train that, it will work seamlessly. But there are some set of other OCR engines like which are available. Each one will vary on the use cases. See, this Tesseract, you just now saw how the accuracy was. It was greater, but When you use the same OCR engine for extracting some other thing, it will not be that great. It changes. So you have to look in the approaches and you have to decide which is the best OCR engine for you, and you have to move ahead with it. So this is what all over the thing about the PDF automation. Any questions, guys, over here on the PDF automation? Anything to be highlighted? Here, it is something like a red highlighted. It is says that, okay, this selector is not very much appropriate. Try to add an anchor. That is a suggestion what this itself going to give. Now, when you add something as an anchor as this, hey, use the anchor as this, or use the anchor as this, or this, anything. Based on that, the bot identifies this as an element, right? So in that way, it will be of a valid one. See, now for this data, this is of an anchor. So if I hit confirm, then that is the thing, what I'm going to get it here. In that way, you can identify, but in this case, as you can see, like here, I have just used this as an anchor, but usually this, it will not at all be. Why? Because see here, date, it can change every time. So you have to play around with your selector. Since in the selector, I have showcased, right? So in the selector, if you have some date parameter, replace that with an asterisk wildcards. So replace that with a wildcard, and you have to alter some of the things and it will work. Let's put a break. Let's put a break on the topics what we are discussing. Like we have seen all the things within UiPath what we have. Now, what we will do is the workflows, yes, we are building. When we are running, we are getting the result, which is good. But let's make our workflow a production ready. What do you mean by production ready? If there is any exception or any error happens, the bot should handle by itself rather than it depends on the human. See, here, whenever you just now saw while doing a PDF automation, the bot was trying to extract the data. It couldn't happen. It threw an error and it stopped the workflow. What we did, we stopped the workflow and we did a debug on this. Similarly, when the bot encounters such a kind of an exception, the bot should handle by itself. The bot should handle the error by itself. So there are some set of activities, there are set of options which are available within UiPath, which we can use. We can ask the bot itself to take care of that and do the things. So this error exception handling, what we will learn here is how to get your project, your workflows, automation, which is a production ready by anticipating and detecting and resolving some of the errors in your workflows. So we'll start with the thing. First, we'll start with some of the common exception what we encounter within UiPath, and how to handle some specific kind of an exception, like something called as, we will see about try catch, retry scope, global exception handler. Lot of things are there. We'll look into that. And finally, we will see some of the properties, how to handle the error and all, and we'll wrap up about this error handling. Now, before we move on and see what is this error and exception handling, let me just give you a heads up about this. What do I mean by error and what do I mean by exception? See, in some places you might heard me saying about highlighting that as an error. In some places you can you heard me like highlighting it as an exception. So what is this error and what is this exception? This errors are the event that a particular program cannot normally deals with. See, for example, when you are doing some data manipulations, let's do you are doing a split, and you are trying to store some value to it or something. When you build up some expression, that expression somewhere you made a mistake. Rather than giving split SPILT, you just are given by typo error like SPIL, something as such. You have given, but after you enter that exception, when you come out, it will be highlighting something as in a red, right? Red color. See, that is an error which cannot be handled by the bot. Errors are nothing but like the bot, which bot cannot handle it. You don't know how to handle it. See, if you give that expression to the bot, how will the bot know what you are trying to write it over there? See, that is considered as an error. First, the syntax error, what I just highlighted, the expression thing. User error. See, user error means Like we built something as a type into activity. We wanted to give it a string value, but we are passing something as a date parameter or something. See, the date parameter, if I pass it in the next stage, the bot might be taking and consuming the data. The data, it will not consume it. Why? Because it is not in the right format. It will throw an error. See how it happened, that error, how it came up because of me as a human, as a user, we made that mistake. Because of that, it handled it. See, the bot doesn't know whatever the data you give, it will take it. After it takes it, it is not able to do it, then that is first we need to investigate whether that's a problem from our end. If no, then we need to anticipate what is that error and all. See, second category, user error. And third category, programming error. Programming error means you build some workflow, you are expecting some result, but you are not getting the result. Somewhere you have done some small mistake. That means it doesn't highlight any error or anything. But when you run the workflow, it doesn't give you the appropriate result. See, even that we consider as an error. See, these are the things which bot cannot handle it. We as a human, we have to handle it. That we consider as an error. Now, exception. Exception means these are the types of error which can be handled by the bot. Let me highlight it. These are the kind of an errors which the bot can handle it. That we call as an exception. Which bot cannot handle, we call that as an error. Which bot can handle, that we call as an exception. That is what the exception is. Some of the, here as I highlighted, some of the exception are linked to some system use, while other are linked to some logic to the business use cases, which I will highlight that, don't worry about it. So here I just put it up in the form of a words with the appropriate definitions, but overview, just understand the bot can resolve some issue that we call as an exception, where the bot cannot resolve an issue that we call as an error. That's it. Now, these are some of the common exceptions. Let me highlight it. Exceptions. What is that? Null reference exception. See, in a variable, you have stored some value and you have built some workflow. The bot will be expecting some value into that variable. But if you don't pass any particular value, the bot will throw this as an exception, null reference, because it doesn't hold any value. Null value it is holding. And index out of range. Index out of range means, like in an array, we'll be having 5 elements. If you try to access the 6th element, the bot will throw this as an exception, which you guys have already seen while discussing the array topic. We will encounter this something as index out of range exception. Next, argument exception. When we are passing the arguments between the workflow, if the argument mapping is not good, that we call as an argument exception. Next, selector not found exception. See, this one we encounter in the selectors. When the UI element is not at all available on the screen, the bot will throw this as an exception, selector not found, which you guys have seen. And while doing an image operation, like for taking the, like in email automation, what we were doing, we were taking a snapshot, screenshot, and we were saving it, right? While doing that, if the passing of the variable is not right or anything, then the bot will encounter this as an exception. Next, text not found. Text not found exception. Like on the screen, if you're looking for some text, it says as text not found exception. If application is not responding, then the bot will throw this application exception. These are some of the common exceptions which you can encounter. So these are the things. And apart from all of this exception, we have something called as business rule exception. What is this business rule exception is? Based on the business scenario, see, the exceptions are the ones which the bot was throwing if it was not able to do anything. For example, null reference, selector not found, and all. But there will be some kind of a scenario where business use case itself want to throw an exception. What am I mean by that? For example, for this, let's take an scenario as ATM. In the ATM, if you want to withdraw some amount, you go over there and you're going to fetch it, right? So usually there will be some limit. For example, you can withdraw from this ATM only $100, not more than that. If that's the kind of a case, what you going to do over there? You're going to extract the amount. And after that, if you need additional, when you swipe your card again, when you do that, what happens? It will throw a message like stating, hey, like you have reached your limit. You cannot draw more. That is the kind of a thing, right? What you're going to get? See, this is business rule exception. See, the account holder has money in his account, but this ATM here, we have set it in such a way that $100 for this user, you can give it, but more than $100, you cannot. If we request, stop it. Don't process it. See, that is what this business rule exception. Based on the business scenario, we're gonna stop our bot by processing it. That is what business rule exception is. So to do that, we have one activity which is called throw, which we're gonna see that. Now, first we'll start with something called as a try-catch mechanism. Wow, what it does is it's gonna read an Excel file and it's gonna open up an UI demo application and it's gonna type in those information. So let me run this and show you what exactly the workflow I have built. It's a simple workflow which I have built. See, it is opening UI demo application. This application which we already saw. See, the bot is reading the data from Excel and it is entering over here. And that's it. In the selector topic, we saw about this UI demo. The same workflow I have did. See, I'm reading the Excel file and here I have built one small workflow, login workflow. See, login, open the application, type in and click login. See, I have built it in by using a classic design and iterating for each of the row. What I'm doing, I'm entering the data into the respective areas and later I'm killing this demo application. It's a simple workflow which I'm doing it. And which is of a simple use case which we have built. Now, if I just trigger the workflow again, see, it is throwing us an exception. What it says as the process cannot access this file because it's used by another process. See, we are using file level access. And when we are using a file level access, if the Excel file is open, yes, we saw this exception while doing an Excel automation, right? If we close that Excel file and if we run it, then it will run perfectly fine because we are using a file level access, right? Because of that, we have to make sure that we close an Excel file. Since we haven't closed, when I run the workflow in a run mode, see, I got an exception like stating, read input data, the message, the process cannot access so-and-so file, and look at the exception type, system.io.io exception. Let me take a snapshot of it. Let me copy it and let me put it up over here. Let me hit OK. See, I'm reading the data, UI demo, and it is happening. But the thing is, see, we know the solution of this. If the bot encounters that as an exception, what we can do is, if we close this Excel file and if we run it, obviously it will run. See, whenever we get that as an exception, as a human, what we're going to do? We're just going to close that Excel file and we're going to rerun it. Rather than me doing that, let's ask the bot itself, hey bot, if you encounter that as an exception, just like close that Excel file and try to read it again and move ahead. Rather than waiting for me to do that and asking you to retry it or rerun it. You can do that, right? Let's see. Let's give this as an instruction for the bot by using some activity called try catch. In the activities, you can find something called as try catch. See here, just drag and drop. See here, you have the try catch activity. Now, this activity is throwing an exception, right? So let's drag and drop this activity here. See, I'm dragging and dropping this activity here in the try catch. this is throwing an exception. So that's the reason I'm just putting up this this activity over here. Now, this is one way of getting the try catch activity. The other way is, let me just drag out this activity out. If I want to enclose this activity with the try catch, just hit Control T. See, or else, see here, surround with try catch. Shortcut key is Control T. If I do that, see, the same thing, what we wanted, which is happened. I'm just showing the faster way of doing it. Now, the bot is like it's gonna try to read the Excel file if it encounters something called as system.io.io exception. See, the bot has to catch. See here, add catch, right? Let me hit that. And here in the drop down, you can see system.io.io exception. Hit it. And when the bot sees that as an exception, what it has to do? It just have to kill the process. Drag and drop. See, here it asks me, okay, what process I need to kill? It is asking us. I want to kill this Excel if it is open. So how to get the process name? Just open up the task manager, and here you have Excel file, right? Just right click on it and see the properties of it. See, this is the name of the process, excel.exe. So you have to copy this process name, navigate back to this page, and here under process name, give that value. For each application, it will be different things. So every time it will not be the same for respective applications. So it's always prefer that you open up the task manager and see what is the process name and give that process name at this place so that the bot identify it and it's gonna kill the process. Kill the process is nothing but forcefully close that Excel file. See, this of Excel file, right? I'm gonna forcefully close that Excel file. That is what kill process is. Now, after killing a process, I'm going to add one small logic here, and later I will explain what is that logic is. I'm going to drag something called as if activity, and I'm going to say if dt is nothing, what bot has to do is, it should just read this. Okay, I'm good now. So how does this gonna work is, first cases, let's assume we have some exception. We have put it up one activity which is of read range, right? So for this read range, let's assume we have opened up an Excel file. If we open up that Excel file, it will throw an exception, right? So if it is of exception, what's the path? Let's see. The bot, it will start the workflow. It will first go to the try block. It's gonna try to execute this. This will throw an exception, right? That exception is catched. It will go to the catch block now. See that exception, what it threw, it's gonna catch automatically and it will go to the catch block. In the catch block, it's gonna see what is the solution I want to do for that exception. We have configured to kill it. So it's gonna close that Excel file. And after closing that Excel file, yes, next the bot will go to the final block. See, when it is of a kind of an exception, the bot will execute the try block, and if it encounters an exception, the bot will go to the catch block, and then it will go to the final block. Final block is nothing but at a last point before it leaves try catch, whether you want your bot to do anything. If that's the case, you can add it over here in the final block. And it is not at all mandatory that you should use final block. If you want to give anything, you can give it. If not, you can leave it empty as well. So this is the way how it is. First, the bot has to try something. If it encounters exception, the bot is going to the catch block. It is handling it. And next it is going to the final block. It's going to execute the final block. So this is the way how the try catch gonna work when it is open exception as a scenario. Now let's take a scenario as we don't have any exception. The bot enters the try block, try to execute it, but now we have closed our Excel file. So if we closed means it will not get any exception. Will not get any exception means, see, this gonna successfully execute. After it successfully execute, the bot will directly jump to the final block. It will not at all go to the catch block. Why? Because it didn't throw any exception. So the bot will go directly to the final block. In both the cases, the bot will execute the final block. But it's not a mandatory. If you want, you can give it some activities over there. If not, you can leave it. So this is the way how the try catch activity gonna work. And here in the workflow, I have built a mechanism same as that. Try something. If exception, kill it. After killing, go to the final block. In the final block, I added a small logic. What is that logic is? I'm just checking dt is nothing. What I'm doing is, see here, I'm reading this Excel file, right? I'm storing the value in a variable called dt. This dt variable, whether it is holding some value or not, I'm just checking. See, in an exception scenario, the bot will enter. It will try to read it. But since the Excel file is open, it will not read it. It will throw an exception. See, it is throwing an exception, but this variable is empty right now. It is not holding any value. It tried to read it, but it couldn't. Why? Because the Excel file is open. So exception is thrown. If exception is thrown, the bot will go to this. It will kill it. After it killing it, still my dt data table, it's empty. It doesn't hold a value. Here in the final block, what I'm doing, I'm just checking. dt is nothing. If it is nothing, it is not holding any value, then read it. Here I can confidently say that I will not get an exception. Why? Because here itself I have handled that, right? So here itself I have handled it. So here it will work seamlessly. The bot will read it. So it will read it. It will store the data in a variable called dt, and it will go ahead. So this occurred exception scenario. Now let's talk about the happy part. The bot enters. The Excel file I haven't opened. So the bot will read it. Read the Excel file and it will store the data into a variable called dt. Now, it will not execute catch block. It will directly go to the final. Here, we're going to check a condition. Whether dt is nothing. No, dt is holding some value. So else block. Here, nothing. So it's gonna go to the next block. See, this is the way how we have configured this. Try, catch, and finally, all the three things are executed. So this is how the try catch activity gonna work. Now, what I will do is, I will just extend this workflow a bit more. See here, after doing that, reading that file, I'm asking the bot to log in. After login, for each of the row, the bot is iterating. The bot is navigating to this place. Here, what I will do is, I will just use an if activity. And let me just give some condition. Let me just open up an example file. What we will do is, we will see that as caching. See, let's give similar kind of a scenario. In the ATM, I just give an example, right? The same kind of a scenario, let's implement. If the amount is greater than 200, the cash in amount is greater than 200, the bot should stop. It should not process it. If it is less than 200, the bot should proceed further. See, cache in expression, the same cache in expression. See, row of 1.2 string, which gives me the cache in value, right, from the Excel file. So, row of 1.2 string, let me convert to an integer rather than string. Cint. If it is greater than 200, if that particular value is greater than 200, sorry, let's do one thing. If it is less than 200, the bot should enter the data into that application. See, all this type into activity. All this type into activity, it should happen. If it is greater than 200, what it should do? It should not process, right? So for that, we will throw an exception. We have some activity which is called throw. Let me just drag and drop it. Here, in the properties, in the exception, if I hit this, here I have to give that message. I will say as new business rule exception. See, business rule exception based on the business case we are throwing. What we are throwing, we're going to say cash in amount is greater than 200. Let me just hit okay. See, I got it. I got the output. This exception message. If it is less than 200, the bot going to type. If it is greater than 200, the bot will throw an exception. It will state, hey, the amount is greater than 200. I cannot process it. In that way, we have configured. Now let me just run the workflow and check it out. Here, I have opened up the Excel file. Now let's see what the bot going to do. Let me just run. See here, run file, right? I will hit on that. Till now, we were clicking on this. Now I'm going to click on this run. I have put it up in a run mode, and you can see my Excel file got closed. Previously it was open. See, the bot is entering the values. First value, second value, third value. And it throws an exception. See, source, throw, message, cash in amount is greater than 200. See, exception type is we ourselves is throwing business rule exception. See, this is the way how we are throwing. If I hit OK, then done. That's it. This is the way how you can throw an exception accordingly. And this is the way how you can try something, catch an exception, and handle it. I got something here. See, it is throwing an exception. Like, what is the exception it is throwing is, see, couldn't find the UI element. Yes, it's true. Why it is not able to find the UI element? Why? Because the page didn't load up at all. Because of that, it is throwing exception, which is true, which we made the bot to do that, to throw this as an exception. Yes, it is throwing as expected. Now, it will be a similar kind of a use case for you guys. Now, what will be the cases? See, due to some network latency, sometimes here itself you're seeing the bot is taking 2 seconds or something to navigate to the next page. If there is a network issue or anything, it might run, it might keep on loading the flow for 30 seconds or something. It might happen, right? In that case, what will say? The same error you're gonna get, like stating, hey, I was not able to find the element, but the element was about to load, but it didn't happen because of some network latency. In this case, what we can do is we can ask the bot to retry it again. How to do that? Let me show you. Here in the activities, let me just look for something called as retry. See, retry scope, drag and drop. So the bot has to try to look in this element. If it is throwing in any exception or anything, the bot should retry by itself. See, here in the properties, if I look in, see, it asks me, how many times do I need to retry? By default, it is 3 times. Beyond that, if you want, you can give it. If you want to reduce to 1 time or 2 times, you can give it. I will see as 5 times it has to retry. And what's the retry interval? How often I need to keep on retrying? Do I want to retry for every second or what? Here I need to specify that. So here how you can specify is here. If I just hover on the see here, it is of a time span kind of a thing, data type. Just type here time span dot, see here, from millisecond, from minutes, from seconds. Let me select from seconds. In the bracket, I will see yes, 1 second. So here For every second, the bot should keep on retrying. For every millisecond, for every minute, you can give that. Time span dot from seconds, from minutes, from millisecond, you can specify, and that many times the bot will retry. Now, here, if this is the case, I'm asking the bot to retry. Let's see, and let's run the flow and check it out the output. Let me navigate to the home and let me trigger the flow. First, the bot should click on the work item. It throws an error. See, since we are running in a debug mode, the bot will show. If I hit step in, see, the bot is retrying. It again came to this activity. If I hit step in, see, it clicked. And if I hit step in, see, the bot completed the workflow. See, this is what happens when you're running in a debug mode. Whatever the exception is, the bot will show you. And if you hit step in, the bot will continue and it will retry it. So that's the reason I was using a run mode earlier. Let me do the same thing now. Let me put it in run mode. The bot has to click on the work item. And it should click on next. See, I'm not getting any error right now. Exception. Why? Because we are asking the bot to retry it. That's the way how the retry scope is. Sometimes what happens is, what should do is, it should start, hit work item, and it should do a click. And after doing a click, the bot should see whether this element is there, this arrow mark. See here, when I'm on the first page, this element is not at all there. See, I don't have. But when the bot moves to the next page, I'm getting that button. So what is the kind of a confirmation I'm giving the bot is, hey bot, click on the next page button and just see whether you see an previous page button. If you see a previous page button, then you have clicked the next page. So come out of this loop. If not, retry it again. That's a command what I'm giving the bot. Let me show you that. To implement this kind of a scenario, for every activity, there is one property called continue on error. See, we were getting some exception, right? If I enable it, we will not get that exception at all. Let me show you that. For now, let me just remove this element exists activity. Let me comment it out. Now, if I go to the home, since I have enabled continue on error, it will not throw an error at all, this activity. Let me show you. If I hit run, the workflow started, clicked on work item, and see workflow got ended. No exception in output panel. It says as completed. But did it click on next page? No, it didn't. See, it didn't throw any exception. Why? Because we have enabled continue on error. This is what this property is. If any error or anything, if we want to ask the bot to continue, we can enable it. And moreover, guys, please don't use this option in the production environment. For testing purpose, you can use it only. For live environment, for production, please don't use this. Now for this use case, I have used it, and similar kind of a use case also you will encounter, guys, in the future. What happens is, the bot, it will say as, yes, I completed it, but here the click didn't happen. The click is not at all happened. It will not be happened, but the bot says as, I have clicked it. It says as, I have clicked it, but the click is not happened. In that case, what we're going to do? We're going to use a retry scope. And in the retry scope, we're going to ask the bot to see this condition. See, if you see and the previous page button, then I would get a confirmation like stating, hey, you have successfully clicked it. If not, keep on try to click this. That is a command what I'm giving. If I trigger the workflow, just see what happens now. For this, let me give the timeout for this element exist very less, which is of 2 seconds. Let me just give timeout of this rather than 30 seconds. If I trigger the workflow, okay, I'm not on the home page. Let me navigate to the home page. The bot has to click on the work item and it should click on the next page. See, it did a click now. I'm running in a debug mode, but still the bot clicked on it. It waited. See, first time what happened is, let me go step by step. You'll understand. In the home page, if I hit step in, obviously the bot will click on type into activity. Let me add a breakpoint here. If I hit continue, see the bot will click on work item. It's not running. Yes, it started. Let me just, okay, just restart. Let me hit continue. Yes, the bot clicked on it and this page has came up. Okay, it is passing. It is not at all stopping here. Even the breakpoint. Now what is happening here, I'm trying to say is, see, the bot is trying to do a click on the work item and it is trying to do a click on the next page. Since we have given continuous error as true and the timeout is 100 seconds, 100 milliseconds. So within that page, obviously the page is not loading. It's gonna throw an exception. Since we have enabled continuous exception, it will not throw that exception and it will go to the next page if I have given any activities. But we wanted the bot to click on the next, right? So we have added one condition which is of element exist. We will ask the bot that after you do a click, if you see this as an element, then consider yourself have clicked on it. If not, keep on retrying. That is what the command we have given. So the bot has to keep on clicking on it. Here, what I'm going to do is, let me just add a breakpoint here. The bot will click on the work item and obviously see the bot clicked on the work item. The bot is saying as I have already clicked, this activity has passed, but did it click? No, not at all. It's in the first page. If I hit step in, the bot is checked a condition. It checked a condition. It says that, see, if I hit step in, the bot is checking a condition whether it is having the next button. If I hit step in, see, it went ahead. Why? Because we don't have this element. Do I have this element? No. Now, if I hit continue, now I have that arrow. The bot clicked it. Now it's in the next page. Now I have that arrow button. See, if I hit step in again, the bot is trying to check this condition. Now, obviously, we have this button. If I hit step in, the condition of that will be the true. And the bot says as, yes, I can see that as an element. So the bot will end the workflow. See, that is how the retry scope is. See, retry scopes works in two ways, with condition, without condition. If you don't give condition, if this activity is throwing an error, the bot will retry. If you give a condition, then the bot will check for the condition after doing that action. If it is satisfying that condition, it will move ahead. If not, no. That's what is gonna happen. That's how this retry scope gonna work. So
with this retest code, what you are seeing, both the condition has been implemented. If this is throwing an exception, it is retrying. If the condition is not met, it is again retrying. Both the things gonna solve with this one activity which is called retest code. So this is what about the retest code, guys.
Hi guys, and welcome to this interview question session by Intellipaat. Now RPA is one of the most in-demand technologies of 21st century. Since every industry has repetitive tasks and RPA is something that eliminates those repetitive tasks through robots, it is one of the most in-demand fields in the world right now. And UiPath is one of those tools through which you can implement RPA and solve all of your tasks which require repetitive actions. So today we have gathered here to answer few important interview questions with respect to UiPath so that you can be ready for your next interview. But before we get into all of that, please subscribe to our channel to never miss an update from Intellipaat. Now, without wasting any further time, let's just directly get into the questions. And these questions contain all kinds of questions like various different aspects theoretically with respect to UiPath, some situational questions where they give you some situations about this is the situation, how would you go about it, which activities would you use. All of that is covered in these questions. So without wasting any further time, let's just get into it. So the first question is, what is RPA? It is the most basic question which is being asked across any job interview that you have. The first question they'll ask you is, what do you understand by this term RPA? So you can answer it with the direct answer with that robotic process automation is a type of automation where machine or a computer mimics human actions and is helping you complete task based on rules, right? It is used to automate business processes, and automation is done through some robot, right? Or you can go about saying that RPA is made up of three terms, which is robotic, process, and automation. Now, robotic means anything that is done by a robot. Process is a set of sequential actions or sequential logic which leads to a desired result, and automation stands for anything which is done without human intervention. So in a nutshell, RPA stands for those actions which are done by robots where they follow some set of logical processes or set of logical standard procedures or steps in order to do some tasks without human interventions in it. That is basically what RPA is. Let's get into the next question. And the next question is, what are the various components in UiPath? So we are directly into the question of what are the various components in UiPath. So first component is the orchestrator that you can talk about. Orchestrator, this is an application used for remote control, government, and execution of those robots. You can talk about the UiPath Studio, you can talk about the UI robot, and you can talk about the UI Explorer. Now, the proper sequence to go about it would be you talk about the UiPath Studio first, that you will say that there is a studio where you can use for designing what your bot will do, designing the logic behind what your bot will do. It is basically the bot designer. And then you'll talk about the UI robot. So once you have created those tasks, that task will be done by this thing called as robot, and in UiPath that is called as a UI robot. And these robots follow the set of sequential actions which you create in the UiPath Studio. Then you can talk about the orchestrator. Now, there are some tasks which you can schedule at your own ease and you can govern them, and this is like a web interface where you can do a lot of different things. So you talk about orchestrator next, where you can schedule a lot of different actions through this. And then you can finally talk about the UI Explorer, which you can use for spying element tools, and you can get selectors. And UI Explorer is basically used for spying some element if you want to, let's say, generalize some processes for various different kinds of tabs or various different kinds of things. And this is basically used for spying elements, right? So you can talk about these four components when they talk about what are the various components in UiPath. Let's talk about the next question. The next question is, how many kinds of robots can be configured in Orchestrator? So we just talked about Orchestrator. So how many different kinds of robots are there that you can talk about with respect to the Orchestrator, right? So the answer to this question is A, the standard robot, which is machine dedicated robots, and B, there is another kind of robots which is called as floating robots. There are two kinds of robots in UiPath which you can talk about. So standard robot is something which is some machine dedicated, it will work for specific machines only, whereas floating robots can be used for various machines. So let's assume like you have some organization you are working for, right? So every organization will have various users using the same machine, but they will have they will be logging into different domains, right? So imagine like your robot is something which needs to access various domains. Now various domains are there. So if a standard robot is there, he will only function for one particular dedicated machine. But if you have a floating robot, they can be used for various different kinds of machine, and you can run tasks using those floating robots. Now let's get into the next question. The next question is, where are floating robots used? The answer to this question is, robots are same as the user logging into a machine. You can give them a metaphor, a kind of an example. So you can talk about it like robots are similar to the users logging into a machine. In a corporate environment, a user is attached to a domain, right? So as I mentioned before, a lot of people will be working on the same system, but they will be working in different kinds of domains. So the user is attached to a particular domain, and a domain user can log into various different machines, right? If they are working virtually and stuff like that, they can log into various different machines. So in an environment where robots are used by various machines, then in order to be useful in those scenarios, you have to use floating robots. If you are using multiple machines to run similar tasks, and you want to use the same robots for running tasks in various different machines, then you use floating robots. Now that is what floating robots is. Let's get into the next question. So the next question is, where should credentials be stored in an orchestrator? Now orchestrator is used to run a lot of different actions, right? So people a lot of times have some actions which require people putting in sensitive information like username and passwords. And when you're creating any kind of an application, it's very important that you keep those things very secure. So where would you store the credentials in an orchestrator? The answer is in assets. Assets is something that you define inside of an orchestrator, and all of the credentials that you have should be stored in assets. Okay, let's jump into the next question. Next question is, in the UiPath Robotic Enterprise Framework template, in the main workflow, what is the default type of transaction item variable? That is a little difficult question. So if you have used RE framework or Robotic Enterprise Framework, in the main workflow, what is the default type of the transaction item variable? The answer to the question is string, queue item, and object. These are the three default types of transaction item variable which you can use for which are present for you in the RE framework in the main workflow by default, right? So next question is, what is the difference between sequences, flowchart, and state machine? So let's start with the first one. What is a sequence? The sequence is actually a small type of a project which is suitable mainly for linear processes and will enable you to switch from one activity to the other seamlessly, right? And it actually acts as a single activity block, and you can reuse them many times if you want. Given below, as you can see on the screen, there is a small example of what sequence looks like in the UiPath. This is what it looks like in the visual designer. You can see the sequences there, and in the sequence you can have set of actions inside of it, and each sequence is responsible for running all of those actions sequentially, right? Moving along, let's talk about the next one. Next one is the flow charts. So a flow chart, basically it helps in large jobs as well as in small projects as well. You can use them in different projects. Flow charts basically help in presenting multiple branching logical operators and helps in building complex business and for connecting business activities in many ways, right? And there is something called as a flow switch and flow decisions, which are basically the same thing, but it has one difference, that is the flow switch. Each branch of the flow switch is known as the flow step, and it is not just restricted to true and false. So if you talk about flow charts, let's think about it like this. So let's say you have to make some decision based on something. So you go outside, you see whether you should play cricket or not. So it depends on a factor like, is it raining? If it's yes, then you go ahead and play. And if it's not, you go to the other side. So that is what a flow chart is. You come to a point where you have to make a decision, and based on those decisions, you can flow one way or the other. So you can see on your screen down below, you can see there's an input dialog box and there is some decision being made. If it is true, you do one set of action. If it's false, then you go and you check for some other condition. So let's say if it was, let's say if it's not raining, then you check if it's snowing. If it's snowing, if the decision is true, you do not play. If it's false, then you go ahead and play, and something like that, right? So that is what basically a flow chart is. Like, you are going through various decisions, and whatever you will do will be decided on whether one particular decision is one way or the other. That is how logical things work, and that is what flowchart does. Let's talk about the third one, and that is the state machine. When a machine is using a certain number of states for automation during an execution, it is known as the state machine. It will only switch from one state to the other if the transaction is triggered, right? So let's say in the last example we talked about in flowchart, if the decision was true or if the decision was false, you will make a decision then and there. In state machines, you cannot transition from one state to the other if the condition is not met. Let's say if we are playing a game where we have to guess a number, right? And unless you guess the number correctly, you will be kept on a loop, right? So let's say if the number is 5, if I guess 1, I will be turned back to the same stage that you have to guess again. If I guess 2, then again I'll be turned back. And if I guess correctly on the 5, then I can move ahead and go to the next state. And it could be the final state and whatnot. There are various stages, but only if you met a certain criteria, you can move on to the next state. Otherwise, you will be looping on the same state as mentioned before, right? So that is how the state machine in UiPath works. So these were the differences between a sequence, a flowchart, and a state machine. So you define all of them and you compare and contrast them and how they are different. Like we mentioned here, how different flowcharts is different from state machines. Now with that, let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what is a selector? Now, a selector is something which is very important in UiPath. So to automate specific actions in the user interface, you are required to interact with various windows, right? And windows and buttons and drop down list and many other different things, right? So most of the RPA products do this by relying on the screen position of the UI elements. Now, it is a method that is not very dependable, right? So to overcome this problem, what UiPath does is they have provided this feature which is called as the selectors. Now in this selectors, you have various different things like called as wildcards, which is a symbol which allows you to replace 0 to multiple characters in a string. So for example, where you can give an example for a selector is, let's assume that you have, let's say 6 notepads are open. How does your program know in which notepad you have to go and type particular something, right? So in general, if you do not define anything, the program will directly go and type on the instance which it finds the first instance of the notepad. But if you define properly in the selector, okay, this is the window element that I want to interact with, or if let's then only it will go to do that. And another example of the reverse way would be if you are working on, let's say, Amazon tab, right? So if you are, let's say, trying to extract let's say some amount of what is the amount of, let's say, given particular item that you're trying to purchase. Now if you do it for, let's say, earphones, now the tab which is there on your screen, it will have the selectors with respect to earphones. Now if you want to automate, let's say, for any activities which for any product which you want to search for, then you can use something called as a wildcard, which is a symbol like a star, which you can use to replace single to many elements. Now if you put in star in place of the earphones in the selectors, so what will happen is it will work for any windows that is there with respect to Amazon, and it will extract information based on that. So selector is something which is used for doing automation on various different dynamic UI elements as well, and as well as if you want to select one particular item out of the various UI elements which are present on the screen. Moving along, the next question is, what are the types of wildcards in UiPath? So the type of wildcards are basically two. One is called the asterisk, which is the star symbol, which is used to replace 0 or more characters in a selector. The other one is a question mark. So question mark only replaces one single character. So let's say if my Amazon window was, let's say the title of the window was Amazon 1. And if I wanted to automate for any Amazon window, and you know that the pattern is it will be Amazon 1, Amazon 2, Amazon 3. So what you can do is you can just put Amazon and just put a question mark in there. So that way, any of your automation which is working on an Amazon window screen can be automated. But let's suppose you wanted to click somewhere and you did not care what the title of the image was. So what you can do is you can replace the entire Amazon 1 window with a star. In that way, it will look for every title which is there on your particular given window. It can go on any of the screen, and based on the other selectors that you have defined, it will go and properly do the automation based on your particular selection, right? So that is about wildcards. So let's get to the next question. The next question is, what is the difference between full and partial selectors. Now again, a very important question: what is a full selector and what is a partial selectors? A full selectors basically contains all of the elements needed to identify a UI element, including the top level window generated by the basic recorder, and it is recommended to use you are recommended to use full selectors when you are switching between multiple windows in your automation. So let's say if you are switching multiple tabs one after the other, in that case you need to use full selectors because it will give you the entire information containing to identify a particular UI element. But let's say if uh, you are not switching in between a lot of different things, right? You're using similar tabs. So what you can do in that? So partial selectors are generated by desktop recorders. Last time it was done by the basic recorders, and this is done by the desktop recorders. It does not contain information about the top level windows. That is the first thing that you should keep in mind. Other thing is that activities containing partial selectors are enclosed inside a container like attached browser or attached window that contains full selector of the top level window. It will have something already which is there of the top level window, so you do not need those selectors now we recommend you to use partial selectors when performing multiple actions in the same window. An example of partial selector would be the editable panel in the notepad. So if you are, let's say, working in one particular notepad and you want to do editing with respect to that, you do not need the entire partial selector. You can just entire full selector. You can use the partial selector for running those activities, and it is recommended when you are not switching a lot of tabs and you are working on one particular window, then you have to use partial selectors. If you're working on multiple windows, go for the full selectors. So moving along, the next question is, what are the types of recordings available in UiPath? So the types of recorders which are available in UiPath are basic, desktop, web recorders, as well as Citrix. So these are the four important kinds of recordings which are present. You can use any one of these for your use, and majorly all of the questions which will be asked to you with respect to recordings will come from Citrix automation because it is different from the other three, and that is the most important one, right? So the next question is automatically on that. If an interview asks you what are the various kinds of recordings, you can think that the next question will be, what is Citrix automation in UiPath? An answer to that question is, Citrix automation in UiPath is used for operating the virtual machine. If you efficiently want to process the automation in Citrix machine, then you want to use Citrix automation. And if the interviewer asks you for an example, the most simple example that you can give is, most of the companies, they do not work on their physical systems, right? You do not work on your physical systems, you work on some virtual machines. Now UiPath only has access to the resources of the system that it is installed in. So let's say if I am using some virtual desktop on my PC, right? So my UiPath only has access to the mouse elements and all of the other information that it has the access to only on my system. It does not have the information with respect to that virtual system, but you can still do automation tasks with respect to that. How do you do that? So Citrix automation basically takes a lot of images for doing the automation. So it looks at the images which you are going to mark as in your logic, and it will work according to those images on the window screen which you have presented in with respect to that. Like actions like go and click there and click here will not work in a Citrix automation because you do not have access to the resources of the mouse of that system. You do not. You have the access of, let's say, writing something on your particular keyboard, and that will be replicated in that particular window of the virtual machine. So that is how somewhere you can use Citrix automation. It uses its ability of doing image processing for doing virtual automation, right? So that is when Citrix automation is used. Let's get on to the next one. What are arguments in UiPath? So as you would know, there are different kinds of variables which are present in UiPath, and arguments is one of the special kind of those. So basically arguments are used to pass data from one flow to the other. They have specific directions, which is in, out, and in and out. These are the three different directions which are there with respect to the arguments. And arguments are basically used to pass data from one project to the other, one workflow to the other. Additionally, arguments have a specific directions. In means that the variables which you have or the data which you have is being passed and not returned. And if you have the parameter as out, then it basically means that the value of the parameter is being passed to a function is not of that much importance, and it is being returned as well. So that is what basically arguments is. If let's say you have two workflows, one where you have the logic and where you present the output, then you use arguments for pushing, let's say if my program depends on the user input of, let's say I'm doing multiplication, right? So in one workflow, I'm taking the input from the user, which is let's say number A and number B. So I will pass that number A and number B to my logic, which is present in the other workflow. I will send it there, and you can do A star B in there, or A into B, or whatever it is, the action which is the logic is there. It will take those numbers, it will do the, in this case, I'm having the in argument as I'm sending the data, I'm putting in the data from some other workflow to this workflow, and as I get all of those done, I can put an out type of parameter and I can return back the variables to the first workflow, right? So that is how basically you use the arguments in UiPath. Let's get on to the next one. What is switch and flow switch in UiPath? As we've talked about this before, there was this basically with respect to flowcharts and flow decision making. So we have two different kinds of activities, which is called as switch and flow switch. Let's just talk about that. So the switch activity basically enables you to select one choice out of the multiple based on the value of the choice of the expression that you have specified. Whereas a flow switch activity works like a flow decision, except instead of being restricted to a true-false branch, each branch of a flow switch is called a flow step. So switch activity basically enables you to select one of the choices based on the multiple parameters that you have, whereas the flow switch basically is not just true or false. It will take you through another branch of activities, and these branch of activities is called as a flow step. So next question is, what is exception handling? Now, exception handling mainly deals with errors with respect to various activities in UiPath. The error handling activities offer up to 4 options that you can use to resolve your errors, and one is rethrow, other is terminate the workflow, and then there is throw, and there is try catch. So you have a try catch block where you try to catch whatever the error is, and then if there is some exception that you know, then you throw an exception, and then you try. If you throw an exception, then your try and catch block will try to catch those exceptions and work accordingly. Other than that, you can terminate the workflow as well as rethrow some of the exceptions that you have, right? Moving along. So another question which is asked very often is, what is the difference between data scraping and screen scraping, right? So we have mentioned the differences here in a tabular format so that it's very clear to you. So screen scraping is used to extract non-structured data, where you want to extract elements from your particular given screen. If you want to do that, then you use screen scraping. Whereas data scraping is used to extract only structured data from, let's say, an Excel file or a table or stuff like that. Data scraping is done in such a format. Whereas the scraped information in screen scraping is stored in a string, whereas the data scraping information is stored in a data table, right? So data table is another kind of variable format where you can store a lot of values like a table, and a string is basically your expressions mentioned in any way, right? And the third difference is that you cannot easily extract the data into Excel or DB when you're using screen scraping, whereas the whatever the data you are scraping can be easily moved to your Excel or any DB for that matter, because it's already in the format of a data table. It's very easy to write a data table to an Excel sheet. If you have worked with UiPath, you would know that very easily, that the data table writing is much more easier. And screen scraping can be used to extract data from images as well as PDF, but you cannot do that with data scraping. So if I want to, let's say, if someone presents me with an image which has some, let's say, some sentences written in from it, and if I want to extract data from that, I will be using screen scraping rather than data scraping. And if there is some website where the data has been mentioned inside some table, or if it's in some structured format, in that scenario, I will be using data scraping. That is the difference between screen scraping as well as data scraping. Now, moving along. Next question is, what is anchor and find element? Now, an anchor base is something which is a container that searches for a UI element by using other UI elements as anchor. This should be used when a reliable selector is not available. So for example, let's say if I wanted to type username somewhere. So let's take example of Facebook. So there is a place you have to write username, and there is a place you have to write password, right? But there is a problem with respect to Facebook that they keep on changing the relative location of where that particular box is. Let's say it was on the top right hand side corner initially, then they move it to the left hand side corner, or they moved it somewhere else. So you know that they will be changing where is the position of that box every time, right? So what you can do is you always know that they will be putting this box next to this element, which is next to this thing called as type username or and type password. So you know that this, where the box where you have to enter data will always be next to this thing where they have written this thing called as name, enter name. So what you do is you anchor your next action around this element, which is the username. So it will look for the username on the entire screen. So wherever that username is, and that username is your anchor, so wherever it finds that username, it knows that there is a box next to it, and it will try filling the details inside of those box next to that username, no matter where it is present in the screen. So even if they keep on changing the UI, you know that all you have to do is you have to find that username anchor, and when you have found that anchor, you can just put and write those elements, right? The other thing is, which is find element. Now find element is something where you wait for a specific UI element to appear on the screen, and when it returns, when it is there on your screen, it will do the actions according to those operations. So a very good example of this would be, sometimes it takes some time to load your website, right? Sometimes you would be slow in loading your website. So what you want to do is you want to anchor your elements around something which is there. So let's say if you have a slow internet connection and you define a complete UiPath program. So if it involves, let's say, opening the website and doing some actions, what your program will do, it will open the website, and as soon as it opens the website, it will directly go on doing the actions whether or not elements have been loaded on the screen, and that way it will lead to an error because it cannot find those elements, right? So what you want to do in those particular scenarios is you will wait for the screen to find, let's say if I was trying to log in on my Intellipaat screen, I will wait for the anchor element, or I will wait for my program will wait for the action, which is find element, where I find the element Intellipaat logo. If and only if the Intellipaat element, the logo is found by my program, only then I will continue and do the remaining rest of the actions which is there, right? So you can do like that. You can select something when and your program will wait for that element to pop up, and as soon as your element pops up, then you can go about doing the different actions that you want to do with respect to finding elements. So it basically waits for some UI element to present itself on the screen, and then you can go about doing the action. Whereas anchor is used to locate wherever you want to work if you know that there is something which is more reliable as a selector, right? Moving along, the next question is, what is the difference between IMAP, Get Outlook, Send Outlook, and SMTP? Now these are the various different activities which is there with respect to your email automation. Your email automation gives you these different options which you can use to work around various things, right? So basically IMAP or IMAP stands for the Internet Map Access Protocol. Through IMAP, we can receive the customized mail, right? And Get Outlook, which is the other activity, through this you can get or retrieve various static mails. So if you have static mails, you can get through the Get Outlook. Similarly, SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and it is used for sending dynamic mail. Whereas Send Outlook, through this activity, you can send static mail automatically. So that is the various difference between the IMAP, Get Outlook, Send Outlook, and SMTP protocols, which are there on the UiPath, which you can use for email automation. Now let's talk about the next one. So the next question is, list the OCR engines available in UiPath. Now if you know, OCR is basically stands for optical character recognition. Now it basically means that, let's say if you have an image, you have an engine that can see that image and can tell you if in that image the written word is something like, let's say, work, and it can basically know what are the characters written in that image. So let's say if I've written W somewhere, the engine will be able to identify what that image character is. So it will look at the image and it will tell you that character looks like a W, similarly like that. So in UiPath, what are the various OCR engines available? And the answer is, there are majorly three present. One is Google, other is Microsoft, and the third is ABBY, or AB, whatever you want to call it. So these are the three OCR engines available in UiPath. Moving along, what is the break activity in UiPath is the next question. Now, a break activity in UiPath is basically used to stop a particular loop at a given point of time. So you can use that to do other activities as well. So it is majorly used for exiting a loop when there's a lot of iterations involved. So let's say if I am checking for some order ID, right? And if let's say checking of that order ID requires me to go through a lot of different loops. So if I know that the particular element has to be let's say greater than 5, so if I check the number, it's starting from let's say if it's 5, so the number which is present to me is 7. So I go for the first loop, I check if it is greater than 5, then I say yeah, good, go ahead. Then I go for the other one, the other loop. Or another let's take a simpler example. Let's take the example of a prime number. If you want to only proceed if the given number is prime number, right? So you will take the number, let's say the number is 7. So in order to find any given number is a prime number, you have to divide it till n by 2, right? So after n by 2 it will not be a prime. So let's say if I am trying to find if a number is positive, is prime, and the number is 13, I divide it by 2, it becomes 6.5. So any number if it can divide it before 6, then only and only then it will be a prime number, because after that it will be let's say if I was 7, then 7 on the 7 and 7 twos are is 14, it will become more than that. So if that number cannot divide it, and then the next iteration of the number will not be able to divide it because it will be greater than that number, right? So for checking that prime number, I'll be going through 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 10. You are going through this loop, right, till you divide it till 6, right? You're going till 6 if the number is 13. But assume if the number was 12 and you divide it by 2 and you find that the number is not prime at all. So you do not need to go through the iteration of 3, 4, 5, because you already know that this number has already been divided by something, and there is no need for us to go through that loop because we already know that it's not a prime number. So in that scenario, what you do is you use a break activity to break that particular given for loop and just go outside of that activity and go through the next one. You break through that particular loop and you can go through the next one, right? So break activity is used in such a fashion. Now, moving along, the next question is, what is an orchestrator? Now, orchestrator is basically a web application that enables us to deploy, schedule, monitor, and manage robots and processes. Many people use it for scheduling because let's say if you have some repetitive task which has to be performed at 6 a.m. every day, you can schedule it through orchestrator, and you can have things like assets and queues and different items that you can populate and have some business logic behind it, and you can find out if those logics were successful or failure based on your defined logic. So that is the use of the orchestrator. Is, as the name suggests, it will orchestrate all of your actions. That is, it will manage that everything goes smoothly. So it is used to deploy, schedule, monitor, manage various kinds of robots and processes inside of UiPath. Moving along, the next question is, what is RE framework, and explain its components. So RE framework is a framework which is provided by UiPath to help developers build quicker and apply best practice principles to their particular workflows. It gives you the fundamental code to create more robust processes, and this involves a clean start and exits and automated recoveries, retries, status management, logging, and clean coding. Different parts of or the different components of RE framework are init, get transaction state, process state, and end state. Now, init is basically used for reading the configuration and initializing all the applications in your given workflow. Get transaction state basically reads the transaction item from the queue. Process state gives you the process of the transaction item, process state of the transaction item, and end state basically closes all the applications which you have initialized earlier, right? So that is that. Moving along, the next question is, what is a machine and why it is used? So the machine page basically enables you to provision and manage various machines, right, with the purpose of using them to use the registered robots to the orchestrator. So when you want to have robots working through orchestrators, then you need to have some registered machine through which you can provision them to work on them, right? It basically displays the existing machines and all of its different types of machines that there are there with you. So there are two kinds of different machines as well. It enables you to create your own machine, be it be standard machine or a template machine. You can have two kinds of machines, standard machine and template machine, right? So going along with that question itself, so in the machine only, we'll talk about the two different kinds of machines, right? So if you have asked that you mentioned that there is a standard machine and there is a template machine. The standard machine, it should be used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots remains the same. each time that you connect to it, right? And you define machine once, and then you can connect any number of robots in the robots page to a standard machine. So basically, if you want to use the same machine again and again, and you do not need to define it again and again. Basically, you can define it once and you can attach any number of robots that you want to a standard machine, whereas a machine template is used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots changes every time. So you define this entity once and then connect it any number of attending floating robots in a unique Active Directory username. So basically, it is kind of a machine template where you define it so that you can attach any number of floating robots that can come and work on it. So that is what a machine template is. Moving along, let's talk about what is the difference between a workbook read and Excel read range. So what is the difference between read range of the Excel one and what is with respect to the workbook read range which is there. There are two options in UiPath if you remember for read range. So Excel read range must be used in Excel application scope only, whereas workbook read range do not need Excel sheets to be open. So when you're using the Excel read range, it should be defined in an Excel application scope, which is also a part of UiPath activities. You have to use that and then go through and work through it. Whereas workbook read range does not require that. Other than that, in my personal opinion, I find the workbook read range to be much more faster and robust when compared to the Excel read range. Now, there are different things with respect to Excel read range, which gives you other kinds of benefits, but personally, I prefer workbook read range much more. And in order to use Excel read range activity, we must have Excel installed on our machines, whereas we do not need Excel installed for using workbook read range. So if you are using Excel application scope, then you need to have an Excel, probably MS Excel installed on your machine and working properly, whereas that is not a requirement with workbook read range at all. You can use it with any CSV file that you have. You can use it with LibreOffice or anything else which is present for you. So moving along, suppose there is a URL which is dynamic. How would you automate that URL in UiPath Studio? Now, this is a situation-based question. They have given you that they have a website which is dynamic in nature. How would you go about automating that website? So what you have to do is you have to use the UI Explorer to extract the selector and use the dynamic selector using the star element, which is the asterisk, which will replace one or more characters. And in your URL element for changing the value, you have to use the star element, and also you can use screen scraping to get the value. You can use two methods. An example of the selector would be, let's say, if I wanted to see like the web browser will be there, right? So this is the selector for a web browser. So HTML Chrome is the application that we are using, right? The app is Chrome. So Chrome, we have set it that. So title basically stands for you have various windows that you open in your particular web browser, right? And each window in that each tab has a title. So if you want, if you have a website that's whose title keeps on changing, let's say one example would be Amazon, whose title keeps on changing continuously, then in that case you can use a star to replace one or more characters so that you can automate activities on that particular dynamic website. So that is how you use UI selectors in automating a particular dynamic website. The next question is, suppose there are 1000 rows and 50 columns, and suppose I want to select any random row data, how can it be done? So basically what we are going to do is we have to build a data table first. So you have to assign like DT variable, which is the data table variable, to a new data table. And once your table variable has been initialized, you can assign a random int, and you can have it defined in such a way that you can have new random dot next 0 to DT variable rows count -1, because when you do rows count, you have it's starting from 0, right? So when you are going to let's say reference that particular number, so let's say if I wanted to get the fifth column according to my coding would be the fourth, because it will start counting from 0 1 2 3 4, whereas in Excel it starts from 1 2 3 4, right? So that's why DT variable rows dot counts -1. Now this will give you a randomly generated number between 0 to n, where the number of rows in your data table will be counted, right? We subtract one bit because of the reason that I've mentioned before, right? And you can assign a random row and use DT variable dot rows dot in bracket random. It will return the random number that you want to take into account. So if any random row, if you want to attack, you can use that. Or you can use, if you know which column you want to extract, you can directly use the number as well, right? So that is how you output a random row of the random row data type. Cool. Moving along. If suppose there is an image PDF of which is of 120 dp, would you extract data? How would you extract data from that image, and which automation would be used, right? So to extract any image, as I mentioned before, you can use screen scraping or you can use OCR. There are two activities which you use. To extract data from an image size of 120 dp from PDF, we need to use read PDF with OCR activity, and the automation we need to use is PDF automation. So they have mentioned here that it is a PDF. So you can use read PDF with the help of OCR because it is of the form image, it is not in the native form. That's why we are using OCR activities. We can also use Microsoft OCR activity to extract data from the image of the PDF file. You can use that as well. Moving along, if suppose there are two Excel sheets and you want to merge them, how would you merge two Excel sheet data into one? How do you go about doing that in UiPath is the question. The answer is fairly straightforward. First, we need to read the range of both of the Excel files. We need to have data tables created for both of them. Then we need to use merge data table activity to merge the data tables of the two Excel files that we just created through read range. Then we need to use the resultant data to make the merge Excel file, and you can write that data using the write range activity, right? So read both of the Excel sheets, build two data tables, then use the merge data table activity to merge both of the data table. After that, take that new data table that you have merged and use the write range activity to write it anywhere that you want. Moving along, can UiPath run multiple instances of the same process within one robot in one system simultaneously? The answer is yes, it can run the same program simultaneously in two robots, where each system is registered as one robot, right? So answer is yes, you can do it. There is no problem with respect to that. Next and final question is explain append range in UiPath. Now, append range in UiPath is basically used to edit or insert data into the existing workbook. With using the append range, we can insert the data from the last written data of the workbook, and you do not have to worry about the previous data being replaced. So whenever we do that, we will not overwrite the data. So that is how it is different from write range. So write range, if you do that, it will start writing from the first instances, and any data that you have will be overwritten. So let's say if in column 2 I had written some number ABCD or some random thing which is there, we will overwrite the data with the new data that we have. Whereas when we use append range, we do not overwrite the data. We write it wherever the data which is written has ended, we write after that point, and then we go about writing that.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Robotic Process Automation Training Certification course for UiPath, which will help you master robotic process automation. Through this course, you will learn different tools in RPA, the life cycle of RPA, developing the UiPath tool, automating the virtual environment, and more through hands-on projects and case studies from top industrial experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards the career growth with the robotic process automation.